We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science.
Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter.
Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation.
And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society. But new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a steam boiler inspection association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ivan Rodrigues, your host and MC for the day, and it once again gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to day 2 of the India Biopharma Leaders Conclave 2021, brought to you by Blue Tech Media. After an exciting day 1 yesterday, I'm sure each of you are looking forward in anticipation as to what day 2 has to offer. So am I. However, before we dive into the formal agenda for the day, I have a few preliminary announcements to make. Firstly, I'd like to thank our partners for this conclave: Gold Partner Cytiva, Industry Partner MR Sangvi and Company, Branding Partner Fan Steel International, Digital Transformation Partner Toothsoot, Networking Partner Thermo Fisher Scientific, Bronze Partner Prema's Life Sciences, Investment Banking Partner BioX Venture Advisors, Strategic Partner BioX Strategic Leadership and Alliance, Association Partner Federation of Asian Biotech Associations, Knowledge Partner CCAM, and media partners Express Pharma, Pharma Utility, Chronicle Pharma Biz, and IJDRA. During the course of the day, do join the conversation on Twitter and other social media platforms using the hashtag IBLC2021. For the detailed agenda, kindly click on the agenda button to the left of your screen. Also, during the break between sessions, visit our partner booths by simply clicking on the exhibition hall button at the bottom of your screen, and please feel free to chat, speak, or video call any of them. Do visit the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen, where you can create a group and video chat with like-minded people. Also, like yesterday, during the course of the day, we will have poll questions for you from time to time, and we would like you to participate in large numbers. When I announce the poll, please click on the polling button to the right of your screen to access the poll question. And if for some reason the poll question doesn't show, kindly click on the refresh button. If you have any questions for the speakers or the panels and discussions to follow, kindly send us your questions in the Q&A box, which is a button to the right of your screen. Time permitting, we will definitely take a few questions. At the end of the day, do download your digital certificate of participation by simply clicking on the e-certificate button in the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen. And finally, on your way out, do visit the feedback area and leave your comments and valuable feedback by clicking on the Info Center button at the bottom of your screen. It will not take more than a couple of minutes to give your feedback. Your feedback is important to us, and this will ensure our conclaves are just the way you want it next time around. And for an enhanced viewing experience, do click on the full screen button. I urge each of you to make the best use of this platform to interact, engage, and share knowledge with your peers. So, without further ado, let's kick off proceedings. We have a power-packed panel for the first panel of the day, titled Investment Trends in the Biopharma Ecosystem, the Next Big Opportunity. And I'd first like to welcome the members of this panel: Dr. Mahesh Phalgat, Chief Operating Officer, Syngene International Limited; Sunita Sridharan, Advocate and Patent Agent, SKS Law Associates; Ashwin Raghuraman, Founding Partner, Bharat Innovation Fund; Dr. Miraj Singh, Project Manager, National Biopharma Mission, DBT BIRAC; Dr. Arvind Chari, Vice President, 8 Road Ventures; and Neeta Sachan, PhD, Vice President, India Partners. This panel will be moderated by Vishal Gandhi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, BioX Venture Advisors. Vishal, the virtual floor is all yours.
Thank you, Ivan, for the kind introduction, and proud to share BioRx Venture Advisors. The firm I represent is an investment and a strategic advisory firm focused on biopharma segment exclusively, is a partner to the event. Thank you, organizers, once again for the opportunity. A very good morning to all the participants attending today's panel discussion. It's nice to have you back, and hope yesterday's session was useful. It's my deep honor and privilege to moderate the session titled as Investment Trends in Biopharma Sector and Indian Opportunity. I am deeply encouraged by the presence of the most wonderful panelists, and I have known most of them. We have a diverse panel of 6 panelists, starting from Mahesh, who represents the largest biotech CRO, Syngene, which is a listed company of the Biocon Group. Sunita, advocate and patent gen, brings unique experience of biosciences domain and legal aspects of patenting, due diligence, and IP portfolio management. Miraj Singh, representing Government of India, DBT BIRAC, comes with a deep project management experience at a national pharma mission supported by World Bank. He is committed to promote the novel biologics. Arvind Achari, representing a long-term deep tech investor, 8 Road Ventures, erstwhile Fidelity Ventures, which has been investing in emerging corporates in biopharma space, to name a few: Kaplan Laboratory, Plasmagen, and etc. Ashwin Raghuram, representing yet another deep tech fund, popularly known as Bharat Innovation Fund, and has invested in some interesting drug discovery startups. Last not the least, Neeta, representing a yet another healthcare-focused early-stage fund known as Andia Partners, and committed to invest in bioinnovation, and has a decent portfolio of medtech and life sciences companies in its portfolio. So I assure you that you'll be able to add a great value for each one of us. And in total, as I said, we have 6 panelists. And let me start by inviting each of the panelists one after other for their self-introduction, though all of them do not need an introduction because they are all well-known, and I had a pleasure of knowing all of them and the kind of phenomenal work they have done so far. So over to Mahesh for your self-introduction. We can't hear you, Mahesh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vishal, for inviting me. Delighted to share this panel with such an esteemed set of individuals who have been associated, and many of them that I've known now over the years. For my introduction, myself, I am the Chief Operating Officer of Syngene. As Vishal mentioned, we are a large CRO, CDMO that operate in the space of pharmaceuticals, biopharmaceuticals, consumer products, and as well as the animal health and the agri sector. I've been in the industry for about 30 years, spent about 20 years of my career in the US, and then about 10 years in India, all working in biopharma or biotech. Thank you very much, and delighted to be here.
Sunita, over to you.
Yeah. Namaste, everyone. It's been quite a windy and wet day, so I have the lights on. I am Sunita Sridharan. I am an advocate for the last 22 years and a patent attorney for the last 21 years. I have a law practice now. Earlier, I was in a big law firm, but my own law practice, SKS Law Associates, focuses a lot, of course, on the prosecution of all intellectual property, their commercialization, enforcement, litigation, and so on. Apart from that, we also do substantial regulatory work with biodiversity matters, and which is becoming more prominent these days, and it's very, very important. And I would encourage all of you, I know Vishal always laughs at me when I say that, but I would encourage all of you to please have a look at the situation that is coming up under the Biological Diversity Act. Because even if you're taking a gene sequence from a published document, the new amendments will make sure that you have to file an application, get a prior approval from the Biodiversity Authority before you do any research. So these are some things which you have to be very alert about. So these are things which we alert our clients. We help them with their due diligence, whether they are acquiring, there is an acquisition or there's a merger, or if they're looking at bringing out a new product in the market, whether they are bringing it from outside India, or whether our own domestic clients are looking to launch a product either in India or in some other country. So it's not just the patents, it's also the trademarks and the industrial designs. Delighted to be here on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Dr. Miraj Singh, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, organizers, for having me here, and I'm very happy to share my views on this topic. I'm Miraj Singh, and I'm a PhD in biochemistry. I have experience on rational drug designing and monoclonal antibody development as generic molecules. For about six years, I worked in generic biopharma industry, and for last 3 to 4 years, I've been working with DBT Biorac as a consultant on project management of biopharmaceutical industry and strengthening of ecosystem for biopharmaceutical development in the country. Looking ahead, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Miraj. Dr. Miraj, your voice was very low, but maybe for the subsequent interactions, if you could see if this could be adjusted. Thank you very much. Over to Ashwin.
Thank you, Vishal. Thanks for having me here. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashwin. I represent a fund called the Bharat Innovation Fund. We're an early stage deep tech focused fund investing from anything from invested out of this fund as well as out of an earlier fund I ran called the India Innovation Fund in healthcare as well as biotech companies, biotech, Conshore Medical from the past, and we manage companies like Zumator Biologics out of this fund. So we focus across sectors, but healthcare, biotech, part of the investment committee of a couple of BIRAC programs, which are both involved on the innovation side as well as on the commercialization side.
Thanks, Ashwin. Ashwin, there was a lag in your network. If you could just check on that, please. Thank you. Over to Arvind.
Thanks, everyone, and honored to be part of this panel. By way of a background, I'm a medical doctor and then was a pharma consultant with the Boston Consulting Group. Post that, I was a pharma investor with a fund called OrbiMed. I then had my own startup, and now for over 5 years, I've been with 8 Roads. 8 Roads is a growth equity platform backed by Fidelity. People would have heard of Fidelity, I'm assuming. We're one of the large asset managers. We manage close to $5 trillion. And we are also a private organization that enables us to invest our profits wherever we see fit. And what we've done is we've created a number of venture capital and private equity funds across the world to invest our own profits. And that's essentially what 8 Roads is, a collection of private equity funds across the world that deploys Fidelity's profits. We're different from other investors in a couple of ways. One is we only invest our own money. You can think of us as balance sheet capital, which means that we're not subject to the fund life cycles that a lot of other investors are. That's very helpful in the life sciences space because the project timelines in life sciences typically tend to be much larger than in other sectors. We're also very sectorally focused. It's been taken. A strategic decision has been taken at the highest levels that Fidelity will focus on life sciences investments. Across the world, by volume at least, we would be one of the largest investors in private life sciences companies. We've made over 200 investments. A vast majority of those 200 investments would be in innovative life sciences, biotech, diagnostics, medical equipment, and so on. In India, we've invested in 17 healthcare companies and we've deployed over $1 billion. We're very flexible with the stage in which we come in. I mean, if we were to find something very interesting at the early stages, very high quality IP, which meets a global bar, we're very happy to come into pre-revenue companies, write very small checks. Our bread and butter so far, to be honest, in India has been slightly larger companies, just because that's what you typically tend to find in India. You find very strong commercially viable companies here. And so we've been investors in companies that have listed like Aloris Labs, where prominent investors in PharmEasy, I've worked with a number of export pharmaceutical companies. You mentioned Kaplan Steriles, Vishal. I'm also an investor in a company called Biopharma, which we co-founded with the Shriram Group to do export pharmaceuticals. But when there is a strong team and there is a strong clinical need, we're happy to come in early. For example, Dr. Mahesh and I have interacted over an investment of ours called Immunil, which is a cellular immunotherapy spin-off from Biocon that Kiran is personally shepherding. So there are, high quality opportunities that do come up from time to time that we are involved in. Beyond that, I have a personal interest in the innovative life sciences space. I've worked with a lot of the CCamp team and a number of other incubators in India, and very happy to say that the quality of startups that we're seeing over the years only continues to improve. And my take is we need a few decent wins for the space to explode in India, because there's so much talent and there is so much structural advantage to setting up some of these companies in India, that the future does look bright, and hopefully platforms like this just help to take the process forward. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Arvind. Over to Neeta.
Thank you, Vishal. Pleasure being with very eminent panelists here. I'm Neeta. I just recently joined India Partners. India Partners has been focusing on tech and medical. On the healthcare side, they focus on medical devices, digital platforms, as well as life sciences. In the first fund, we invested in Sigtuple, which is an AI-based diagnostic platform, and as well as a wellness space, eCare. In the second fund, we'll be announcing pretty soon, one in the teleradiology space and another in the cell therapy space. So definitely looking forward to investing in life science firms. And then, like Arvind said, we need more and more, investors working on the early stage as well as late stage, growth stage life science funds. And then by background, I am a life scientist. I'm a molecular biologist. Got my PhD, worked in US for 13 years before returning back to India. And I'm passionate about getting technologies to the marketplace, which is where I moved to the commercial side, and have since then worked in genomics startup, Medtronic in medical devices, as well as just before India, I was leading the strategy as well as the product development for Scient for the medical device business unit. So happy to be part of this panel and discussing more on the healthcare ecosystem in India.
So this is really good. So I think we are all set to segue into a panel discussion. But before I begin that, please allow me to share some of the important facts, which is for everybody's better understanding and context setting. COVID-19 brought many disruptions in all aspects. And I think one sector which really got major boost and visibility is the biopharma sector. Government announced special grants and schemes to see how they can create maximum impact of bringing these low-tech innovations such as PPEs, diagnostics, repurposing of drugs, ventilators to solve the current crisis. And I think all stakeholders risen up to the occasion to beat the current pandemic. And we are now net exporter for most of these products. Unfortunately, for drugs and biopharma, we are now looking to import vaccines and life-saving drugs. And I'm sure, all of us are aware, you may find Sinovac actually getting into India because our own capacities are constrained. The use of digital, as one of you mentioned very beautifully, and biopharma technologies is advancing exponentially, especially in the wake of second wave of COVID-19 in India. Whereas biopharma players have come forward to support the public health response to the pandemic. The future of public health is likely to become increasingly digital, and supportive government initiatives like National Digital Health Mission and Ayushman Bharat, I think, will continue to be the driver for investments in healthcare space and biopharma innovation that will revolutionize the future of medicine. Despite the continued pandemic, the ecosystem has witnessed a flurry of investments in the healthcare space over the last 2 months. The interest has been on innovative models focusing on digital therapeutics for condition management, network models of secondary care surgeries, telemedicine enablement, digitization of the clinic, and last not the least, biopharma companies have been able to access the patients for the first time and vice versa. And this actually is an opportunity. And I believe this will continue even in the post-pandemic times as well. So now I would like all the panelists to reflect on the theme of our panel discussion, which is about investment trends in biopharma space, which is an Indian big opportunity. So I'll start with Dr. Miraj. Dr. Miraj, would you like to comment on the theme?
Yeah, thank you, Vishal. So am I audible clearly now, Vishal? Is it better
Yes,
now?
absolutely, much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Vishal, this is a very good topic that you have chosen it for this panel discussion. And especially in the light of this pandemic during the last 1.5 year, we have seen many disruptive innovations in this sector. But what I would like to comment, especially biopharma subsector, that is biopharmaceutical development in the country. We have seen development in personal protective equipments, medical diagnostics, and devices. That development have been there. But you see, the technological platform was available. The need was only to cash on these platforms, and also Sunita ji can also comment on the IP protection of those medical devices and equipments. But that problem was not very much there. So we have made a very good progress on medical devices and diagnostics, and also microfluidics based devices, home based kits which can be used to test kit. Recently, I think yesterday there was a launch of the kit to test COVID-19 at home. So that development is there. What I am specifically talking about, that there is a lack of intent to go for novel molecules in this country. In spite of being giving risk-free funding grants for the companies to go for novel molecules, we really don't see that there is enough collaboration between industry and academia to take this venture. And this is really important if India wants to make a global presence. Since 2000, India have been making a number of biosimilars. I really don't know the exact number, but more than 100 biosimilars are there in the market now. But to make a really, recognizable global position in the biopharmaceutical sector, it is important that we actually focus our R&D towards the novel biological molecules. And that is why our theme, our focus is actually now shifting to fund projects, especially startups, to fund the projects which are actually focusing on Make in India. Also, the projects which are actually developing the raw materials for biopharmaceutical development, be it resins, be it some small equipments used in bioprocessing, filter systems. So all these things, I mean, there was a huge import load. So during the last 1.5 year, we have shifted our focus that, okay, startup companies, at least they can focus on these areas, that the raw materials for which we have a huge import load, that can be minimized at least. So we are actually having a focus area on those raw materials for bioprocessing. That is one of our area. And newer technologies for monoclonal antibody screening. The timeline for monoclonal antibody screening is so long, we definitely need newer technologies. So projects which are coming, proposing the newer technology for reducing the timeline for monoclonal antibodies, those are promoted. And then next thing, what I think in biopharmaceuticals or biotherapeutics is cell and gene therapy. This is something which is coming up in the next 5 to 10 years. We will see that a number of projects will be focused on this along with monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies are going to be there, but next generation molecule, especially cell and gene therapy, uh, we have recently funded many projects to initiate the cell therapy, the CAR T therapy in the country, development of viral vectors, development of facilities to amplify and process the T cells, like little while ago we were discussing Immunil. So this is one company involved in the cell and gene based therapy. So startups and medium companies, they can develop technologies towards this. Similarly, nucleic acid based therapeutics, uh, small interference RNA, especially for cancer, the combination of gold nanoparticles and siRNA, that is a very good combination being used nowadays for cancer therapeutics. So along with Antivirals, small molecules is another major area where investment is needed. But I think for cancer, small, DNA-based drugs, siRNA, antisense oligonucleotide, aptamers. So these are the areas where we can focus, and investment trend we believe will shift towards these areas. And for diagnostics, however, this is a slightly different area. I will say that microfluidics-based devices, lab on a chip, this is something coming in a big way, and there is going to be a big investment boom in that area. So these are some of the areas which we would like to mention here that have huge potential for development in coming year. That's what we believe in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Neeta, would you like to pick up a thread from there?
Yeah, thanks, Vishal. So I think having worked on the corporate side and seeing, how some of these technologies have picked or not been picked up, there's been an issue in terms of a lot of expectation from MNCs to step in to take up some of these molecule, and that's been a major challenge in scalability. While we have very good academic science, or at least the intention that we would have the right. The science behind it. On the investment side, if I may just add, I think we need a lot more domain-specific people to be part of the investment community to bring in the first step of scalability, as well as what Miraj said was that bringing in the private investors. But if we see some of the traditional private entities have been a little risk averse in scaling this up. There has been capital put in by the government to take it up with the private entity. But how can we really bridge the bigger gap of, if there is a failure, is it a loan process, a loan, soft loan, which is given by the government? And then where would be the sunk cost for the private entity to balance it out? So there can be more, support to the private entities. By private, I mean some of the bigger private entities to work with the startup ecosystem or the academic researchers. And I'm sure Dr. Mahesh will also chime in on this, how Syngene or Biocon has been taking up. But I have seen, at least on the medtech side, this is a huge challenge. The expectations and from the bigger MNCs or the Indian biopharma to take it up has been a big challenge. How can we ensure the private entities are, incentivized rather than just giving soft loan? How can we make it more of a risk-free debt that's been given to some of the bigger firms to help scale up the smaller startup ventures?
Sure. Arvind, would you like to pick up from there?
Absolutely. And, I'll say that, Dr. Miraj and Neeta have brought in some very important points. And we're all on the same page in, wanting India to become a true powerhouse in generating novel technologies and in creating not just the generic businesses, but actually taking the treatment paradigms in healthcare forward. And there, unfortunately, are no easy answers. There are two sides to this and things are getting better, but they're getting better incrementally, and we're here to make sure that the pace accelerates. And there is a two-sided problem here. I'll start with our side, which is, as Neeta mentions, we need more domain specialists. I mean, evaluating these opportunities. And people like Neeta are few and far between. Somebody who's worked in the domain outside India, that too, and to come back and to be an investor here. I mean, she's a rare breed indeed. And there's a few others, but far too few, and that needs to change. But there is a reason why more domain-specific investors are not being recruited into the industry and focusing their efforts. And that's because at some level, there aren't enough startups that are quite up to the mark yet. And the way a private investor will look at the industry is that a private investor needs to make returns. And if you take too many single point risks, you may end up with a boom or bust portfolio, which unfortunately, from a risk management standpoint, just doesn't make sense. You can't invest in one biotech startup or two or even three, because there's every chance that all three of them will fail. And there is a certain amount of risk averseness that the industry has that we need to get beyond. But all of that will only happen if there is a deep enough pool of startups so that each sectorally focused investor can create a portfolio. And then you make your money at a portfolio level and you're not so worried about will this one company fail or not, because that's how an investor would anyway think about it. The returns are always high, nobody is denying that, but we also need to make sure that the risks are protected. Now, how do we create more qualified startups that investors can invest behind? There's I've been looking at the space now very closely, and unfortunately the only investment that we've made so far is Immunil, and we would have screened well over 60-70 startups, I mean quite some detail over these years. And in terms of just peripherally taking a view, I mean we've looked at far more startups than that. What ends up happening is, if you were to compare the startups that you see in India compared to what you see at a global level, there are a few things that startups need to do. One is that these startups need balanced teams. I mean, the three kinds of folks that you need on a team are: you need core science people, people who understand chemistry, people who understand biology, depending on the kind of drug that's being developed. You need clinical talent, and clinical talent isn't all that available in India because, and Mahesh will have better insight on this. For the past 10-15 years or so, there hasn't been that much by way of clinical activity in India. There's a lot of preclinical activity that goes on, and Indian startups tend to be reasonably good at that. But unfortunately, the clinical trial space in India isn't all that strong. So we don't have that large, deep base of principal investigators in India. We don't have that deep base of statisticians in India that really understand how trials are formulated and so on. And most importantly, what tends to be missing in a lot of these startups is that business acumen, because it's not pure science that creates startups. Almost every CEO you will come across in an international biotech startup will be a pure business focused individual. It's not the doctors, it's not the scientists who become the CEOs of these very technical startups. It's actually business people who become the CEOs, because it's the business person that will look at the statistics and take a call on whether a particular program is worth taking forward or not. It's the business person that takes a look at benchmarks on capital efficiency of various startups and figures out whether, on a global scale, the post money of a particular company or the amount of money a particular company is taking in to get to a certain stage is worth it or not. I mean, compared to everything else that investors have, in order to invest in. So getting that well-balanced team, whenever I've seen a well-balanced team in India, those startups have done well. And they've done well by typically going outside India and raising money either from Japan or the US or wherever else. But those are globally competitive startups and they're able to raise money. The startups with a lot of pure science talent is typically what we find in India. They unfortunately don't go all that far. They typically don't have the medical talent and they definitely don't have the business talent. And this is something that at an incubator level, the incubators are doing a really good job and encouraging people to create these well-balanced teams, but there's a little while to go there. Then when it comes to funding in India, I will say that, we've created a very large ecosystem of super early stage companies. So, you'll see companies that are maybe 18, 24 months from IND, and there's no shortage of them. Every month we're generating dozens of these companies, and, you see so many of these. But there is this unfortunate chasm where, once you get to maybe 6 months or so before IND, I mean, you'll see companies spending 12, 15 months saying they're 6 months from IND and they don't actually progress from there. And that's where a lot of these companies die. And part of it is just funding, right? I mean, unfortunately, the way the government ecosystem in a place like India works, and I'll give you one of our examples from outside India. I'll quote a company called Innovent, which we co-founded. And Innovent is a company that manufactures biologics for China, and it's a listed multi-billion-dollar entity right now. And the Chinese government would have spent close to $200 million, I mean, setting up this enterprise. Versus, the grants that we get in India are more like, around 1 crore, maybe $1 million, somewhere around that. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't see the kind of funding that can actually get startups beyond that chasm. And one recommendation is we can't lose out on the current programs, and the current programs, by the way, are fabulous. They've increased so much awareness, and this ecosystem didn't exist at all 5 years ago. So I know I'm being impatient, but it's my job to be impatient. I want things to get better as soon as possible, and nothing is soon enough, right? But what we also need, in addition to this broad-based funding, is we need a few startups that actually get heavy non-dilutive investments from various agencies, be it the government, be it international agencies such as Carbex, which are funding a lot of AMR programs and so on. We need deep funding, and the startups I've seen do well from India have gotten deep funding from these international agencies. It would be amazing if the government can also add in some of that deep support to some of these ventures. And then finally, I will just come to the aspect of regulation. I think our regulators again are doing a really good job, but there are many aspects of regulation that our regulators haven't been exposed to too much in the past, because to be fair, these startups are just coming up. There was I'll give you a previous example, and this will play out somewhat, I mean, into the future, I believe. If you look at cellular therapies in India, right, if you just take the regular bone marrow transplant regulatory landscape in India, there was a time when it was the wild west in India, right? Prior to, I believe, 2012 2013, all kinds of startups came in India making all kinds of claims, and you could have stem cells treating just about every disease from the eye to arthritis to everything, and everything in between, right? Then around in 2013 or so, there was this apex committee on cellular therapies which came in, which suddenly laid the brakes on. And what happened was a lot of startups that should have been stopped did get stopped, but a lot of good startups also got stopped. And then there was this 2-year chasm where there was no progress made. From the startups perspective, from a regulator's perspective, a lot of data, useful data was being generated. And then the good startups, I mean, survived and grew, etc. And there are a few startups that are doing well. What we need to do is to try and seamlessly create a very supportive environment for these startups. When it comes to CAR T therapies, as Dr. Singh mentions, no CAR T therapy is approved in India at the moment, and Immunil probably will be the first one that gets approval. And Immunil is working very closely with regulators, and Immunil has a very prominent team that can do all that. But unfortunately, there are startups without the resources that an Immunil has, without the contacts that an Immunil has. We hope that these startups can seamlessly get approved, even if they are novel modalities of therapy. And I'm sure our regulators are working. By the way, I'm not one to say that we should approve everything, whether it's a vaccine or anything else. We need to be super careful. I mean, of all the things that the US has given the world, one of the things the US, certainly should take credit for is the US FDA, which is super difficult for anyone to get through, but it's a real badge of approval that means something. And we need the Indian regulators. I would say paradoxically, if our Indian regulators were harsh when they should be harsh, I think it'll do a world of good, because then we'll create global class startups. So, that's just something else we can think about as well. But on the whole, and Vishal, we were offline discussing this. I think the quality of startups that we're getting out of India is improving year by year, but there's still a little sub threshold. If they just were to get a little bit better, you will start seeing some wins in the industry. You'll start seeing some big acquisitions, and then all of a sudden, there will be that irrational exuberance that we see in a lot of other sectors, and you'll see a lot of investors coming in and saying, look, we want to put money in. We'll see a little bit too much of that, but eventually it will settle into a steady state, which is very encouraging in terms of startups being able to raise money. We need to see those first few wins though. And if there are in our audience any startups listening, the one thing I'll say is, aim for the stars, but also be realistic about getting quick wins, because nothing helps like getting a few quick wins, right? Instead of coming up always with a first-in-class molecule, you may want to come up with a next-in-class molecule, which is just a little bit better, where there is proven, clinical data, for example. Investors will be able to back that a lot more. And once you show some traction there, you can then aim for the stars, right? We need to be realistic about where we are in India and build our ecosystem step by step, as have other ecosystems. But if we were to do that, I think just the base of talent, the amount of ambition that I see here, I mean, there is no reason. And just fundamentally the economics of investing in biotech, I think there's no reason why it won't be a thriving, very large ecosystem in 10 years' time. I hope a lot sooner. Vishal, you're on mute.
I'm saying thanks, Arvind, for the 360-degree view. I felt that we are almost have discussed everything possibly what we wanted to discuss in panel discussion, but I'm sure we still have a lot more to do in from the government and from a private sector perspective. So, Ashwin, you have invested in an early stage startup called Zoomotor Biologics. What made you say yes to them? So maybe 5 pointers will be very helpful.
Yeah, I think 5 is a lot, but it still may not cover sufficiently. First, let me just say, perhaps agree with all of those points. The 360 degree coverage that you mentioned pretty much sums it up as far as our ecosystem is concerned. I think the way we are thinking of biotech or novel molecule investment is we want to see, that is the case with Zumator. One, they have monoclonal antibody platforms, and it is basis these platforms that they are developing have the ability to churn out a pipeline, a very large pipeline over a period of time, which is what was positive for us. They were playing in an area which is extremely hot. Mirage also ascribed to this area, right? Extremely interesting area, extremely, let's say, an area where a lot of big pharma are looking for innovations to come through startups and their efforts. So they're approaching it from a slightly different standpoint, not a typical standpoint of the T cell mechanism of action, but something called the NK cell mechanism of action, in which there are very few global players. So there was a certain sort of in a larger, broader area where there's a lot of investor and big pharma interest, and that was the second. The third is, or the third interesting part we found was here was an entrepreneur who'd done it before through an earlier startup that she had run called InBioPro. A little bit of the commercial aspect, which is fairly interesting as well, right? Or sorry, not interesting, but extremely needed for a startup which is highly scientific. It's not just the science as people tend to believe with biotech startups, but it's also the business, the ability to take that forward as a business itself, which is extremely important. And we sort of saw these three, and then there were so many other aspects that we look into in terms of our investments, the standard quality of the team, the scientific team, and so on and so forth. But I think these were the top three that I can mention.
Yeah, thanks, Ashwin. Ashwin, there was a lag, so we could barely hear what you were saying. But I think we got the message. That's a great one. Thank you. Mahesh, in your unique role as a Chief Operating Officer of Syngene, and which is an Indian listed entity, and your own professional experience, you've served Sanofi, in the leadership role. So what kind of gaps do you see in the Indian biopharma ecosystem? And how does that impact funding appetite of bioinnovation in the country? You've seen both the sides. So over to you, Mahesh, for your inputs.
Yeah, thanks, Vishal. Actually, just to put in perspective the Indian biopharma context and how well are we suited for startup, just to build on what Arvind was saying, I'll just give some numbers. The startup ecosystem rankings, right? This is a ranking report that comes out every year. The 2021, as in the year 2020, for India, we were ranked 23rd on that, and we had a score of 5.7. I'll just give the reference to one of the top ones on that list, which was US, and had a score of 123.2. Now, this for ranking focuses on innovation outputs and is derived from a number of different quality of startups in the country and the whole business environment and so on. So it tells us, off the bat, we have a long way to go from having an economy and an ecosystem that's actually favorable for startups to grow. Now, that is actually in the backdrop of the fact that we have a lot of startups. So it's not that there's a dearth of startups. It's that the ecosystem for the startups to be sustainable and to be able to grow is very, very limited. When we trickle that down further towards the specific area of biopharma and biotech startups, that's even more challenging. But where I want to take the conversation into is to say, what is some of the things that a startup needs to consider to make themselves attractive? Because at the end of the day, what you want to do is make yourself part of the value chain of either a large opportunity that you will pursue yourself, but more than likely be part of a bigger enterprise or an organization so that that large opportunity can be taken forward. And there, while we may, especially in the biopharma and the technical world, and Arvind brought this out very well, right? It's not just about what is the science behind what you're going, what's your entire leadership team bringing to the table in terms of thought process, in terms of ideas to be taken forward, which then leads you to say, do I really want to pursue just this basic disease treatment? Because even in the patient life cycle part of it, so if we divide, the biopharma space into patient life cycle related opportunities and product value chain opportunities, and I'll call out 5 different areas within each of those. There's a lot. What hopefully that will give people an idea is it's not just about the pure scientific solution that we're talking about. Of course, those are very, very interesting, and things that we're talking about right now on the cell and gene therapy areas, mRNA technologies, all of these newer ways of approaching therapeutics are very, very interesting, but there are many opportunities beyond that, right? So in the patient life cycle, you can look at things like disease management. How are we doing with use of IoT-based medical devices? How are we doing with use of patient care platforms, so on and so forth? Then there's, of course, the disease treatment, where again, you can have disease treatments that have a very different landscape of looking at prosthetic approaches versus genetic approaches, right? So a lot of diversity that can be there. Then there's the disease diagnosis. What can we do with regards to newer technologies such as wearables? And what can we do with regards to developing more and more sensitive, smarter sensors? Then there's the whole area of the telemedicine, which has, of course, been something that has really picked up over the pandemic time. Disease prevention, and then online portals to do all kinds of decision making, all kinds of networking. On the product value chain side of it, then we get into the R&D angle, right? So to start talking about there as well, it's not just simply about, are we doing R&D services? Are we doing R&D for new cancer research, or are we doing novel antibodies? It may be even R&D to come up with good electronic lab notebook systems. It may be R&D to come up with new drug delivery platforms. So there is the secondary opportunity outside of the primary opportunity that we need to go after. Then there is, of course, manufacturing. There are some of the newer things that we've been talking about in this area is continuous manufacturing, 3D cell cultures, technology for large scale, getting titers higher, getting faster and closer to the future of precision medicine, so on and so forth. Then there's sales and marketing. Huge opportunity there, and a huge consideration that needs to be given as to what can you bring in terms of multi-channel marketing. Supply chain. I think hopefully all of those who are thinking from a startup perspective have realized that the whole mRNA area has brought into light, and even vaccine distribution within India, which is not even using mRNA vaccines right now, has brought into light the value of end-to-end supply chain in a temperature controlled cold chain management based environment and based approach. And then, of course, the use of digital technology for that. Then there's solutions to in terms of ERP, there's customer engagement models on the product value chain side. The point I want to make, which is hopefully coming across, is it's more than just focusing on the pure scientific interest that comes across. To build this whole ecosystem is what we need to do, because we cannot focus on only one aspect of it, especially on the aspect that may be scientifically very interesting, but also has one of the longest lead times. One of the challenges that our environment from an ecosystem has is patience is not there in the Indian environment as much, right? When we look at the innovation, or when we look at things that have been coming from the Indian biotech pharma environment, this has been primarily driven by Me Too opportunities, which of course have a much shorter cycle time and therefore pay off from a much easier way and a much faster way. When we start to transition to this, we need to take it in steps. If we go after all of the long-term approaches, it will take us even longer to build that value chain and that ecosystem. So that then calls for what's the kind of diversity of talent that we need. We need not just the financial acumen. One of the things that we don't always necessarily realize is we need to have good folks on our team that have good government liaisoning needs, right? Because government incentives, government opportunities, licensure are all things that are challenging, and having some experts who know how some of these things are going to work and have worked is of course very helpful. Then you need the whole technical team, which is the process, clinical, CMC, so on and so forth. Then you need folks who understand the market, and then a network to go with that. All of this though has to be underlined by, when will industry like ours, and either a company like Syngene, a company like Sanofi that I've been part of, or Amgen in the US that I've been part of, when do we start making investment decisions that will actually be attractive to us? We need to have some confidence either in the platform, or we need to have some confidence in the actual concept. That said, we also need to see whether this is something that's complementary to what we already have, or whether it's something that we can build upon. And for that, it has to have, for either of those to have, it either needs to be a self-standing but well-run organization, or then easy to integrate, from which we can take the technical components and actually build on that further. Now, both of these models really do work. However, either of those models do take some time for us to develop, and that's where I think in the ecosystem, what we also need to not forget is the role of the government in terms of bringing in the opportunity for risk taking, because the startups that are coming into play or bringing on board these some components of all of these that are required will of course need the financial backing. I'll just take a moment to talk about the two names that have become household names now, which were not even heard of by folks outside of the biotech industry, which is Moderna and BioNTech. Right? How was Moderna surviving for all these years? Moderna has been having a more than 10-year partnership funded by the NIH. So really, the government funding is really what led to Moderna's sustainability. On the other hand, BioNTech was not quite as dependent, but was having many other sources of funding that led to its survival after, at the end of which Pfizer has gone and acquired it. So this is the kind of diversity that we need to prepare for and understand that where the opportunities are going to come from. Last but not least, along those lines, I think we need to also then start thinking about vertical integration opportunities, whether it's through materials, whether it's to equipment, whether it's to supply chain. And in that, we will find that some of the lead times will go away, bringing in this sort of layered approach and a diverse approach to timeline management, time scale management, lead times management, which frankly there is almost an ask and a need for the Indian environment. Hopefully that's something that sets the tone for more conversation around, how is it that we can make sure this ecosystem in India grows through the contribution of both the private sector, both from a VC, private equity perspective, large pharma perspective, and then very importantly, the government perspective, which of course I link with the academics as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mahesh, for bringing the investee perspective, and I think you did a very good job. Thank you so much. So, Sunita, being a techno-legal professional, would you like to throw some light on linkages of IP creation management to investment decision? And I'm sure you would have helped many startups and established companies. So, any case study that you are open to, please share. You need to unmute, Sunita.
So thank you. How many minutes do I have? Approximately.
3 minutes.
I'll just rush through. I have only 3 points to make, so you tell me how many minutes I have and I'll rush through. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for pointing out everything I've been trying to point out from a legal perspective. And I hope all my clients are sitting and watching this session, because there is so much of learning that they ought to have got from this. I can just add my 2 bit here, basically from the perspective of IP management. Normally it is deemed that if you are a IP professional, you're looking at patent filing, prosecution, and so on. That's it. But it is far more than that. And quite often, as a IP law firm who is into IP management and commercialization, we come across, almost like a go-to person in the last dregs of whatever is happening to the client. They don't come to us initially. They file the patents and they've forgotten all about us when it comes to, the IP management and commercialization. One of the things I have noticed is most of the agreements, which are the contracts that they enter in with uh, the venture capitalists or whoever is financing them, they don't go into a milestone project. If it was a milestone-based project, I mean, that's how the contract was organized. And if there was a clear understanding and there is a sense of trust, then for every milestone achieved, there is money coming. If the milestone is not achieved, obviously there is nothing to be done there. I mean, you have to take a different track and find, go back to the drawing board, so to speak, and come up with something new. Instead, there is this entire agreement which is signed. And mind you, we're talking about patents. In any commercialization aspect, we're talking about patents, trademarks, designs. Patents are not even important. I don't think they're important at all, unless you can think of it as something long term. Because by the time you get patents and you spend all that money getting it in different countries, maybe it's not clear the regulatory approvals and things and all that, and there'd be a problem. But trademarks are very important, and a lot of my startup clients don't even think trademark. They don't even put it into their agreement. And one case study instance, is not of a small startup. It's a 10-year-old, 11-year-old company which has been working in this area. It started up with some company abroad, and the trademark became very famous. So everybody knew that under that trademark they would get this composition. Then they actually, when there is a visit clause in the agreement, during the visit back in clause in the agreement, they decided to discontinue with this client. Now they're selling some other product under that trademark because that's a strong trademark. So while he has the patent on the composition, this company, who is my client, he has no control about what will be sold under that trademark because that trademark belongs to that other company. And now they have no contract because there is that clause which was a visiting clause and where they decided not to continue. This is like almost like a graveyard of something which was working so well. They were making very good progress. They were going across the world, and then it just came to a standstill. Is one of the biopharma. Second instance is design. So when we are looking at something which can be used, so you have a drug delivery system, and in a drug delivery system, if there is a hardware tool component as a drug delivery, like when you have the oral vaccines and you have the way it is actually given. I told one particular client that you have a very good patent, is excellent, is perfectly fine. Look at the design aspect of it. They said, we're not into designs. We are vaccine people. We're scientists. We don't look into designs. I said, you don't look into the designs, but at least when you sign in the agreement, look at the clauses, which are look at the IPR clauses for design, trademark, as well as for patents. Patents is yours. Design could be with someone else. And the trademark also could be with someone else. That's not a problem. But look at those clauses very carefully. For some reason, that was completely overlooked. And we were back to being the graveyard lawyers. We looked again at that, and they spent about, I think, 7 million Swiss francs, paid them upfront. Whole thing went down, lost everything, and closed. So IPR management has to, you have to take a savvy IPR team as part of this. You may not have an in-house team, but you can always refer to them. You can tell them that this is a contract. there was a very positive situation where a European company, one of the small, the best of the lot countries, their company, whom we thought are always very ethical and very good and everything is nice, to their subsidiary in India. It's not a different company. Their own subsidiary in India, they had standard clauses, and they said that these are standard clauses which we also have with our other European subsidiaries and so on. This is not in the biopharma sector. This is in a telecom sector. And we looked at those clauses. That particular subsidiary took in a lawyer, though it is from their parent company. They brought in lawyers, had a look at that agreement, and sure enough, in fine print, there were clauses which were not there in their other subsidiary agreements. So we called for the other subsidiary agreements, European, American, and we compared that fine print. Mind you, I had to actually use a magnifying glass to actually read it. So these are the kind of pitfalls that they always come up with. And many of the companies, I don't have any figures. I can just go very anecdotal. Many of the companies actually fail. In this case, in the telecom sector, they didn't, because they had it changed exactly as it is with the European subsidiary agreements. They insisted on that. But my point is that IPR is one thing, but the due diligence on IPR is something else. And the contracts that you sign is something else again. The IPR due diligence, just to close that point, you may have a look at the patent, trademark, designs, and so on. But very often I find that the startups, maybe because of financial constraints or whatever, they're willing to file the patent application, but they refuse to conduct a prior art search, the novelty search. If they don't conduct a novelty search, they're looking at reinventing the wheel. And there have been times when it has been filed, the patents have been filed, and in the last 1.5 years, COVID times, we've had a large number of COVID-related patent applications which have been filed, including in medical devices and biopharma and all this space, the entire space, whatever you say, all of them, IoTs and everything, just to support this situation, the situation that we have now because of the COVID. They all fail to do their, the novelty search. So they're reinventing the wheel at some point. And whenever they are suggested to do so, they refuse to do so. But because we know that they are startups, we end up doing it ourselves on the sly. We don't charge them or anything. We also tell them that, please do a formal one, give us the keyword searches, but they will not do that. That is another dangerous one, because when they go in for negotiation with regard to finances or for, taking, they've done some of the tests and they're looking for a big company to take it to the market. At that time, that company is doing the, the novelty search. And then they find that they have reinvented the wheel. And at that time, again, it kind of drops, which means that you have to look at how the know-how can be used and how that can be leveraged and so on. So purely from the IP perspective, though I do work in genetics, I have a master's degree in genetics and also have been a computer programmer for some time, and I understand these things. But focusing purely from the IPR perspective and IP management perspective, these are issues that startups have to take into account. And I think they should not take any failure as a failure, but as a stepping stone, next step. And I think they should be smart enough to see that they go on a milestone payment system rather than, one lump sum thing. I think I'll close it there if there are any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Sunita. So I think it's time for me to pause. But before I do that, I would request each of you to share one-liner recommendation or suggestion for policymakers to see R&D efforts in biologics space more monetizable than what we have witnessed. So a brief recommendation from each one of you, starting from Mahesh.
I think, a very clear recommendation that I'd like to make is in the biopharma space, especially with regards to cell and gene therapy or monoclonal antibodies or mRNA therapeutics, making sure you have something that is actually a differentiator early on is really, really important. And it sort of builds in the point that Sunita was making about look for what's already existing, because this will become platform very soon, and what's going to be your value proposition has to be very clear for the startups to actually survive beyond their first few years.
Valid. So it has to be tangibly differentiated. So Ashwin, over to you.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a lot more non-dilutive capital available, far bigger tickets than are currently available. Focus on taking startups through the funnel rather than just creating a very large the government and government institutions, as well as from corporates in India through grant programs.
Sure, thank you. Neeta?
Yeah, I may be a bit provocative here. I think would definitely like some PSU units, the old PSU units like the IDPLs, if people remember, the Indian Drug and Pharmaceutical Limited, which gave birth to a lot of the pharmaceutical firms like Dr. Reddy's and all to be revived, along with the corporate capital to be increased. I think that would really take it, to have the government have their skin in the game, while there are a lot of academic institutions, there to start the initial discovery part, but maybe even just the drug discovery and the clinical trial to be taken part by the government itself, and then handed to the corporate firms to take it up post that.
Got it. As a part of the Atmanirbhar initiative of the government, right? Okay, Arvind?
My advice is actually to the startups at the very early stages, make sure that you benchmark very clearly on what else is happening in your pathway and related pathways to judge the business viability before delving.
Sure, thank you. Sunita, before I go to Dr. Miraj.
I think my suggestion and humble request to the government of India and the policymakers therein is to see that the laws are harmonized. And it is very important that the government knows what his left hand is doing and what his right hand is doing. There seems to be a big gap. And this gap, I have seen it with my own eyes and argued it and finally taken it to court to get a stay order. This is between the Patents Act, for instance, and the Biodiversity Act. I think the government should know what it is doing. It's very, very important. That's the only way they can help their own citizens or the people who are trying to set up, the Atmanirbhar Bharat setup. Yeah.
Wonderful. So last not the least, Dr. Miraj, since you represent the government, and I think there are things that you acknowledge that government did right, but there are things which government did not do right. So maybe your concluding remarks that what would you like to see in next 2 years, which will be more transformative, to help us position India as a biomanufacturing hub in the global world.
Thank you, Vishal. So, for the biopharma ecosystem, see, the whole idea behind creating or strengthening this biopharma ecosystem is that we all understand that the timelines for development of the biopharmaceutical product is too long, be it a monoclonal antibody or even a generic molecule. For startups who are getting into this field, it is not actually easy to set up a startup in biopharmaceutical, especially because of the huge capex investment and the testing and other cost involved. It is unlike IT field that you can just open a startups in one room with some computers. Biopharma needs huge investment. So what we have done that we have tried to create an enabling ecosystem through incubators. There are more than 50 incubators which provide incubation space to the startups, and there are shared facilities available. So that has significantly bring down the cost of development. What is our effort is that these startups should focus on development of proof of concept, and then we are also trying to engage them with players in the biopharmaceutical industry who can take the manufacturing ahead through technology transfer. We are also establishing the technology transfer offices because it is, see, practically it is not possible for a startup company to get a product all through the product development pipeline till the market approval. It has to be a phase-wise manner. So ultimately, our aim, our intention is that risk covering grant funding should be given to the startups at least from ideation to early stage development, and then from early stage development to late stage development there should be contribution from private investors and from the company itself, so that actually increases the credibility of the company in the R&D. So that is how what I mean, that is how government is investing into this field. But there is a very strong ecosystem available for startups, and the shared facility is available there to reduce the capex investment for these startups. So that is how the thinking goes behind the product development value chain. So I will
Thank you, Dr.
stop here,
Miraj, for
and if
sharing
there
your
are any
vision.
questions, I will be happy to answer.
I wish we can continue with this. It's very interesting. But, we do have some questions also from audience, but I'm informed by the organizers to conclude this because we have a very wonderful session ahead by Dr. Kundu. And I think I would request each one of you to attend that too. A disruptive startup, and I had a good fortune to work with him in my previous avatar at Ranbaxy. So I think what I would like to do is to thank each one of you, for sharing your wonderful insights and all the audience for their patient hearing. And it's time to say bye. And I hand over the stage back to Evan. And thank you, Blue Tech, for the opportunity. So over to you, Evan. Thank you. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was a wonderful way to start off day 2 of this conclave, where lots of thoughts and insights were tabled on the investment trends in the biopharma ecosystem, the next big opportunity. In the interest of time, because we're running about 15 minutes behind schedule, I will not thank each of the panelists. I think Vishal has done that. We thank each of you for taking time off your busy schedule and joining us at this conclave. And thank you, Vishal, for doing a fantastic job of moderating the first panel for day 2. With that, we move on to a case study presentation titled Developing the World's First Triple Antigen Virus-like Particle, VLP, against SARS-CoV-2 virus and oral delivery. And it's an honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Prabhu Kundu, PhD, co-founder and managing director, Premas Biotech Private Limited. Dr. Kundu, over to you. Dr. Kundu, right now, I think you're on mute. So whatever you've said, can you just check if you're on mute or?
No, I'm not on mute, but can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We couldn't hear you previously.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Very good morning, and thank you to Blue Tech Media for having me, Vishal. That was a fantastic earlier panel discussion. There were a couple of friends also on that panel who I look up to very highly, and I wish I could, pose a few questions, but let me get along with my own presentation, and thank you so much, everyone, for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen. I hope, is this visible now? Can somebody just let me know if this is visible, please? Ivan, is this visible? All right, I'm going to now go to the slideshow. Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So today's agenda is going to be discussing developing the world's first triple antigen virus-like particle against SARS-CoV-2 virus, and both from an intramuscular or liquid, and then going to this fantastic work that was done for oral delivery. So I'll give you a little bit of maybe a 1-minute introduction as to our company. We are about 15 years old. We were established in 2005, November. We primarily focused on difficult proteins. We are only a protein company. We do nothing else. So over the last 15 years, all we've done is develop platforms for difficult proteins. Global presence, yes, we are present globally. We have significant work that comes from abroad. We have about 170 people. We are a GMP facility now. That said, we've done about 750 very difficult proteins. Some of these are like NAV 1.7, where nobody's done this before. It's one of the targets for neuroscience, and so on and so forth. We have about 6 molecules in clinics with our partners. All of them are biopharmaceuticals and novel. We've done a significant tech transfer, including to regions which do not have English as one of their primary strengths. Looking at how we have positioned Premise in our response to the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, we are, of course, very big in terms of the antigen production. Some of the antigens like membrane and envelope antigens, an outcome of our vaccine research. We happen to be the only producer in the world, so we are, you will see in a couple of weeks, some very interesting diagnostics being launched. We have the triple antigen VLP development, which is both a liquid and the oral formulation. We formed a joint venture with Auramed, which is called AuraVax. And we are also, of course, getting a lot into assay building. Coming to the program objective, and the primary reason for the talk is the virus-like particle. If you look at the coronavirus, and you would observe that, as I think everybody knows, that there are 3 surface major proteins, spike, membrane, and envelope. They are, of course, in different ratios within the virus, with spike perhaps being the most abundant, then with membrane, and of lesser abundance is envelope. Since we had worked with coronaviruses earlier for animal health, as you know, animal health, there are different coronaviruses. So we knew that spike mutates. So we had very early on put in 2 other proteins that don't mutate too much, which is M and E. And even if they mutate, they don't mutate in the major epitope regions, as we've been following the entire sequence of the various mutations that are there. And spike, of course, there is a population pressure for its mutations. And we hope, and it's our belief, and we have been generating data, that this VLP would suffice and protect you against mutations and mutants. So what did we do? We have a platform called Decrypt. It's a modified yeast platform that we've been developing over the last 10, 12 years. It has been fundamental to our ability to make difficult proteins. We have vectors and so on and so forth, highly specialized. And what we do is we are able to modulate the stoichiometric ratios between how much S, how much M, and how much E do we need through certain metabolic pathways. And that's what we do here. We make sure that the real estate of the endoplasmic reticulum is totally occupied by the spike, membrane, and envelope proteins, which then pushes it to the Golgi, and which then, because of the pressure of induction, pushes it to the ergic space, and which, once it reaches there, then there is an automatic virus-like particle formation that happens. And but it does not, in terms of forms this envelope sort of particle, but it cannot bud out of yeast, because A, it doesn't have an mRNA, and B, yeast has a very thick cell wall and it won't allow it. The fact that it does not have an mRNA means it's not infective and cannot propagate. However, the external features of it, as I will show you very soon, is remarkable and very close to what we see in the natural virus. So what do we see in the natural virus? You see the spike, membrane, and envelope. We see the envelope, and we absolutely can see the corona-like structure of the spike protein. When we first showed this picture to an eminent virologist, international eminent virologist, he says, wow, this looks like the Mona Lisa of VLPs. And I'm absolutely grateful to Dr. Monideepa Banerjee of IIT Delhi for helping us with the cryo-EM pictures. Safe to say that because it's done in yeast, It's highly scalable. We have a 10-day production campaign. Just to give the viewers a small scope, like if you have a 20,000 liter fermenter, which is a pretty decent sized fermenter for an yeast production, you would get about 30 million doses per run, which means if you could run 2 to 3 batches a month, you could get close to maybe 90 million doses, liquid doses, which meant that if we, it's pretty much higher than what most of the things that are out there. So what has been our path to clinical trial? What are the milestones we've covered? Because primarily it is the world's first 3-protein virus-like particle, we had to measure up to significant sort of developmental and regulatory oversight, which meant that we had not only got to show that all the 3 proteins are there, because think of last year when we started doing it in January, February, and March, there were no antibodies against these 3 proteins. So we had to wait for the antibodies to come up. We had to wait to show that we have indeed the 3 proteins in there and nothing else. We are able to take care of any host cell DNA or host cell RNA, and it is what it is. And in the pandemic situation, coupled with the kind of money the other companies sort of threw at it as a smaller company, it took us some time to reach here. But better late than never. The data that's come out is irrefutable, and it's extremely encouraging. We've got the approval for the government of India. The GLP tox studies are ongoing. They should finish very soon across 3 species. If I may declare here, we see very encouraging data, and we will wait for it to finish to formally release the data and then go into phase 1 or request for phase 1 in India. Parallelly, we are also exploring other regions of the world where we could accelerate this development now that we have got the momentum. So what's the clone and CMC data look like? I'll give you a little bit of a glimpse into it. It's basically a modified baker's yeast. It has GRAS status. It's extremely safe. We've been working on it for over 10, 12 years. It's gone on to make a number of animal vaccines and prototypes. We have also made other human, very difficult to express proteins which are acting as immunogens, and therefore this has all the ticks from multiple sort of sites that you may want to look at. It's also been scaled up to 500 to 1,000 liters within premise and externally as well. So the production process is very simple. There is a seed, there is a growth, there is an induction. And because this VLP is pretty large, it's between 40 to 80 megadaltons, the purification process is primarily size-based. The biophysical characterization is pretty standard in terms of DLS. We get a very sharp peak, which means that the distribution of the particle, mean particle size, is very well controlled. Though the virus itself is a pleomorphic virus, which means there could be multiple sizes and shapes, we see that we are pretty tightly controlled. We get a fairly high level of purity in the HPLC, and we manage to meet up, even during the development, up to WHO standards of contaminants and host cell proteins and endotoxins. Of course, I'm not going deep into it, but we've shown significant amount of mass spec data that we not only have the S protein being processed into S1 and S2, because yeast has certain proteases that we've engineered that allows it to do so, but we get the 3 proteins in our virus-like particle. And a lot of these studies were done with the collaboration of significant government institutes like RCB, THSTI. So we are very, very grateful to them for helping us out. To just give you a little bit of data into the animal studies that we did in the exploratory talks and efficacy, this is mice data. We went all the way from 5 micrograms to 150 micrograms. The intended dose in humans is around 25 micrograms. So we've gone way beyond the human dose in mice, and you can see there was absolutely no rise in temperature, which means this was very well tolerated. When we looked at the weight as well, pretty much nothing to raise any concerns. when we looked at the humoral response to the specific anti-VLP IgG versus the convalescent patient was about 51,000 on an average, where n is equal to 8. And here we get with alhydrogel something close to 60,000. With squalene, we get similar. The VLP alone gives you about 36 to 40,000, and it also shows a dose-dependent response for a first dose and a second dose, so which is very encouraging. We also see individual antigen-specific IgG-mediated humoral response. We see that there is both for spike membrane and E, irrespective of what stoichiometry they are there, they do show a useful protective response. The neutralization potential of the mice sera was very, very interesting. We all know that mice has lesser IgG than a human, but we took the same amount volumetrically of the mice and the human, and we find that lower the dose, higher is the neutralization potential, which is, of course, this is our July data, but there was a recent science paper which also quoted the same. And this is when I meant July 2020. There was another very exquisite experiment done by some of our scientists, which wanted to see if the VLP would be recognized by the T cells present in convalescent patient sera. And the logic of this experiment is that the patients have seen the virus. They are well primed. So if they were to encounter the virus, again, they would, of course, launch an immune response. And what would that immune response be? The T cells would proliferate and they would secrete IF-1 gamma. To all the immunologists and cell biologists, I believe I'm speaking the right thing. So if you see here against a 2.5 microgram and a 5 microgram of incubation of VLP with convalescent patient blood, you see a T cell response, a significant T cell response. And what was also very encouraging is the IF-1 gamma response for the VLP, which meant that not only was the VLP present, but the VLP elicited an immune response by the T cells, which is shown by the IF-1 gamma response. This is irrefutable proof that your VLP is working, not only at a cellular level, but would also work if injected and be sort of evocative of an immune response. So just coming very quickly to the first level summary before I go into the oral program, the VLP is expressed with near virus-like surface-like, characteristics. It has an envelope, it has the corona, it has the spikes which exposed, it has typically the features that you would express physically. The host is safe, it's yeast. The COGS are extremely low. We've always said that typically a dose should be sub $2.50 to $3, or if not, even less. There's huge potential for a low cost and abundant supply of vaccine doses. The mice show absolute safety, immunogenicity, and generation of NAbs. There's a very high antibody titer. Now, as we also see both in rat and rabbits, there's a T cell proliferation as well with convalescent patient sera. And we are now trying to see accelerate ourselves into phase 1 study in humans, and we will see how to go about it. And we are also looking for commercial partners because we know that there will be thousands of liters required, and therefore it's the right time to now tie up with our partners. Coming to Oravax, and many people know that we've been working with Oramed on the oral insulin story for about 8 years now. We are their manufacturers of one of the 2 key main components of that oral dosage, and the CSO of Oramed, Dr. Miriam Kidron, and our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Nupur, one day were speaking to each other, and there was a thought that what would happen if you were to lyophilize the virus-like particle. If they had spoken to me as a protein person, I guess I would have never done it, because sometimes a little bit of knowledge is actually dangerous to yourself. So because I would have thought of ice condensation stage and God knows 3 proteins and God knows what else, but we have absolutely fearless experimentalists amongst us. So the VLP was necessarily lyophilized. And lo and behold, when they rehydrated it and submitted it to electron microscopy, and other physicochemical and immunological tests, including injecting it in mice, there was a fantastic immune response. And it showed that it just came back as itself. Apart from, of course, filing the patents and protecting it, we went ahead and found a joint venture with Oramed. Because Oramed bought their proprietary protein oral delivery system, which consists of protease inhibitors and which would allow it to be safely deposited in the lower intestine, where not many proteins and drugs have been yet delivered because of the degradation pathway that we are well aware of, coupled with our novel decrypt system, which gives you the virus-like particle. And this forms a tremendous opportunity and opens up numerous. I mean, as we close our eyes, sometimes we just think what other could be done, and sometimes the possibilities are endless. And we know, of course, since we gave birth to these technologies, we would obviously be biased for it. But even if you take an extremely non-biased person, this opportunity is fantastic. And on multiple grounds, we know that there are multiple variants coming. So being in East within 8 weeks, and that's what we have communicated to the government, we should be able to change the spike and come out with newer VLPs. If those can be frozen, you have opportunities galore. Then you not only give one type, but you can give multiple types. Normal vaccines what we have seen has been a significantly higher priced for whatever reasons. They have higher logistic costs, and there's a need for injections. Think of a situation where you would have perhaps an universal COVID vaccine, if that would be named as such. You would sit at home and perhaps take a pill. There's no need of all the plastic, all the syringes, the medical system being overloaded. It would be perhaps a sort of a utopian thought. And with that thought, Oravax was formed, and we are now moving ahead at rapid speed, where GLP talks in pigs have been done. And again, I quote a Cell paper where it said mucosal immunity is going to be important. Most of the injectable vaccines do not yet demonstrate mucosal immunity. However, with pigs here, where we have done some data and studies, we see significant mucosal immunity. In the nose, where we did a PRNT, we see over 1:80 PRNT in the mucosal immunity of the nasal washings, and we see 1:1280 in the colon washing. So this is significant protection. We of course need to do more studies. As we speak, we are now generating drug substance, which will then go to make the capsules, and hopefully in July or mid-July, one of the countries that we've applied to should allow us for phase 1, and that's how Oravax is going to go ahead. Oravax is registered in the United States as a Delaware, New York-based company. We will be going ahead and raising significant funds if we see good response to the animal and some amount in the phase 1. With that, I thank you, everyone. I hope I'm within time. And thank you so much for your attention and this opportunity to come and present the first global virus-like particle with 3 antigens to the audience here. Thank you so much for that opportunity, and I can take any questions that there may be.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kundu. That was a fantastic case study presentation. It was not just an effective presentation, but you were well within time. Right now, we do not have any questions for you, but in case we do get them, we will send them to you offline. We wish you and Premas Biotech Private Limited the very best going forward. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to a very interesting panel, the second panel discussion of the day, titled Emerging Areas in Biopharma. And I'd first like to welcome the members of the panel. Pirthipal Singh, Associate Vice President and Head, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Shailendra Rathi, Sales Director, South and West, Eli Lilly and Company. And Amrut Medekar, Senior Vice President, Adela. This panel will be moderated by Ranjit, QBD International, Quality by Design, CGMP Consulting, United Nations Advisor, Geneva. Ranjit, over to you.
Are we starting? Ashish?
Yes, Ranjit, please go ahead. You're live.
You have introduction, right, initially?
That's done. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello? Hello? Are you able to listen? Are you able to listen?
Yes, Ranjit, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So it's a great pleasure, dear audience, my friends, and the panel members. Thank you very much, organizers, for inviting all of us today in this excellent session on the discussion on the trends in biopharma. I really appreciate, and thanks to Ashish for the special efforts to organize whole conference for 2 days on this very interesting subject of today, rather hot subject of today, keeping in mind vaccines as well. And I can see that there are a number of sessions on different types of vaccines and panels and other activities. So I really appreciate whole effort from the organizers. And my friends, I'm very fortunate today to have a very knowledgeable, experienced experts from the industry as panel members. I'm sure our total experience of this panel is more than 200 years of experience. So I'm really honored to moderate this panel discussion on emerging trends in biopharma. You all are aware this biopharma sector is divided into 5 major segments: biopharma, bioagriculture, bioindustrial, the combined segments of bioservices, of bio IT, CROs, and research services, out of which the growth perspective, the biopharmaceutical is 62% of this segment, which is a great one. And this subject, biopharma, it includes various categories like biotech, biosimilars, vaccines, antigens, proteins, etc., etc. It is very interesting to note India is amongst top 12 destinations globally for biotechnology, with approximately 3% share in global biotechnology industry, and the growth as a key contributor of India's 5 trillion economy target by in another, say, 3 to 4 years. This biotechnology industry has been valued at 70 billion in 2020, with likely to grow to 120 billion by 2025, as per the reports published by the McKinsey. And India is one of the first countries to have this dedicated biotechnology department. So the government of India is doing their best from that perspective. When we talk of biotech trends and innovation in 2021 and near future, there are already various organizations who are into for biotech products, artificial intelligence, big data analysis, precision medicines, gene sequencing, biomanufacturing, bioprinting, tissue engineering, etc., etc. So this very bright future, and as I mentioned to you earlier, there are several biotech categories. Biosimilar is one of the areas in last almost decade So what is biosimilar? It's a product made from biological sources like yeast, bacteria, or animal or plant cells are called biologic. Innovator companies invest in research and development, and any product similar to biologic is called biosimilar. Like in pharmaceuticals, there is a generic version of the patented product. Similar to here is a product similar to biologic is called biosimilar. So keeping that thing in mind, the biosimilars, obviously there are various perspectives to the biosimilars activities and challenges as well. So from the perspective of the current challenges in the process development, we have expert in Dr. Singh for so many years with Dr. Reddy's laboratories as a vice president. So I would request Dr. Singh to take over from the about the current challenges on the biosimilar perspective.
Thanks, Dr. Ranjit. I think thanks for setting up this context. It makes like our lives a bit easier. So I think, as you have rightly mentioned, if we talk about the biosimilars, how on the comparative basis, if we talk about the generics of the small molecules, so these biosimilars are basically a biological product that has been approved by demonstrating that they are highly similar to an already FDA approved biological product, which is also known as or referred as a reference product. But what is more important is this biosimilar. There is a one term which is given by the FDA that it has no clinically meaningful differences in terms of the safety and efficacy with respect to that of the reference product. Okay, so being a biological product, I think almost each and every step, okay, of this development of this manufacturing of biosimilar is highly challenging. So if I have to list down the typical stages of any process development of a biosimilar, it will include cloning, the upstream development, the downstream development, and the last one will be the formulation development. So if we go back to the first one, which is the cloning, okay, so which is the first and the most critical step in the biosimilar development. So it will start from selecting the right cell line. So typically, many of the times, I mean, we use for the mammalian host cells, Chinese hamster ovary cells, they are widely prescribed. But when it comes down to the second and the third step within the cloning, these are the most challenging ones. So the second step would be the expression. So there is an amino acid sequence of the final product which should actually match with the innovator product. So this will depend upon the number of processes or factors like initiators, terminators, transcription, and translation. So anything, if it is not as per your designed concept, then actually it will not result into the expression of the right sequence. So then it will not behave similarly as respect to the already approved or the innovator product or the biological product which has been approved by the innovator. The next one, I think amongst all, this is the most challenging on the practical aspect, which is called as a post-translational modifications. So once like this amino acid, the sequence or the protein has been expressed, it undergoes a post-translational modifications, and there are number of steps like glycation, glycosylation, truncation, fragmentation. All of them can actually result into a product which is slightly or completely different from the innovator product. Uh, this was the first step. Now going to the second step, which is upstream development. Okay, so there are different conditions. So especially, I mean, if you look at the conditions under which the cells are cultured, which can change the structure of the molecule and the clinical behavior of these biosimilars. So these can potentially introduce impurities, contaminating viruses, impurities related to process like oxidations and other traces of cells, proteins, and DNA, etc., etc. Okay, so we need to provide the right environment, which will include the media components, the dissolved oxygen, the pH, temperature, maybe agitation, aeration, and deforming. So all of them. So all these components will determine the growth of the cell, and this production environment can impact the product quality with respect to the factors which we just listed: truncation, fragmentation, size variants, the charge variants, or the disulfide linkage, which is very, very prominent in maps. Okay. The third step will be the downstream process development, which includes again, like there could be a couple of chromatographic steps, there could be a couple of filtration steps, viral removal steps, all of them. And the challenge which will involve is for the removal of the impurities, which are coming from your size variants, which are coming from your host cell proteins, your host cell DNA, the bioburdens, the endotoxins, all of them has to be removed, and we have to ensure that the final product which goes to the patient is free from all of these impurities. And the last one is about the drug product process development. So like once the drug product is the drug substance is finalized, it has to be converted into drug product and packed in the final dosage form. So you have to ensure that this drug product in the primary or the secondary container is ensuring the stability with respect to the oxidation, the photodegradation, aggregations. They could be extractable and leachables, which are coming from your primary containers, the thermal degradation of these peptides, shear related. So all these has to be, the main purpose is to ensure that the product is safe and efficacious throughout its shelf life. I think these were the major process related challenges which I can think about it. Ranjiji, you are on mute.
Thank you. So, Dr. Singh, I think you have narrated very well the challenges, especially from the impurity perspective. And these, of course, are the key thing in the product development, process development perspective. But when we talk of the challenges further to improvise the process, the regulatory agencies have been talking for last almost now 8-9 years on the robust processes, so that there are no issues. And generally, the biotech product, biopharmaceutical, are highly variable from input to output in the current scenario, keeping in mind the robustness of the processes. So they have been always talking to the industry and about the right process development, understanding the process, understanding the product very well, to ensure there is a minimum rejections, minimum complaints, minimum issues from the customers, and keeping in mind patient safety. So the regulatory agencies and industry are jointly working to aim zero defect products in the interest of patients. And for that, very good guideline has been issued by the regulatory agencies to meet these challenges on the robustness of the processes, whether it is analytical method, whether it is impurity profile, whether it is a process development, and whether it is from the perspective of process validation to take care of the continuous process verification of commercial batches. So this quality by design, the regulatory guidelines, which takes care of the critical attributes, quality attributes, critical process parameters, and its monitoring to ensure that they will never fail, and then give this feedback to R&D to improve the product further. So it is a life cycle handling of the product, continuous improvement, and through CPVs. So it's really a good challenge to meet with these kind of guidelines and support the regulatory expectations, keeping in mind risk strategy, risk of failures of various parameters. And nowadays, as a as I mentioned initially, few trends in biotech products and as an innovations, artificial intelligence is being used almost in 26% cases. Big data is being used in 19% of the cases, and precision medicine and predicting the products required, human gene studies, DNA studies, the scientists have gone much ahead in these areas. So from that perspective, there are a lot of challenges are there for the growth as well. And the biotech growth is a catalyst for Indian biopharma business and the Indian economy as well. And so far, India has, if you really see, there are more than 4,000 biotech startups in India, and it is expected to grow by up to 10,000 startups by 2025. And there are about 9 biotechnology parks in India and 4 technology science clusters across India. So it's a great opportunity for the growth of biotech industry in India. So Dr. Amrut, I would like to request you to come in here, keeping in mind the future growth drivers for our biotech industry, keeping in mind whole this background, government support, the business perspective, and the current trends, various technology perspective. If anything you can, based on your experience, our audience will enjoy to listen from Zydus Cadilea Vice President.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bashkar. And as you rightly said in the beginning context itself, that these biologicals have come of age now, and we are possibly at the cusp of hitting the threshold. Typically, if you look at our biologics, our biologicals treatment is limited to more serious, life-threatening or chronic diseases such as cancers or immune-mediated inflammatory conditions, diabetes, asthma, or even allergy or dyslipidemia kind of conditions. Now, even if you look at last 1 decade of growth across the globe in all the nationalities, be it developed or developing nationalities, these markets, these disease markets have always been showing a very high growth, possibly higher than many of the other diseases or therapies. The incidences have been increasing across the world in developed as well as developing economies, primarily because you have an aging population happening in developed economies, and there is a problem of lifestyle changes which have been occurring in the developing economies. And this will certainly giving a huge amount of increase in these disorders, and therefore it is driving the market growth for biologics in both developed as well as developing economies. Now, this is also
You're stuck up.
Looks like Mr. Amrut lost his connection.
Yeah, he's stuck up.
Collaborative opportunities, especially in the contract research space as well as clinical trial space.
Yes.
If you know if you look at the numbers itself, we are typically a country which has the highest number of approved biologics, close to 100, to invest in large and growing biosimilar markets to increase their market shares globally. Now, if you look at the government initiatives, we will possibly focus on that later on. But primarily, if you look at the National Biopharma Mission, which is a joint initiative of World Bank and Department of Biotechnology, we are working on increasing funding.
I think we should move forward. There is some internet issue.
That's what I guess. I think so. Yes, we should continue.
Okay. So when Dr. Amrut was talking about the various other challenges from the marketing growth perspective, so we will ask him to connect again on that subject when he comes back. But when we talk of the robust processes, Dr. Singh and Dr. Shailendra, robust processes, when we talk of continuous manufacturing, the process analytical technology are the areas which is to be focused in future from automation perspective. Now, this not only will increase the productivity, but also could be some kind of challenge to the industry from the knowledge perspective as well as from the implementation perspective, because though this continuous manufacturing is going to give you rather human-less intervention, more automation, minimum practical problems, more accuracy of the data coming out, more data points which can be available with the help of artificial intelligence and continuous manufacturing process, where process analytical technology is going to be of great help to us. So when we talk from that perspective, there are so many additional innovation challenges industry has, bio industry has, where we talk, whether we talk of the innovation which is harder and more costly from the cost perspective, whether it is going to be more risky, whether it is going to delay our development process, whether the patients may get rather start with the newer products. So there are so many other challenges. So, but regulatory agencies have been more vocal on this. And Dr. Singh, when we talk of these regulatory agencies activities, there are so many regulatory guidelines from whether US FDA or European authorities or TGA or PICS guidelines, and even Indian FDA has various expectations from the compliance perspective. So would you like to share your thoughts on that from regulatory perspective?
You're on mute.
Yes, doctor, go ahead.
Thanks. So thank you so much, Ranjiji. I think this is a very vital point that you have picked up regarding the regulatory pathway. So these innovative biological product, they are filed under section 351A. And these biosimilars, they go via 351K of this PHS Act. Now, so what does this 351 route of filing means? It tells you that the application must include the information demonstrating that the proposed biological product, which is the biosimilar what we're talking about. So this is biosimilar with respect to the reference product, which is already got approved. So this biosimilar should utilize the same mechanism of action as it was proposed by the reference product. Your labeling condition should be same. Your route of administration, dosage form, the strength of the reference product has of the proposed biosimilar or the proposed product has to be exactly that of the reference product. And another is a general GMP related guideline that it has to be manufactured, processed and packed in a facility which is having the GMP status, which ensures that the final product is maintaining its safety, the purity as well as the potency. But I think one of the most important development which has just happened is the draft guidelines which has been published by the US FDA in this month itself, which is actually for the ANDA approval route. So looking at like probably the cost of development of these biosimilar, because there's a lot of pressure on this, especially like on the healthcare sector with respect to the pricing of these maps and other things. So they have come up with this ANDA route for a certain set of peptides, certain set of proteins, peptides, not the proteins, so which are chemically synthesized. So it tells you that if and the prime reason why this FDA believes to come up with this ANDA approval route is that given the current state of technology for these peptide synthesis and characterization, so now we have the advanced instruments and the characterization technique where we can characterize all these peptides which are less than 40 amino acid sequence. So now it is possible that an ANDA applicant to demonstrate that the synthetic peptide drug product is having the sameness. It is similar with respect to the previously approved peptide, which is from the recombinant DNA technique. So this means that now it is not mandatory that a biosimilar has to be manufactured and processed. It is applicable only for these peptides, that they have to be manufactured using the host cell. It can also be chemically synthesized. And they have listed 6 molecules, or 6 peptides, which can go through this process. And that is glucagon, liraglutide, neseritide, teriparapeptide, and teduglutide. So, like any ANDA, it will go through the 505J route, which is similar to the small molecule generic filing. Again, depending upon the complications and depending upon the clinical trials, if are applicable, if it is classified as a differentiated product, it can also undergo through NDA 505 BT route also. And like any generic development or a generic requirement, the applicant has to ensure that it has got the same active ingredient, the same conditions of use, the same dosage form, the same route of administration, the same strength, and the labeling conditions are exactly same as that of the approved drug product. So I think this change, which has recently come and approved by the US FDA, I think this will surely give some sort of a flexibility to a lot of companies to synthesize these peptides by the chemical route, which is much more I mean, there are different set of challenges, of course, when you are synthesizing using the chemical route, because there are impurities which are protein or peptide related. They will be coming along with that. There are chemical, because of this chemical synthesis, there will be additional impurities which will be coming into your final product. But overall, the process development, and once the process has been designed, and if you have this QBD approach, this can actually lead into a very robust process with very batch to batch, and surety reproducibility can be very, very high. So I think this is a very good move which the US FDA has taken.
So, doctor, you mentioned it rightly, and from that perspective, if you see, the India has about, I think, 15 or 16 biosimilar products approved already. And all these, if you see the thousands of startups in India which are working for biotech products of different categories, this is going to lead a tremendous boon to the Indian economy. So from those growth perspective, Dr. Amrut Medekar is back. We would like to hear from you, Doctor, the remaining few points which you had from earlier discussion in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Bashikar. I don't know where I actually got disconnected.
Don't worry.
So I think I was referring to that in India, currently we have close to around 100 biotech or biopharmaceutical companies which are engaged into manufacturing and marketing of biosimilars, and close to around 3,000 odd biotech startups as per the numbers that we have. And we are expected to see, as you rightly mentioned earlier, close to around 10,000 biotech players in the years to come, maybe between 2025 and 2030. So that itself is going to give a lot of boost, because you are seeing on the one side you have the market itself is growing for these disorders. Number two, there is more of diagnostics which has started happening, including the digital diagnostics. Number three, in terms of penetration, we are now reaching to up to class C towns. And number four, these pharmaceutical companies are increasing in terms of cost efficiency to service the patient. So patient centricity is also bringing a lot of changes. Also, if you look at the global opportunity point of view, there is a patent cliff opportunities which are opening up, and they are estimated to be close to around $60 billion. So if you look at just the top 10 blockbuster biologics which are going to go off patent, you'll have around 60 billion of opportunity opening up. And therefore, we expect that by 2025, we'll be able to make a significant headway into international markets, especially US and Europe that we talk about. And as per the data available, with nearly these 10 biologics, we should be able to get huge export opportunities in the international market. And also, if you look at, there is something which is known as digitalization, which has changed the way the world is operating today in the last 1 year of pandemic. So you have seen telemedicine happening, you have seen online retail happening, you have seen digital diagnostics happening. You have seen patient data, biomarkers, and vitals being captured. And you are now sitting on something which is called as big data, which is possibly going to help you reach out with some analytics in the given future on making the protocols and also the guidelines for therapies for certain diseases in a much more pointed way. So I think despite the largest number of approved biologics in India, very few companies which have been able to break into US and European markets will able to work on these data analytics and gather some more insights in patient treatment. At the same time, we are also getting regulatory changes which are happening in Indian regulatory guidelines, which will continue to be in line with the regulated markets like US FDA or MHRA. And that will possibly help us explore the upcoming export opportunities or international opportunities, as we call it, for the Indian biopharma sector. So I think I would be very, very optimistic of the scenario which is emerging for the Indian pharma and biopharma. And we continue to see the increase in market share by Indian pharma companies in the years to come.
Okay. I mean, what you mentioned, the experience in Zydus Cadila is perfect. But from the perspective of the growth drivers for our biotech industry, Dr. Shailendra, we would like to hear from you, your experience, your expertise from supply chain perspective, the marketing perspective. What are your experiences? And our audience, the learner audience, would enjoy listening to your experience from that perspective.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad that you call me a doctor, though I'm not one. Thank you, Dr. Bashikar, for giving me this opportunity. I would start off by saying that it has been a great discussion so far, specifically talking from the process challenges and the biosimilars to all the way to regulatory. How are the things changing? And now even Amrut spoke about the opportunities which are there, the growth drivers overall. What I would say is now that we have good molecules or good amount of solutions which are available with us, how do we really market them, right? So that we take it to the end customers or the consumers, the patients. And that is where the whole game lies. So some of the thoughts which I'd like to add here, or some of the themes. The first one I would like to talk about is access. Right. And if you would see, we call that India is the pharmacy of the global world, is what we say. Unfortunately, but when we look at the Indian market or the dichotomy with the Indian population, many of these innovation or the global solutions which are there, there are various articles which say that up to 50 to 80% of them, they are still not available for the Indian population. And that is where there is a recent trend in last 5 to 7 years, what we have seen the go-to market of the co-marketing, which is so the multinationals have their own global brands using which they promote the molecules, but at the same time they tie up with the Indian pharmacos, so that the products are available not only in the major cities, but you go much beyond. You penetrate into the market and you make sure that majority of the Indian population has access to these medicines. So that is one trend which has been coming up really well. I would say in the past, these co-marketing deals, they used to take almost 5 to 7 years. The global brands used to get launched first, and almost 5 to 7 years post which the second brands were used to get launched. But what has changed now recently, you would see that both these brands get launched at the same time. This helps in a way to make the global innovation available in the market at the earliest. So that is one good trend which is happening. Even I would say in the partnership deals, what we have seen recently with few of the emergency use authorization for few of the global molecules. I'd not like to name the pharma companies here, but yes, what they have done is they have done the voluntary licenses with the Indian giants to make sure that these products are available in these grim times to all the patients, so that even the Indian pharmacos, they can manufacture it quickly and make it available for the Indian population. So that is another trend which is coming up from access perspective. So that's the first theme which we talk about on how do we make products available to as many patients or as many people who need these innovative therapies. That's the first one. Second, I would say what has happened and on the digital adoption, right? And this has been really good in last 10 to 12 to 18 months. Since the time of advent of COVID, everyone has adopted to digital technology. See, this Congress was scheduled to happen face to face, but the organizers did not call it off and we went all virtual. And that is what you will see, the adoption even from the doctors on these virtual consultations and all has improved. Even to listen to science virtually has improved a lot. So we see lots of webinars happening. We see lots of these source of authorities like channels like Medscape and all, which are coming up really well. Wherein you see the science is being spoken around and all. So now it is up to the pharmacos. How do we adopt these newer channels, the newer ways of we reaching out to customers, to our doctors, and to make them aware about our products? So that is another theme which is evolving well, is what I would say on the digital innovation piece. Also digital therapeutics for that matter. So you would see that there are numerous companies which are coming up just not with medication, but in addition to that, as an add-on therapy, digital therapeutics, which can help patients to take care of their disease state. And we have seen that happening really well in few of the therapeutic areas, specifically in diabetes and oncology, that has been coming up. So that's another theme which is on digital adaptation. What we are seeing is being done really well. And then finally, if I had to and finally, if I have to talk about, this is around how do we move from the product-centric promotion, which used to be the theme of the past, just a pharmaco talking about their own products and moving away from that to a disease state promotion. So we talk about the overall disease state and how do you pitch in your own product there as a part of solution is what is coming up. So these are some of those new ways of how pharmacos are approaching the marketing piece of it, which I thought of sharing with our audience. So yep, these were a few points from my side. Dr. Bashikar, you're on mute.
Thank you. So I appreciate your inputs, Shailendraji. Coming to Dr. Amrut, the government of India has been supporting these industries in various ways. One of that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the incentives being given by the production-linked income activity or incentives. They are talking as PLI or PLCs, and perspective. We have 1 minute now. So if you can explain quickly in 1 minute how Zydus Cadila has supported this government initiative and how you have benefited.
Thank you, Dr. Bashkar. And as Shailendra just now elucidated that there is a significant positive impact of this digital technology happening in both pharma and biopharma sectors across therapies, across functions, be it laboratory information management system, manufacturing execution, or R&D and manufacturing. Also on the sales side, if you look at it, it has got almost automated reporting for the sales force as well as reaching out to our HCPs, even customers and patients through the digital channels. So if you look at last 1 year of disruption, there is almost a 7 to 10 times increase in the online consultations, which has been seen up to the non-metros. So we are talking about Class B and Class C towns. And that's certainly going to help us in terms of added along with the digital diagnostic space and e-pharmacies to further complement our teleconsults as well as the patient reach or access. On these lines, the government of India, which launched this National Digital Health Initiative or mission, as we call it, NDHM, that is aimed to support the integrated digital health space, which will further drive our national portability of data in the provision of health services. And with NDHM in place, healthcare professionals across specialities will be able to have a better access to patients' medical history for prescribing more appropriate as well as effective health interventions. And researchers will be able to have possibly much greater benefit from the availability of this aggregated information for them as to what is working, what is not working, and study and evaluate the efficacy of such programs or interventions for the patients. On the other side, as we say that the pharma industry was possibly the only industry which was working 24/7, one of the essential services which was working 24/7 during this pandemic, we had seen in phase 1, there was some impact on the supply chain, right? And possibly it got aggravated later on because of the shortage of some of the APIs, especially coming in from China. But in this phase, now we are almost back to the pre-COVID supply chain situation. So there is no paucity as far as the APIs are considered for the manufacturing of our products in pharmaceuticals. But the cost has increased because the supply and demand situation is completely changed. So therefore, the government of India launched this Atmanirbhar initiative, which was primarily production-linked rewards or incentives, as we call it, especially focused on some of the APIs and incentivize the industry to get greater independence or Atmanirbharta, as we call it, on the Indian ecosystem. So I think, Dr. Bashikar, we had limited time. So the point that I would like to summarize is that with 3-4 initiatives that government has launched in a very, very short span of time in last 1 year, this industry is going to see a good amount of change and growth in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Shailendra, quickly, just in a minute, if you can mention the updates on the digitalization perspective.
So I'd say more than that, we can take if there are any questions, because Amrut covered a fair bit of it on the digital adaptation, and also in case if there are any questions from the audience, we can take that up. I'm okay with that. Looks like Dr. Bashikar.
I think, yeah, Dr. Bashikar is disconnected.
So we can ask the organizers if there are
So,
any questions.
Ashish, if you can.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, Amrut, I just came in. But there's one question that we can take, which is, yeah, he's back. So I'll hand over the floor back to him.
Yeah.
So we were discussing about the various activities. Now we have only 2 minutes, and I would like to just quickly brush upon single-use technology. One of the technologies from the innovation perspective, which is saving a lot of cost of manufacturing from development perspective, as well as from manufacturing perspective, as well as increasing the productivity of the industry, and which is benefiting a lot. Now there are several companies who are already into this area for single-use technologies, and one of them, which I know very well, which I interacted with them a year ago, is Hetero, and in Vizag they had started this activity in a big way, and they have uh, tremendous gain in changeovers for when they have single-use technology in their manufacturing. So I'm sure these kind of innovations through this kind of platform is known to other industries, to other biopharma industries, which can benefit for their own activities in future. That's a real fruit gain from these kind of programs and the panel discussion in this area. I think we have now almost done as far as time is concerned. We cannot proceed further. There are one or two questions I am seeing here. One I am seeing here is, how would the emerging areas in India are different from those in developed countries? Are you seeing that on your chat? Who would like to take this?
I can see two questions there. So
Dr.
one
Singh?
was that apart from bio, am I audible, Chief?
Dr. Singh, would you like to take this? How would the emerging areas in India be different than those in developed countries?
So I think there could be a couple of areas. In fact, even if you look at and actually we can divide into pre-COVID era and the post-COVID era. So I think there's going to be a lot of changes which anyone can actually see. For example, I can give you a basic can be a sanitizer industry. I think it was not at all like popular at all, and I think going forward, at least for the next 5 years to 1 decade at least, I think that's going to be a so common that once you move out of your house, you may forget to carry a kerchief, but you will never forget to carry hand sanitizers along with you. So this could be one of the change. Second, I think from the digitalization perspective, which was not something very common in India or has not taken. I think even now, this is one thing which will be actually carry forward even to the rural area. Digitalization, I'm not only talking about the digitalization with respect to the electronic payment and other things, but I think everything, whatever we talk about. So, like the contact free deliveries or the way of doing the business, everything has actually got changed. And I can just couple it with the first question also, that what could be apart from the biopharma, where actually could be. So I think these type of an industry, for example, the right now I think that one of the biggest example is the Amazon. So if I have to ask what does Amazon manufacture, the answer is practically nothing apart from Alexa, Kindle, and other thing. But what do they sell? I think everything right from A to Z. That's what their Avon logo talks about. So I think these are the kind of industry which are going to be flourish. But having said this, I think because healthcare sector has nothing to do with the recession or anything, that's something which will always be on. And one change globally which we are going to see is from the thought process. I mean, the wellness, the well-being in the healthcare industry will come up. So I think post this COVID era, the people are going to be much more conscious, and they will invest much more into the preventive therapies rather than like just falling and then taking the medication. So I think those preventive therapies, this preventive medicine, that's going to be again one of the biggest area. This is my thought process.
Great, great. Dr. Shailendra, would you like to quickly add in one or two sentences on the similar thing?
So on the first one, what I wanted to say within Biopharma, if I have to say, within that, on the channels, hospitals and institutions is where we can foresee there is going to be the biggest growth which would come, because in general, if you see within the contribution of Indian pharma market, the channel which is growing the fastest is the corporate hospitals and even the government health schemes which are coming, like the CGHS and the ESIs and all, where we are seeing a great adoption of innovative molecules being used. So these are the channels where I'm seeing that which would grow the fastest.
Dr. Amrut, any last word, any last comments from you, please?
Thank you so much. Again, I repeat, I'm not a doctor, but coming to the point which both Priti and Shailendra elicited. So I see a lot of change happening in the distribution of medications as to how do we reach the patient, the end user. When I say we are going to see a complete change happening in just-in-time stocks, reaching to the patients, possibly in less than 24 hours. Today it takes around 24 hours. I was talking to some of the guys who are working on a model of reaching the medications in less than 4 hours time. And possibly that kind of experiment is also going to happen sometime in future when we open vaccination for the private. And when possibly you'll get some of the vaccines being delivered at home. And not just delivered, but actually delivered along with that, the injection is also given to you at home. So a lot of disruptive ideas which are taking place in the distribution of how the healthcare is delivered, not just in terms of medicines delivered to the patient, but also in terms of diagnostics, in terms of the data, and in terms of the wallet that the patient will carry along with him in a digital form, in an application form of all his history. The patient history will be recorded there, along with all the biomarkers, all the kind of diagnostic, which has been done along with the prescriptions. So I see a lot of exciting time ahead in terms of how the pharmaceutical space or biopharma space is going to evolve in the next couple of years. It's not very long.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of your last few comments and your inputs from that perspective. I personally see a very, very bright future for our startups and the biopharmacies and the biotechnology organizations. I'm at the moment doing the support to the 3 organizations from biopharmaceutical manufacturing and process development perspective. And I'm seeing the way in which those youngsters are giving their thoughts, are giving their inputs for the development of the process, and through their various AI ideas, that's going to be a great innovation in our country and is going to support us in a big way for faster development of the products, faster launching of the product, and accurate data collection, accurate data study and interpretation for future product lineup in the pipeline of their own industry and for the country as well. So I really appreciate and would like to thank our organizers today for inviting us, all of us. And also as a moderator, I would specially thank Ashish for getting such a great experts with me to ease my job as a moderator. So thank you very much, everybody. And if anything else, Ashish, we would communicate back to you when you communicate to us through emails for any audience questions further. Last word, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful panel discussion. I wish we could take more questions, some great thoughts table. Overall, the outlook is very, very positive. And thank you so much, Dr. Prithipal Singh, Shailendra Rathi, Amrut Yedekar, and a very kind and benevolent moderator in Ranjit Parshikar. So well done. Thank you very much. And we wish you and the respective organizations that you represent the very best going forward. With that, we move on to the next session titled Engineering Antibody-Based Precision Medicines. And it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Jagat Reddy Junutula, co-founder, NUCO, board chairman, Science Gurus. Dr. Junutula, over to you.
All right. Thank you all for listening to my talk. It's my pleasure. And thanks for the organizers for inviting me for this special meeting. And let me share my presentation. Hope you are able to see my screen. All right. What I'm going to share next 30 minutes or so, something special happened in my life 10 years ago, actually. When I visited India 2011, that's my Amma with my 2 kids. So it was a beautiful life. And about a year later, what happened was I got a call from India saying she was bleeding. And we sent her to hospital, one of the best in the country. It's Apollo, and they diagnosed, and they encountered she had 2 different cancers, a breast cancer and another one is a skin adenoma cancer. And they immediately did surgery and got rid of the tumors for the skin adenoma cancer, and they removed the breast, and she went, luckily it was ER-positive breast cancer, so they could remove it and did the treatment for, it was easy for ER breast cancer. So I knew what's going to happen because I've been working on the cancer drug discovery for past 20 years. So within a few months, I was fortunate to take a sabbatical from my company, then came to India with my family, spent 2 months with my mother. She was good, healthy. Then we returned back, and 2014, early January or so, that again returned. That cancer, which was not there when we visited, but within 6 months it returned big time now. And she refused to go to hospital because she said it's no use, and she passed away, actually. So what I was trying to say is, about a year or so she lived, but that was a good thing. I made a decision to come and spend time with her, and that was really good thing. But we spent about 6 lakhs, and I think I can afford that being in US. But imagine people in India spending 6 lakhs for living a few more months. I got a call 1 year ago from a friend of mine. The patient was stage 3 lung cancer, and patient is only like 40s, and they are getting ready for the daughter's wedding. So they asked me, what can the patient do? If you go for treatment, probably he has to spend 5 to 6 lakhs. Maybe he will live for a few more months, but his family will be broken. Is that a good thing for the family or not? My advice was for him is, let the family go get married, the daughter, let the daughter settle down, let him spend peacefully at his house with his family. Let's move on. That is the story. I was struggling past 20 years. Why can't we have better drugs? Why only patients, even after spending US, this targeted therapy is $100,000 they spent, and they only live few more months, maybe a year, maybe 2. Yeah, that's great. But why can't they be cured completely? Yes, there are some patients get cured completely. But why do we have to break our financial system for this? Can we make cheaper and affordable drugs? And how do we do that? So let me tell a background story, what I was doing for 20 years to trying to figure out this targeted therapies. These are so-called engineering precision medicines. And how do we do? do about that? So there are many kinds of engineered precision medicines. So what I'm going to speak about one class, antibody drug conjugates. And what I'm going to tell about how we develop these and what is the rationale you apply, how do you go about selecting the drugs that you attach, and how do you broaden the window, and how are the combination therapies coming along, and what does the future hold for. So let me step back and tell you what is antibody drug conjugate. Antibody drug conjugate is a 3-component molecule. It's a complex molecule, a biologic, a small molecule, attached together to make an antibody drug conjugate. In other words, if you're thinking about antibody drug conjugates, you have to have a thorough knowledge on antibody, a large molecule, a thorough knowledge on the small molecule, a thorough knowledge in the linker that you're attaching to make it successful. And traditionally, if you're using a chemo is all over the body. Every cancer patient gets chemo. Why would they have so many side effects? Because chemo actually works on normal tissues, also kills the cancer tissues. Because of that, you have a small window. But what does the antibody drug conjugate do? You are attaching this chemo to an antibody to specifically deliver the payload to a targeted tissue, like a missile, targeted missile. So because of that, you broaden the window, minimize the efficacy dose. Therefore, you have a very good window. That's why antibody drug conjugates work. As you see in the right side of the cartoon, an antibody drug conjugate binds on the tumor cell surface, gets inside the cell, and get internalized, and goes to lysosomes, where antibody gets degraded, the payload is released, and the payload actually binds to mechanism of action and then kills the cell. That simple as that. There's a lot of history. It started back in 1910 with Paul Ehrlich, who was the first person to coin this targeted therapy, so-called magic bullet. And field went on so far. We are so good. And we had first approved drug, Mylotarg, which happened back in 2000. That was withdrawn. Again, it came back in 2017. I was fortunate to be part of Kadcyla, which was approved at Genentech 2013. I was a Kadcyla R&D team. I was also fortunate to be part of PolyV, which got approved in 2021. And I was the inventor of the PolyV. And I was part of this history, actually. For 20 years, I'm really proud about my history. In fact, what is the success? Why people are excited about this class of molecules? There are past 15 years, especially, so much going on in the field. And I'm sure you all know about antibodies. The first humanized antibody, Herceptin, everyone knows, famous breast cancer drug, works beautifully for millions of patients got benefited from that. It's a first humanized antibody was used, developed by Genentech. And it's a fantastic molecule. And why humanization is very important, people very early on, they use mouse monoclonal antibodies, and they are immunogenic because you can't take mouse antibodies and put in the patients. So they have to humanize it, use human framework. That was a disruptive technology, happened back in the 90s. Then later on, Mylotarg, the first ADC, showed clinical proof of efficacy in AML patients. That sort of gave a hope, hey, we can attach the payload to antibody and deliver specifically targeted tissue and make it work. The next big thing happened in 2000s, that is 2011 and 2013, Seattle Genetics at Cetris, Genentech at Kadcyla got approved for hem-onc and solid tumors. That's the biggest news actually in the field. Hey, actually this concept does work. But what is the challenge? Improving the window. As you can see, I've plotted these publications since 1960. Personally, I prepared this graph. You can see how field is growing since 2000. Skyrocketed. This is where I started my work in this field. In fact, personally, I read this 5,000 papers past 5 years to see what is really going on in the field. Are we really doing good discovery science in this field? Do we really need to make any disruptive ideas? And what is that we need to make a difference? So past 20 years or so, 183 ADCs went into clinic. 102 are still active. 10 of them were approved. And again, I am part of this. Of the 2 out of 10, I am part of that history, thankfully. I was fortunate to witness that success. And 81 of them were discontinued. 929 clinical trials happened till to date. That means your only success rate is 10%. 10 out of 90 only success. And if you ask me these 100 which are active, most likely another 10 of 100 only will be successful. Why is it 90% are failing? Are we not doing good science as a scientist? I mean, as a scientist, I really feel disappointed that 90% of the time we are not successful. Means something must be we are doing wrong. So how does this ADCs work? Typically, ADCs bind the tumor cell and kill the tumor cell very nicely. And also in that process, tumor cells have abundance of target expression, but same target could be present in the normal cell, then that results in target-dependent toxicity. And also, when the linker fails in the blood plasma, and that failed linker could result in the payload premature release, that could actually leaks into normal tissue, can kill the normal cell as well. So in other words, a fine balance between target-dependent tumor killing, a target-dependent toxicity, a target-independent toxicity. In other words, you want to enrich the target-dependent killing, minimize this target-dependent independent toxicities. That's the only way it will work. How do we do that? As I pointed out earlier, ADC is a very complex molecule. When I say complex, it's really complex because you have three components. You have to think about tumor antigen that you want to work with. You have to think about antibody that you're working with. You have to think about linker that you're working with. You have to think about cytotoxic drug or chemo payload that you want to attach it. All are equal partners here. Even one of them you mess up, you're going to mess up the molecule. Let's go quickly. How do we go about select the target that you want to work with? Very simple. You look for expression profile in the tumor, expression profile in the normal. Look for a target that are abundantly expressed in the tumor, but minimally expressed or none in the normal tissue. That's your preference. Once you identify that, you look where the target expressed on the cell surface, where the target internalizes, where the target copy number is more than 10,000 copies per cell or not. If they're not more than 10,000 copies, you do not want to work with, because ADCs will not work under 10,000 copies. Because you have to sufficient payload you have to deliver inside the cell for make this ADC work. After you do that groundwork, then you go ahead and make antibodies, and then you need to have antibody that crosses with human antigen and also crosses NHP, non-human primate, a monkey antigen, because you have to do tox studies in NHP before going to the human. And then you have to do ADC characterization in vitro, in vivo. Then you humanize the antibodies or make human antibodies directly. And then go and look at the safety and then eventually go to the IND studies and then the clinic. So how do we go about look for the expression profile in the normal versus cancer? There's so many bioinformatics databases available. One of the best is TCGA, the total cancer genome atlas. Millions of data points out there. And I'm just showing you one of the example here. This is GFRI, the breast cancer target. When we look at it, we look at red versus green versus blue. Red is the expression in the cancer. Green is the expression in the normal. Blue is the expression in the disease state. As you can see, each point expression in one human individual data point, RNA expression. As you can see, this target selectively and highly expressed in the breast cancer, but minimally or no expression in other tissues. That is the first data point you would want. Then we went and looked at all that and characterized, and indeed true. We made antibodies, fantastic, they're good, FACS positive. Then we wanted to screen which antibody is right. So we took an antibody attached to the linker payload, the chemo payload that you want. Then you test it on two cell lines. One is cell line expressing the target, cell line non-expressing the target. When you test on that, you can see beautifully, there are certain group of antibodies work very nicely, certain group doesn't work. Long story short, there are many reasons why they don't work, but we can focus on the ones which work and move on with it. I have the reasons why they don't work. I just don't have time to explain today. I'll be happy to answer offline. So taking those lead antibodies that we selected, we had to do in vivo tumor xenograft studies to make sure if you model that human cancer, in this case breast cancer in the mouse, would this ADC work? Yes. Of these 5 of them we selected, 2 of them worked, 3 of them did not work. And probably there is affinity correlation, or there could be PK correlation, pharmacokinetic correlation. But luckily for our purpose, it's not lucky, actually scientifically, the 2 antibodies, beautiful affinity, worked very nicely. Their half-life is very good. The other 2 antibodies did not work well. The affinity is poorer. Half-life we did not characterize. Having said that, we moved on these 2 antibodies actually to further. So that's another way of looking at it. There is a different way of looking at the target selection is how do we select which target is right when you have too many targets? Here an example, a B cell target. We're talking about 9 targets on the B cell expressed. Which one you want to pick it? Beautiful paper published in 2009 by my Genentech colleagues. What they have done, they made antibodies for all these targets, then screened by FACS. They looked at which target internalizes. Why do you internalize? You care? Because the target has to get in. When antibody binds the target, they both have to get in so the payload can get in inside the cell. That's why internalization is very critical. And you can see CD19, CD79, CD22, beautifully internalized, the dotted structure. All others still on the cell surface. So they moved on with these 2 targets and they work beautifully. And they characterize in vivo. Depending on which linker you want to use, the typical linkers are cleavable, non-cleavable. You want to use a cleavable linker when target internalized or not internalized. If target not internalized, you certainly want only cleavable linker, not non-cleavable linker. A lot of rules around that, okay? And next we move on to payload selection. We talked about antibody, we talked about the linker, we talked about the payload. So payload, there's so many different classes. Cytotoxic payload, chemo payload. Again, there are payloads for femtomolar potency, there are payloads micromolar potency. What is right for you? There is no written rule, one thing is right for one indication or vice versa. You got to figure it out which payload is good for which indication. You need to scientifically prove that because not necessarily one payload is going to work for all. And fantastic data has been done past 20 years, so much diversity, heavy stuff on 2 class of payload, or statins, the tubulin binders, and maytansines, another class of tubulin binders. But they pretty much cover 50% of the ADCs that went into clinic, other remaining 50%. And this is one of the fantastic story happened. Daiichi Sankyo, very proud of their decision, choosing a different class of payload than anyone else. And this, they collaborated with now AstraZeneca. This program is going to phase 3 now, and it's probably one of the best ADC that I ever witnessed. And it's going to come out and blast. I mean, breast cancer patients are going to benefit huge from this ADC, actually, in my opinion. So what Genentech already approved HER2 positive breast cancer ADC. Why this is so different? Genentech ADC has the maytansine class. That was the ADC designed 20 years ago. And Daiichi ADC designed now. And obviously, you have more latest technology, they used it. And the payload really works it because it's chemo payload. And look at the response rates in the patients. Beautiful, actually. So this is my favorite ADC till today. There are also decisions, not necessarily efficacy-driven decision. You will have to use a safety-driven decision. This is a work I've closely witnessed at Genentech. What they have done, they use 2 kinds of payload. One is MMAE, other one is NMS 818. It's DNA damaging payload. This target, LGR5, expressed in the normal colon stem cell, in addition to expressing the cancer. So when you're expressing the colon stem cells, the payload gets delivered into the stem cell. The stem cells get delivered, killed, and then the villi will collapse. That happens only if the ADCs use the DNA damaging payload. But if you use MMAE, which is a reversible payload, they're not that drastic. So in other words, the DNA damaging payload is a irreversible binding mechanism of action. MMA is a reversible binding mechanism of action. So in this case, when you have a normal expression liability in such as a critical cell population, such as stem cells, you want to stay away from the DNA damaging payload. So that is why it's important what payload you want to check. This is the paper we published a few years ago. It's the efficacy-driven decision. Here we have to use a payload which DNA damaging payload we have to use, not the reversible payload such as MMAE. In this case, cancer stem cell have expression of this target, but also the bulk tumors too. So both have the target. If you use the DNA damaging payload, both cancer stem cells as well as the bulk tumors get killed. But if you use the MMAE, only bulk tumor gets killed, but not the cancer stem cells. So therefore, for effective therapy, we have to use a payload that damages both. So in this case, DNA damaging payload, we have to use it. So let's move on to shift the gear a little bit more towards different direction. We talked about target, we talked about antibody selection, we talked about the payload selection, and now we are going to talk about how to improve the window. What do you do to improve the window? And There are multiple things you can do it. I am actually very fortunate to take on the challenging problem back in 2001, when people were struggling to make uniform homogeneous ADCs. I took on a challenge. I would want to make site-specific ADC by engineering cysteines in the antibody. Remember, there are 32 cysteines in antibodies. I went ahead and engineered a single cysteine into it, very successful. And later on, so many people went on doing this. So many companies came, and there were 30 site-specific ADCs are in the clinic. So Genentech was the first to make this discovery, and these were published in Nature Biotech, 2 back-to-back Nature Biotech papers, 2008 and 2012. You are most welcome to go ahead and read all of them. Why it is so special? Because making homogeneous ADC is very critical, because your molecules are going to be homogeneous and special and safer, and they also, where you attach is also equally important, because site of attachment had a huge role on it. That's the second Nature Biotech paper. I'm not going to go about too many details here, but homogeneous ADC is the critical factor. It improved the therapeutic index, it improved the safety, but efficacy was untouched in this case. So this another paper came up by MedImmune AstraZeneca 5 years ago. Beautiful paper. I personally like this paper a lot compared to any other papers past 5 years. What they have done is they actually made a tetravalent antibody. In other words, typical antibody is a bivalent. Now you increase the valency by 2-fold. And they used it, attached a payload, and tested in the cells. Beautiful internalization, lot of delivery, and then you got very good killing. So it worked beautifully, but unfortunately, it did not succeed in the clinic for various reasons. I cannot explain that today, but I know the reasons what it is. There's another paper, again, for a different company, and what they have done is they actually made a bispecific antibody attaching one arm attaching R2, binding R2, other arm attaching CD63. When you combine these two antigens with a bispecific antibody, you have got a good internalization, a good efficacy. Again, another interesting idea to think about it moving forward. But I personally like this story a lot. When you inject ADCs into the system, they go all over the body. They're not going to the just tumor tissue directly. When they go all over the body, some of them leak into the body systems, tissue systems, through penocytosis, macropenocytosis. I'm sure you all heard about macropenocytosis. Every macromolecule get inside the cell through macropenocytosis after you dose certain range. ADCs are struggling with this problem because you have dealing with this toxicity. How do we deal with it? This Agenesis company, they don't exist now, and they've done a beautiful experiment actually. They actually decreased and made it positive surface to acidic surface on antibody. When they did it, the antibodies do not macropenocytosis. They decrease macropenocytosis. Something to think about it. This is out-of-box thinking, in my opinion. Then another story, this is from Seattle Genetics. No, not from Seattle, sorry. This is a different group. So they used a different linker, a glue valcid linker. Everyone uses valcid linker. Valcid linker problem is in the mouse plasma, it gets cleaved by esterases. It's not a problem in the human or monkey. Because of that, you have a poor efficacy in the mouse. So you're not really calculating good efficacy. So what these people have done, they added a glutamine next to it. They got rid of the esterase cleavage, non-specific esterase cleavage. Again, another interesting idea. I like this paper from Seattle Genetics. What they've done, they decrease the hydrophobicity of the antibody drug conjugate by changing the linker. What they have done, they made a branch linker instead of a straightforward linker. By doing branch linker, PEG linker, it is actually protecting the linker and payload, and by doing that, it decreases the hydrophobicity. When you decrease the hydrophobicity, you are actually making the ADCs not to absorb by liver, and therefore you have longer half-life, longer efficacy, and better safety. Beautiful story again. Another Nature Biotech paper. So another concept, this is Marsana. I like it personally. What they have done, they used a hydrophilic polymer, attached the payload multiple times, 20 times they attached it. 20 attachment is a nightmare in the field, but this first time they saw it, you can attach it without compromising half-life. It works beautifully. They're trying to study them in the clinic. Let's see what the story they will have, whether it's going to work or not. These are all good, but some of them didn't make it to clinic. I like personally these stories. I wish some of this come into clinic. I have no idea what the decision behind not bringing them into clinic. If I am the boss, I'm the decision maker, I will bring some of these actually. because they're going to make a difference. Meanwhile, so many different kind of precision medicine is coming. You have one class, the function blocking antibodies such as Herceptin, Rituxan, Avastin, anti-PD-L1, which can bind the tumor cells and make it work. Some of them fantastic stories. We have approved drugs such as Adcetris, Kadcyla, 10 of them now. Good stories. And now field is moved on thinking of cortisol. Everyone talks about cortisol. Nothing special about it. Okay. That they're designed, engineered precision medicines. Nothing special about cortisol that antibodies cannot do it. We can design antibody which can do better than cortisol, actually. Yes, you can do that. And there are also antibodies you can engineer to attract the T cell to the tumor cell and kill the tumor cell. Yes, you can do that. Also now we can think about bispecific ADCs combining the targets. Yes, you can do that. Many things you can engineer. These are all beautiful ideas. And I want to spend last few minutes quickly on combination therapy. Everyone is going about gaga on combination therapy. Clinician declaring success. Fantastic. When you combine the drugs, yes, it will work because they make different mechanism of action. And example, here, a beautiful story, what they have done is they treated the patient a PD-L1 before they're treated with the ADC. And this is actually in the animals they have done, animal models. When they treated the PD-L1 in these mice, what happened? The expression of PD-1 and went up. When the expression of PD-1 went, now you do combination of TDM1, ADC, and CTLA4 and PD-1, fantastic activity. But just think about it. Who is going to pay for this? Each target therapy costs $100,000 per year. So do you think patient should pay $100,000 for TDM1, patient should pay for $100,000 PD-1 or CTLA4? This is just impossible. Yes, it's going to work. You're going to break the financial healthcare system completely. I do not want to have combination therapies. I want to have one molecule can kill the entire tumor. Why should I pay for 3 drugs in combo? Tell me. As a patient, I do not want to do that. As a scientist, I don't want my patients to do that. So this is what scientists should think. Should think a molecule which can answer all these questions. Think about a molecule combining the 3-4 drugs. Think about a molecule doesn't fail in the clinic. Why should 10 out of 10, 90 only work? Why not 90 out of 100 should work? Why not? Are we not designing properly these molecules? So this is a challenge for my fellow scientists. Can we do this better job? I'm sure we can. We are in 21st century. There is fantastic technologies around. And if ever I want to start a company, that's what I want to do. I want to have a molecule which combines all these 3-4. I want to have a molecule to be successful. 50 out of 100, I want my molecules to be successful. Otherwise, I will not start the company. I do not want to do that. Poor research. Thank you for listening my story. To all my passionate ADC colleagues in the pharma biotech and all these wonderful creators sacrifice their life, and so many patients enrolled into the ADC clinical trials. 90% of them have failed. Let's make their hopes alive. Thank you. Any questions? Hello? Hello? Hi.
Sorry about that, Dr. Jagat Reddy. They just had to get me in. Yeah. So I could see the passion in your presentation. You got a little emotional too, and that's fair because that tells you how much you care. And I think you ended it well by appealing to all your passionate colleagues, and that molecule will be found. We wish you. Right now, there are no questions for you. I'm sure this presentation of yours would have generated quite a few questions. And if there are any, Ashish will send them to you offline. Thank you so much. We wish you the very best in your work, and we wish Science Gurus the very best going forward too. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the first poll question of the day. To access the poll question, kindly click on the polling button to the right of your screen. If the question and the options do not appear, kindly click on the refresh button. The question is, what would be the most critical element of a successful biopharma company of the future? The 5 options are research, processes, technology, manpower, and intellectual property. Kindly choose one of them. Do participate in large numbers. These polls are meant for you. We have 30 seconds, post which the poll results will be displayed. Happy polling. And there you have the poll results. They're self-explanatory, so I will not read them out. Thank you for participating in this poll. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next panel, which is titled Vaccine Manufacturing to Last Mile Delivery. And I'd first like to welcome the members of this panel: Pradeep Patel, Chief Operating Officer and Director, Chiron Behring Vaccines, a group company of Bharat Biotech International Limited; Kapil Sood, Senior Director, Life Sciences Solutions, South Asia, Thermo Fisher Scientific; Professor V.S. Chauhan, EC Chairman, NAAC, Government of India; and Udit Mangal, Vice President, Business Development plus Advanced Technologies. This session will be moderated by Tarun Walia, Founder and CEO, Artesio. Tarun, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ivan, for such a nice introduction. I welcome my fellow colleagues. It's a pleasure to be part of this wonderful session. Thank you so much, Professor Chauhan and Kapil, for joining in. We can have a quick round of introductions. I will start. My name is Tarun Walia. I'm a biotechnologist by training. And over the last 2 decades, I've worked in the area of biotech consulting in India and the US. Right now, I lead a company called Artesio, which is a pharma analytics company. And with this, I hand it over to Kapil for a brief introduction.
Thanks, Tarun. Fellow colleagues here. So my name is Kapil Sood. I support the life sciences solutions businesses for Thermo Fisher Scientific. I've been actually part of a very different industry, which is a technology industry, for over 2.5 decades, and then actually found that the life sciences industry is far, far more exciting and far more meaningful. And that's when I switched over to this industry. And as Thermo Fisher, we are obviously very deeply involved with the biopharma ecosystem, and hence a big interest in vaccines currently as well. So that's about me, and over to Tarun.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Chauhan?
I'm Viren Chauhan. I'm a career scientist. I joined the International Center for Genetic Engineering Biotechnology from the inception. I was director for almost 20 years. I'm currently working at ICGV. Our major interests, there are many interests. The major has been development of a bloodstream malaria vaccine, in which I'm very happy to see Sri is here. We collaborated with Bharat Biotech and we're the first group in the country that ever did a phase 1 trial of something completely made in India. So I still work at ICD. I have a research group interested in vaccinology.
Thank you so much, Professor Chauhan. Udit, you want to go next? I think there is some challenge with Udit's signal. So we'll let him come back in. In the meantime, Professor Chauhan and Kapil, I'll ask the first question from you guys. With this COVID vaccine, everything happened so quickly. What is the reason that we were able to come up with vaccines so fast this time?
So you want me to answer that?
Yes, please go ahead.
So very quickly, this story can get very long, but I'll make it as short as possible. When the SARS, the current virus came, we did have very similar viruses before. The SARS-1 came in 2003, and MERS, Middle East respiratory virus in Middle East. So these two genomes were known. When the genome sequence of this virus was made public on 11th of January, we knew these viruses are very similar. We had tons of information on SARS-1 and they look very similar. So, for example, we knew the business end of this virus right at the time when the genome sequence was done. So, designing of vaccine per se against the business end, which is the spike protein, was quite, to be honest, quite trivial. And using any technology which is time-tested, like using the whole virus, meant only if you can isolate virus and multiply in cell culture and kill the virus successfully, which we do for so many vaccines. So I would just say in the end that the designing of vaccines of this was extremely scientifically was I wouldn't say trivial, but very easy. But what took everybody's breath away, including all scientists, that within 60 days of genome sequencing, the first vaccine for safety in humans was in human arms. That was a Moderna vaccine, followed very quickly by Pfizer. So we were ready. But I just also want to say, and don't want to take too much time, that the two technologies that never have been tested in humans for any vaccine, which is mRNA vaccine and vector-driven, we knew about these. They were in research mode everywhere. We were using them in research mode. But bringing them to humans in such a short time was just amazing. And then, of course, nationalism of vaccine took over. Russians were doing research, Chinese were doing research. And rest of the story, everybody knows. Why it was so easy? Huge amount of money was invested by public money by various governments. All companies got together. If you look at Moderna or Pfizer vaccine, you can see there are collaborations. I've never seen such collaboration. Pfizer and BioNet in Germany, Covishield with Oxford University, and so on and so forth. So heady mix of huge scientific collaboration, very large sums of money invested, and science moved amazingly fast. Number of papers published on structures of the virus, entry, S protein, processing of the protein. It's just breathtaking. We found it so difficult to keep up with the literature. So it's a mixture of everything. And of course, the virus has scared the hell out of everyone. So regulatory approvals also were correctly, rightly hastened once the safety of these vaccines were decided. But I don't think these records are breakable records, that you can get a vaccine in humans in 63 days from the time you discover the genome of a virus. I think this will stay for very, very long time.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Professor Chauhan. Kapil, Professor Chauhan touched upon a point on the regulatory side of it and how, it really worked alongside the vaccine companies. So we have vaccines in the market soon. What do you think from the regulatory perspective?
Yeah, so I'll just pick on from where Professor Chauhan left. So just for a context, so currently as Thermo Fisher, we are engaged with, I think, almost all the vaccine manufacturers in India and globally. Working on, I think the last count was over 240 different projects. And the fact that we have a very wide range of products, which range across the vaccine R&D and the manufacturing workflows. So we have been part of a lot of these conversations over these months, I would say. And the approach that we've seen, as Professor Chauhan alluded to, that there has been some very significant shift, from where people were all working in isolation to working together as consortiums, as bigger groups to find a solution. And definitely the regulatory authorities have played their role as well. And earlier we would typically see any change or any simple approval typically would need to go through a lot of diligence, and it would take a lot of time. We have things around, let's say, some mRNA drugs or vaccines, etc., which have been done for cancer, say for instance, which have been in test for the last couple of years, if not more, probably at least 4 years plus. But in this situation, I think the regulators reacted very quickly, and they have approved these vaccines at a very, very fast pace, and I think that's made a lot of difference. And of course, necessity is the mother of invention, and who can afford a day of delay on this today? So I think that's, in short, the situation today.
Thanks for that, Kapil. So, taking that thread, Professor Chauhan, what's the best mechanism to introduce a vaccine now at this stage? You're on mute, Professor Chauhan.
Written about it that very, very earlier on, last April 2020, there were as many as 250 vaccines on which we were working on. It's actually more than 250. And about 60 of them went through human trials. And there's several, I would say about 30 of them have already gone through phase 1, phase 2 trial. And I think for the viewer, it's very important for me to say that although we needed to push these vaccines, of course we needed the vaccine, no company, no collaborator would have compromised with the safety of the vaccine. That's absolutely necessary because vaccines are given to healthy individuals. And there are stories in stories. For example, in Russia, the vaccines were given to humans before the phase 3 data was even collected, let alone published. Similarly in China. So the vaccine world itself has huge amount of, not discrepancy, but different stories to tell. So in the West, if we just say where we are situated, that a drug controller must look at the data that you should produce from phase 1, phase 2, with the exception of, minor exception of the Covaxin, that all approvals in the West or in countries that we are focusing on, that phase 3 data had to be submitted, and you follow the phase 3 data. The question that you're asking, what happens to, I would say about 24 very good vaccines which are waiting in the wings. And I think front runners are Novavax vaccine, which protein-based vaccine. There's no protein-based vaccine which has yet come into its and can be game changer. There are DNA vaccine of Zydus, for example. Zydus vaccine is almost done their phase 3 trial. They should be out from what I hear anytime. If you and I are a small company and developing a vaccine for the past 9 months or 10 months, have done our phase 2 trial, where do we do our phase 3 trials now? If the most population in the places where you can conduct your phase trial already, the adults are already going to be vaccinated, for us to find volunteers which haven't seen the virus A or haven't been vaccinated is going to be a real serious problem. This will be an ethical problem, serious ethical problem, that you have a successful vaccine, but you give a placebo. So going forward, the world together, all the WHO and the regulator must, and I'm sure they are, I mean, it's not thought coming to me randomly, it's come to everybody, that the future very good looking vaccine coming from smaller companies, like Genova in Pune is going to come out with a mRNA vaccine. What would we insist that they should produce phase 3 data? I suspect what might happen, and I'm sure these discussions are going on, that in this case you could produce a comparative data. In other words, don't give a placebo to a group. Instead, you give another vaccine and then give the vaccine that you want to bring. I see some of these challenges are coming up. Finally, last comment, that said, I know at least half a dozen of vaccines are just waiting, new vaccines that we haven't seen, are just waiting to be produced, rolled out, and be approved by the regulator. So we should have at least 15, and I dare say 15 to 20 vaccines by end of August, September.
That's such a wonderful news to hear, Professor Chauhan. Thank you so much for sharing it with our audience. Kapil, I understand that Thermo Fisher, you're working in various areas across the value chain, right from RT-PCR to vaccine bioproduction. Can you share a few areas where you guys are helping these vaccine companies come up with these vaccines faster and also helping them scale up?
Yeah, sure. So, that's been something which has been very, very close to us. So in fact, if I go back a year, or actually March of 2020, when we had the pandemic strike us, we were actually one of the first two who had come out with RT-PCR test to basically detect the virus, and this got US FDA, EUA approval, and then immediately after that, I think within less than a week's time, we had this approved for use in India as well. And we continue to supply those in the global markets, including very, very extensively in India as well. In fact, subsequently, we built our own product for the Indian requirements, because simple things like a -80 freezer is not available in remote areas in the labs in the country. So we built a new product for the Indian market, which could withstand the Indian requirements and the Indian conditions. And that's been out in the market for a few months now, and it's doing really well. From our perspective, as I mentioned initially, we worked on 240 plus projects with our customers across the globe, and we've worked with them on every aspect of the workflow, right? So from providing our products for, let's say, for the cell culture media to all the CGMP chemicals which are required for these vaccines, to all the hardware or the single-use technology which is being used for manufacturing some of these vaccines. So we've been providing these products to them. And what has really helped is that when our scientists come together with the customers' scientists, as in for the vaccine companies, and Thermo Fisher scientists work together to find a match, or to find, okay, which media gets a better yield, the results are much faster, because we are pooling knowledge with these customers. And I think this is again some area which we did not see happening too much in the past. If I go back 2 years, people would typically guard themselves on their IP, and would share very, very little under NDAs and all of that stuff. Now I think that sharing has increased a lot, and people are able to find quick answers because they're all working together. So we've worked with, like, to give you an example, we have worked with all the vaccine manufacturers in the country, and given a lot of our products for them to test out, and our scientists to work with them to support how they can work together with those products, and they can get better yields, get faster deliveries, etc. So a lot has been done, and I think we'll continue to do that.
Thanks so much, Kapil. That's really helpful. I just want to check once again if Udit, you're online. Would you say a few words about yourself and the company you work for?
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
So first of all, apologies to everyone here. I had some connection problem at the last minute. I am Udit Mangal. I represent Plus Advanced Technologies, which is a research and manufacturing company into material sciences that involve sustainable temperature control solution innovations. I've had a large experience in the biotechnology industry, have also worked at some stage with Thermo Fisher Scientific. So for me to understand the requirements of pharma from that viewpoint was quite easy. I think I heard both Kapil as well as Professor Chauhan that how vaccine production has been ramped up over the last 1 year. But if developing vaccine in less than 12 months is a stupendous scientific achievement, delivering them across the country is going to be a logistical test of the century. And more so in a country like India, where 80% of population still resides in hinterland and villages and so on. I would also like to put forth that it is well documented that more than 30% of vaccines go waste every year, and most of those wastages happen at the last mile while they are being carried through a supply chain. Needless to say, one of the major contributors to this is poor temperature maintenance. In fact, I'm not sure how many of us followed, but yesterday, Prime Minister also stressed upon the need for reducing wastage of vaccine in his address to several states. And if I also reflect upon current landscape, in last 1 year, there have been so many candidates out. Professor Chauhan talked about how many more are still in pipeline. And all of them have used different platforms which were never seen as commercialized vaccines, as for commercialized vaccines in the past. For example, mRNA-based vaccines that Pfizer and Moderna are harping upon. mRNA used to be so difficult to handle at the lab level. Now, those vaccines are supposed to be transferred or rather shipped to a remote location in India, which Kapil rightly mentioned, does not have an adequate infrastructure of, say, having a -80 freezer or equivalent. So these are the challenges that our company has sort of addressed, and more so because traditional ways of keeping the cold chain were not sufficient. Traditionally, there were just two ways. One was using ice packs, the other was using dry ice for -18. And both are very vague. Ice pack, as we know, melts and freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, while most vaccines are freeze sensitive. Similarly, dry ice would be good to maintain, say, temperatures as low as -70, but not something like -50, which is needed for Moderna vaccine, or -20, which is needed for, say, Sputnik 5 vaccine. So that is where we've done a lot of work with companies in India and also abroad, and have done phase change material-based solutions that hold potential to maintain specific temperatures for as long as 5 to 6 days, even without electricity.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that, Udit. That's really helpful. So we have a lot of questions come up from audience. Before I take my next question, I'll take one that came from the audience. So why manufacturing COVID vaccines at scale is hard? Professor Chauhan, you want to take that?
Well, it is not hard. First of all, I'll just say it is not hard. It depends how prepared you are. How prepared. For example, Serum Institute was supposed to make 1 billion doses of, and they wouldn't have said we will make it if they didn't know they can make it. In fact, making vaccine at large scale makes only sense. Now, question here is, what scale is large scale? So here the problem is the whole world needs vaccine tomorrow, because the pandemic, we are working in a pandemic. We are not making a hepatitis B vaccine, or which India, by the way, immunizes the rest of the world by producing in Hyderabad and in Bangalore. Here the situation is so different, so we lose the sense of what is large scale, what is not large scale. World over, the production of world over, all companies put together, I'm just guessing from the literature, we produce about 1.5, 1.7, but slightly less than 2 billion doses. Most of these doses are lodged into rich countries' lockers in their freezers. Many countries have purchased, I mean, they've not stolen these vaccines. They placed orders way back in August, before these phase 3 trials of these vaccines were done, including COVID Shield in America, which they haven't still given approval to be vaccinated in India. So answering the question that you asked, vaccine can only be produced at large scale. The scale right now we need, if you want to immunize everybody, let's say by the end of December, whole world, and no point getting one country vaccinated, not other. You need about 13, 14, maybe 50 billion doses. So that's a very large scale. But Novavax vaccine, if and when gets produced in India, Serum Institute has committed to make 1 billion doses of this. I can tell you from my little understanding, if the lot of things that we are not discussing on this channel. The vaccine, okay, very briefly. Vaccine is not just a piece of RNA or DNA or small material from the virus. Vaccine would require 30, 40, maybe 50 other chemicals. These chemicals have to be of absolutely GMP grade, world-class capacity. The vial in which you're going to put your vaccine has to be the tips that you're going to use. So safety becomes so important, and the supply chain of any of those chemicals is slightly disturbed or compromised, you can't make vaccine. So I've been saying this, and a lot of people, why don't we just ramp up our production in Hyderabad, or why don't we give it to X or Y to make it? Sure, we can do so, but all the supply chains have to be in place. And to cut a long story short, you heard that American sources had been supplied not to make anything available to anybody as long as they needed. This was done in the previous administration in America. But just finally, whatever goes in vaccine is not just small bit of a virus, but huge amount of preservative things that will make adjuvant. Very crucially, sometimes you don't realize the adjuvant or the delivery agent within the vaccine with containing the virus material is as important, and many times even more important. So these are proprietary. So Johnson & Johnson comes with same technology that is used by viral vector, other, saying we have a single shot vaccine, but they use the same technology. So clearly their delivery processes or what they mix with Johnson & Johnson has an advantage, but this information may not be with the viewers. Right on the heels of when Johnson & Johnson gets approval in America for a single shot vaccine, we have now claims of Sputnik Light, a vaccine called Sputnik Light, which is called single shot vaccine. The same for CanSino, it's a China vaccine based on the same platform. Same platform is Covishield. So you could argue that if you have a right identical delivery agent and similar adenovirus, all of them should be a single shot vaccine. The trouble right now is that we know so little about this virus and about these vaccines. As we go forward, you already hear in the media that if you've done Covishield first immunization, you can wait for 12 weeks. Why can you do so? You can do so because the single shot is obviously protecting you to 12 weeks. So this almost becomes like a single shot vaccine. And the common public, I don't think really should blame the scientists or get confused because you say, oh, yesterday you were saying this, today you are saying that. Of course, that is going to happen for a new virus about which we don't understand. These vaccines are new. These are not vaccines we've been doing for 20 years. So please don't panic. Only thing we should follow, if we change from A to B, first A should be data driven. And if the scientific data shift and scientific data will change, should change, safety measure may change, we have to change, and we should be prepared for changes. After all, we are looking at a pandemic which is on our head. We are still dealing with it. So my request to the audience and to the public will be, you bear with it. Yesterday you were saying take ivermectin, today you are saying not ivermectin, you say plasma, no plasma. Bound to happen. I think this is how we will learn. But learning should be entirely based on good quality scientific data, not small anecdotal, very small trials done somewhere. That will do more harm than it will do any good. Right? Long answer to a very short question, but I thought I'll cover the related question.
Those are wonderful words of wisdom, Professor Chauhan. Thanks for sharing that. I'll take up another audience question and let Kapil answer that. It's a good question. How often do you think we would require a vaccine for COVID, considering the many mutants that may come up in the near future? I think it's a question that a lot of people have. How often can a mutant come up? Is it an annual shot we will need? Is it something every 6 months we'll need? What do you think, Kapil?
Yeah, so just a quick thought here, and just to point out a fact that we do have the sequencing technology as well to find the mutants. So we are kind of associated with that part of science as well. And we have also announced, RT-PCR based assays to basically detect the mutants. So today, if there is a double mutant, we are saying, so instead of, so one does not need to do the sequencing, full sequencing alone just to find out the known mutants. Known mutants, we have assays which can be done on RT-PCR as well. And those are, now available in India as well. Now, coming back to how often the vaccine should be taken, frankly, I don't think there is a final answer that I have heard on that yet. It's still an ongoing debate. Some feel that the virus, the vaccination will stick and you don't need it, after you've taken the initial doses. But I think the jury is while still out. I think the larger consensus which is building in the industry is that we probably need an annual shot. Or at least I would say that the industry seems to be gearing up for that it will probably require an annual shot. Now, this from a science standpoint, I think that there's no conclusion, but from a industry standpoint, that's the building mindset. And I think Professor Chauhan wants to add something there. Sure, sir.
So the bad news and the good news. Bad news is all of us know that almost simultaneously in South Africa, Brazil, and in UK, amazingly about the same time. So it's nothing to do with the location where the mutants were discovered. And some very early trials because South Africa does trials very, very successfully. They had access to Novavax. They were testing that, Johnson & Johnson and Covishield. And a very short, I think very early study said that Covishield vaccine antibodies are compromised and will not cover South African mutant. That scared everybody. This is published data. And honestly scared. But soon we found out, within 3-4 weeks, no. And I think that is maintained till today. I want to ensure the audience, I'm talking of scientific data. There is no evidence that there is a large number of escaped mutants that can evade your good quality 2 vaccine shots of all vaccines. So this is the current information. But let me give you the good story. I'm not sticking my neck out. This is the information as we follow. When you look at these mutants very quickly, align them, and you find actually this virus doesn't mutate very fast. To be honest, it mutates 1,000 times less than the flu virus. So it's not a wildly mutating. That said, it mutates a lot. But if you care to look at the mutant position, so what is a mutant? You have a large protein. You have various amino acid positions. At these positions, so you hear 617, you would hear 484, 512. These are common positions where the mutant amino acid on the protein, S protein, changes. Okay, some of them get selected. Now we know, fortunately, let's see how it pans out, virus does not make harmful mutation in many, many places. Although protein is quite large, even the business end of the S protein called receptor binding domain is pretty large. And it has been able to pick only 4 or 5 common places. So if you look at South African mutant, English mutant, Indian mutant, Californian mutant, Portuguese mutant, you'll find mutant everywhere. This is called convergent evolution. That's in the favor of the humanity, to my mind. You will hear more about this. This is very early data only. That virus hasn't been able to find why it is that. Suppose I'm the virus. What is my business? My business is to enter a cell successfully as quickly as I can. So the mutants have done exactly that. Mutants are 10, 15, 20 times more infected than the original Wuhan virus. Or just to summarize, I don't want to give a seminar. Early in January 2020, a single mutation had happened to Wuhan virus. And in no time, the original Wuhan virus disappeared, and this fitter version of this with a single mutation. So all of us, we are discussing mutants in the backdrop of already mutated virus. So let me just summarize this. The mutations which are harmful, which are looking harmful to us, possibly escape, virus has so far not been able to find many locations. And I hope, you said, then what about tomorrow? My own view is this: if I'm a virus, I must enter your cell through ACE receptor. My binding to ACE receptor is crucial. I can't change too much. It's like I change my clothes all the time. My figure, you won't let me enter your house, but I'm still that. So you won't let me enter, but you won't recognize me. So virus actually will not. So what? Look, okay, good. What I am hoping, what a lot of us are hoping, the virus will still mutate. And the other mutation that will undergo, in addition to the dangerous winter, will be harmless mutation. That's how viruses disappear. SARS-1 finally did come, killed 10% of the people it infected, and completely disappeared in 2 years' time. So I'm trying to give a good possible ray of hope that this virus is not going to be staying with us as a pandemic for all times to come. There will be better days. Meanwhile, while it is still outside our houses, outside our noses, only one of the best way of keeping away, just put a double mask. All of us, everywhere, in hospitals before they do, in rural areas, don't go congregate, and as and when country is rich enough or poor enough, vaccinate. That's the best way to get rid of this virus. Virus will of course mutate and go away. I mean, it's normal. I may not be there, but virus also will not be there, I can assure you. It will become an endemic virus. It will show up somewhere in Haiti, sometime in India, sometime in Bangladesh. As many viruses, the cholera hasn't gone anywhere. We have vaccines for so many viruses, but they haven't disappeared. They are still there. They will learn to live with us and we will learn to live with them. I hope that gives some hope to all of us.
Yeah, thank you so much for those positive thoughts, Professor Chauhan. And thank you for explaining in a very layman manner for all the audience. Next, I would request Udit. I understand, Udit, you're focusing on a lot of technological interventions and real examples. So could you share something from that side of what kind of technological advances you are doing in supply chain for the vaccines and a few real examples?
Sure, Tarun. Well, a lot of companies and even the countries were taken by surprise given the magnitude of vaccination program and drives that were supposed to be conducted. Having said that, a lot of work has also been done by agencies like Gavi, UNICEF in conducting, I would say, more pediatric immunization program. But an adult immunization program of this magnitude was never ever conducted at the scale we are now looking at. And uh, we realized very early on that one of the bottlenecks for the overall supply chain, particularly in a landscape where so many vaccine candidates are being touted, is going to be cold chain. And that's where our specialty is. So what we did was we developed specific chemical materials that could maintain very specific temperatures and keep that temperature for as long as required, as I also earlier mentioned, 4 to 5 days. Typically, you would observe that in order to maintain 2 to 8 temperature for a vaccine, most oftenly we find the use of ice packs, or we also call them as gel packs. Now, ice or any gel made of water will change its phase from solid to liquid at 0 degrees Celsius, and therefore carried a lot of risk of freezing vaccines. In fact, freezing of vaccines is the single largest contributor of last mile vaccine wastage. And uglier than that is that if a compromised vaccine is administered on a patient, which is less likely to happen given the VVMs and the sort of technologies that are maintained, but if it happens, it exposes the patient to the risk of disease anyway, and that's the worst we would want at this stage. So what we did was that we used specialty materials that could keep temperature precisely between 2 to 8. So these materials are not 0 degree materials like water or ice. These materials are, say, 3 or 5 degree materials and act as thermal batteries to maintain temperature for that long. We are also now reaching to WHO to give recognition to such solutions and make this as mandatory for vaccines which are freeze sensitive. That is one. We also realized the importance of finding out a sustainable solution other than dry ice, which was the only mechanism to maintain temperatures lower than 0 degrees Celsius. Dry ice, as you would know, is a dangerous good. It is unsustainable because it vaporizes to release carbon dioxide. And there's only so much of dry ice that is allowed to be carried in the belly of any airline. So you can't stuff an airline with a dry ice cargo and carry it to whichever place, which was anyway the need of the hour given the size of shipments that were supposed to be done. So we developed materials that could maintain specifically, say, minus 20 degrees Celsius. These are reusable materials, unlike dry ice. You could freeze them and thaw them, and similarly, this phase changing cycle could continue for as long as needed. And we also developed materials that could maintain specific minus 60 or minus 65 degrees Celsius for vaccines that need that kind of temperature. So all of this with patented designs have been implemented. You would, I'm not sure how many of would have seen that, but we work with both the companies in India as well as outside, where our packaging or our materials are used, and vaccines are transported until last week.
Thanks so much for
And
that,
just to
Udit.
add to this, Tarun, we've also coupled all of our solutions with track and traceability mechanism. So one thing is to maintain temperature, but other thing is to ensure that there are mechanisms put in place wherein the temperatures can be monitored and a real-time action can be taken, whether it is in terms of producing more to fulfill a certain demand which got wasted, or it means that you stop the supply chain right at that moment where an excursion or an incursion has been observed, and not incur an additional time and money costs of moving it forward.
Thanks so much, Udit, for that. So I have so many questions, but I think time is running out. So I would just ask the panelists to say a few words as we wrap up. So I'll let all of you maybe speak for 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then we can wrap up the panel.
So can I start then?
Sure, go ahead, Professor.
30 seconds. There is a huge unequal distribution of vaccines that have been produced. They are lodged in one part of the world, and the world seems to be divided into two kinds of vaccines also. Kind of vaccines that are being approved in the West, and the other vaccines that are not being approved but are being given everywhere. I think the vaccine which will come for Indian situation, the vaccines like Covishield, Covaxin are the ultimate. They are the solutions, and if many more come, they have to be affordable. They have to be traveling very well. My only request with the current time when we are having shortage with everyone, bureaucrats or myself, or let not a single dose of vaccine be wasted. In fact, the vaccine, the moment it leaves a production company, maximum within 72 hours, it should be in somebody's arm. I think those systems we should really gear up. Just do not give more than 72 hours for getting into somebody's arm. It is doable. And I personally think India, with all the problem criticism, as things stand, I think it's done a remarkable job of vaccinating so many people. It could have been so much better. We could have been in such a dominant position vis-a-vis production. But that's history now. I think we should have to just look forward by June, July, August, when we'll have sufficient vaccine to vaccinate us. But hopefully, many other countries don't produce vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chauhan. Kapil, short wrap-up thoughts.
Yeah, just a few seconds actually. Professor Chauhan summed it up very well, and I think there is no doubt that anything that we can do to produce more and get it faster to the to the recipient, it's going to go a long way in helping us come back to normalcy. One ray of hope which I see is that when I talk to people in the US, where a lot of people are vaccinated, they're looking to open up completely from 1st of July, which is not too far. And despite of all the challenges and all these new mutants and everything else around the gloom and doom that we see currently, especially when we are battling the second wave, I see that as a beacon, as a ray of hope that soon we are going to get there, hopefully before the end of the year. As a company, we are doing whatever it takes to manufacture more and supply as much as we can to all of these vaccine manufacturers in India specifically. And the fact is that it's a complex cycle, as Professor Chauhan shared earlier, that it's not something which can be done overnight. But the fact that we are gearing up for that as a country gives us hope. And with more number of vaccines coming up, all it means is that we'll have more things to depend on, a broader supply chain, more ingredients which will get utilized for those vaccines. So it will ease out the pressure that we see today. And that's the only way it can happen, because if you see the current numbers and if you were to go on organic growth on those, there is no hope that we're going to vaccinate any sizable numbers in a country for the next even 1.5 to 2 years. So if that has to happen in the next few months, we need to have super acceleration on multiple products.
Thanks for that, Kapil. Udit, do you want to wrap it up with a short note?
Well, much is said about it. I would only want to close my remarks by saying that there are two ways out of this pandemic. One is hygienic measure, which we don't seem very good at. And second is vaccination. So all our hopes now rest upon vaccination. All said and done, whatever shortages, India was world's pharmacy. India will still be world's pharmacy. But before that, India has to gear itself up to meet the needs of its own population. And I'm glad that there have been several announcements on being able to arrange more than 2 billion doses by the end of this year. We are confident that with the regulations opening up, all of this will be made possible. And with our contribution, our endeavor would always remain that not even a single vaccine dose should get wasted. As Professor Chauhan mentioned, that it needs to reach to the arm of an individual within 72 hours. We will do whatever that it would take to support this cause.
Thank you so much, Udit. With this, I would like to thank all the panelists for such a wonderful discussion. And I know there are so many questions. You can reach us on LinkedIn, and I would hand it over to Ivan from here.
Thank you. I thought that was a fantastic panel discussion. While we talk about the vaccine per se, I think it was summed up very nicely by each of the members of the panel that it's the supply chain, it's the last mile delivery that is critical. And some choices will have to be made, whether it's vaccination or whether it is the supply chain. So I think that was very well done. Well done, Tarun. You managed with limited resources, but sometimes less is more. A big thank you to Kapil Sood, Professor Chauhan and Udit for participating in this panel, and Tarun for doing a wonderful job of moderating this panel. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next presentation, which is titled Workflow and QC Solutions for Biopharma. And it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Dr. Tani Agarwal, Product Manager, Prema's Life Sciences Private Limited, to make this presentation. Dr. Tani, over to you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And after the wonderful, insightful session on vaccine manufacturing and delivery, I am glad to welcome you all to my session. So my session is going to be slightly different from all the others that you've heard today. Those have been from scientists, but here now we are talking. I represent Prema's Life Sciences, which is as a product manager. So Prema's Life Sciences is a renowned company which has been known for several years for bringing game-changing technologies, global technologies to the country in order to enable scientists and the Indian academia as well as industry to compete with their global counterparts. So for long, we have been recognized as the face of many game-changing technologies. Now we are also gearing up to enter into another domain, which is especially catering to the biopharma division. So, without much ado, I would like to introduce you to Premas Life Sciences, which was incepted in 2006 by a team of avid science enthusiasts and experienced professionals. Premas Life Sciences is a young, focused, and dynamic organization which has the endeavor to bring niche technologies to the country and enable uh, great applications across human health, agriculture, pharma, environment, forensics, energy, etc. Our mission at Premas Life Sciences is to bring cutting-edge technologies in the field of genomics, cell biology, and protein research for the advancement of Indian research, clinical diagnostics, and biopharma sector, with an overall vision to bridge the gap between industry and academia for a holistic implementation of scientific research leading towards better health outcomes. Over the past several years, we've been dealing and we have partnered with some of the most prestigious global giants and bringing those technologies to India and enabling researchers to use some of the best technologies and stay at par with the Western counterparts and enabling value addition to the research that is conducted in our country. We have long been recognized as the face of Illumina in the country. However, in the genomics field, we have been, we have partnered with more companies like 10x Genomics and Fluidigm. And now recently we have launched a new division, which is specially catering for the protein sciences and biopharma division. And we have special niche products in those product lines as well. So now today, I would like to bring you all to the very center of the focus of today's talk, which is that the Indian biopharma industry today often has the following challenges. So these challenges are the ones which are affecting every other manufacturing as well as biopharma company by some measures, by some degree, for the want of high throughput methods for analysis, for the want for automation to overcome slow and manual methods. There are compliance and audit trail issues which need to be regulated, as well as, which goes without saying, is that reliable data and global acceptability of data that is produced from the research. So the heart of the research in our biopharma industry today lies at two of the most niche fields of study, one of them being synthetic biology, as well as the others going to be vaccine research and MABS development. Of course, it goes without saying there are going to be several other areas also, but in order to fit within the time frame of today's talk, I would be touching upon only these two fields. So as I wanted to begin with the synthetic biology domain, I would like to say that synthetic biology is at the heart of biopharma. As has been rightly pointed out in the talk by Dr. Singh this morning, that R&D starts with gene synthesis, clone development, or library synthesis. So any of the R&D in the biopharma domain would have to deal with some kind of cloning or some kind of gene synthesis at the beginning. And going through this repeated cycle of design, build, test, learn cycle, it could be slow and it could be erroneous at times. The current methods that are used are manual and slow, and more often than not, they are dependent on third-party outsourcing, and because of which it involves a lot of loss of data privacy, as well as it takes weeks to months. So for this, we have come up with a very unique and apt solution for long DNA synthesis with the luxury of IP preserving with in-house, fast, accurate, reliable, and high throughput solution for gene synthesis with an overnight run. So we bring to you world's only gene printer allowing automated gene synthesis from Codex DNA. Mind you, people, this is the world's only machine which is capable of doing automated gene synthesis, and Premas Life Sciences in India is the only provider for this technology. So with that, I would also like to draw your attention slightly towards the synthetic biology market. So as you can see that with 21.9% CAGR, synthetic biology market size is expected to reach around 35 billions by 2026, as per some of the market research reports. And of this, the product segment of synthetic biology market is dominated by synthetic DNA with largest market share of about a third in 2019. And to supplement that, the mRNA vaccines and therapeutics market, as we can already see in the case of COVID, which was valued at USD 500, around 600 million in 2018 and expected to reach around 3,000 million by 2026 with the CAGR of around 30% over the forecast period. So that gives us a lot of hope and a lot of promise of synthetic biology to be growing over the next several years. And at the heart of synthetic biology is going to be this issue of synthesizing long DNA more efficiently. So for this, let me draw your attention towards this machine, which is called as the BioXP3250 system, which is capable of making synthetic genes hands-free. Mind you, these are really hands-free. Up to 32 DNA, or now, very recently, the RNA workflow has also been launched. So up to 32 different fragments, clones or libraries per overnight run can be synthesized in this magical machine. And with overall 5 to 7 working days from order to final product is what they are promising with the use of this hybrid of insourcing and outsourcing for synthesizing DNA, RNA. Now, how the workflow goes is that if you design sequences and submit online to the portal, and then it could also, the portal will also help you to do a codon optimization through customer support. And then you can receive the BioXP reagent kit in 3 to 5 or say 5 to 7 working days. And that's how you get this, and you plug in all the things inside the equipment, push start, and you just walk off, return after an overnight, and you see transfection ready DNA would be synthesized for your use. And similarly, with furthermore steps, the RNA workflow could also be used. So this could be used for genes, molecular tools, genetic elements, protein production, antibody libraries, cell engineering, and whatnot. Like I told you, it can also do in the similar fashion. mRNA synthesis is also recently added to the workflow. Now, why is all this important? Because we understand that in biopharma, the time to market is really critical. So we are addressing these challenges in a way that is unprecedented in the market. So being first, that means faster development timelines critical for biologic discovery. With 20x to 50x gene synthesis productivity increase, it reduces time taken to identify candidates from months to days. Then it is also important to reduce cost. Reducing development cost shortens the timeline to achieve return on investment. And finally, getting insight and understanding underlying biology is key to delivering lower toxicity and higher efficacy. Now, I would like to talk about some of the real-world examples, how this machine, how BioXP has positively impacted target markets, addressing key workflow value inflection points by streamlining productivity. In the case of biologics drug discovery, DNA libraries decrease time to result by around 80%. And similarly, which has been shown in many of the research publications that are highlighted here, in the case of personalized medicine, target validation cycle times are improved by around 30 times. All this adds to expediting the entire research flow, as well as finally in the most hottest topic right now, which is vaccine development and genome engineering, especially in the case of SARS-CoV-2. It was shown that all parts of the full 30 kb SARS-CoV-2 genome built in a single overnight run with BioXP system. So the full genome assembly took around 10 days versus 3 or 4 months, which would have taken earlier. So that means it has expedited the work by almost 10 times. And that has been also instrumental in designing the mRNA vaccine that was produced by Pfizer and BioNTech. Dramatic improvement in lead optimization for vaccine development, diagnostics, and therapeutics. So all boils down to the fact that synthetic biology, the future is now. Now, shifting gears and taking you towards the Indian biopharma industry, again taking you towards the second most challenging and the most important part that needs to be discussed today is the vaccine research and MABS development. So the ideal technology solutions for any kind of research for vaccine development and MABS development is that the technique should be fast, accurate, and most importantly, some of the important points are that it should offer multiplicity through combination of multiple technologies. High throughput, compliant with audit requirements, widely accepted across global pharma giants, and circumvent third-party dependence or outsourcing requirements, apart from providing reliable and reproducible results. So I think it would be great, it would be a dream to have a technology or some kind of technology solutions whereby all these points which are highlighted here, they're packaged into one and then available for research within the country. So, enabling research through technologies, I would like to introduce you towards another product line which is labeled as Unchained Labs, and it has got some of the most, I should not say mind blowing, I should say some of the most interesting technology solutions which can help you to understand your biophysical characterization of your biologic samples in a more in a more holistic way by combining different technologies together. So some of the major technologies that are catered to are UV visible quantification, DLS studies, multi-parametric analysis for protein stability, all in a single instrument. This is possible. Like there are different instruments for different capabilities, but this one which I said, multi-parametric analysis for protein stability, it offers you the option of studying 12 different protein stability parameters in one go within one experiment. Then automated buffer exchangers and particle analyzers, particularly I would say that as compared to the other particle analyzers available, this one which I'm showing here on the screen is a very powerful combination of 3 different technologies, making it easier and a holistic study of the particle analysis that can be done. Now, the vaccine development through stages, if we were to watch that over the series of different steps that are involved in vaccine development, Unchained Labs tools can be fit at every step of the way. That means they will cater to some of your analysis or biophysical characterization requirements every step of the way, whether it is R&D, whether it is optimization of serotype, then formulation screening, method development, and finally for QC as well. So as I have highlighted here, some of these equipment, these are just a few of the equipment. And if you wanted to know more about these, you're welcome to ask me and I would be happy to address any of your questions. And the most important part that we've been talking about is the compliance issues, which is that all of these equipment, they come with a 21 CFR Part 11 compliance, which is one of the most crucial points for the biopharma industry in our country. Now, as I had said about these 4 points, how the biopharma industry needs solutions which are compliant, which are capable of multiplicity through combination of techniques, so that for every analysis or every characterization step, you do not have to go to 4 or 5 or 3 or different machines and find out answers, and your sample preparation is different for each type. So here we are giving you a high throughput. All of these machines, mind you, are high throughput machines. You can do multiple samples. Somewhere you can do 16 samples, somewhere you can do 96 samples with the, and everything in between, whatever is your sample size. So with the power of high throughput as well as compliant features, you can combine different technologies into the same machine and you can find accepted data, which is globally accepted, as well as it has been used and in different companies, which I can show you in the next slide. So overall, to sum up whatever my talk has been so far, is that if you were to look at the biologic value chain, starting from target identification, cloning, transfection, and all the way through bench purification, formulation, and finally up to manufacturing and QC, and finally for FDA approval, we have steps. At each step, we require different kind of solutions. And for the cloning solutions, we have Codex DNA. For protein engineering and clone selection, again, we can use Codex DNA's BioXP system, and it will help expedite and modernize the work. And at the same time, at the heart of every step remains a step of characterization, which can be enabled through several different options which are available to us through Unchained Labs technologies. So just to mention some of the reputed customers of these technologies, which shows us that this technology has been trusted worldwide. So as you can see, all the big names are already here, and many of the Indian counterparts are also adopting these technologies. And if you have any questions about these, or if you would like to discuss these in more detail, I would be more than happy to discuss any of these with you. So towards the end of my presentation today, I would like to bring this small fill to win bonanza, whereby you can scan this QR code on your phone. It will lead you to a small quiz, and once you answer that quiz, you stand to win some exciting gift hampers from our company. So guys, please go ahead and scan this and go ahead and fill the quiz, and let us know your answers so that we can award you for with some exciting gift hampers. In the meanwhile, I would be happy to take any questions if there are any right now. Thank you so much for listening to me. I am Dr. Tani Agarwal, and you can contact me through the email as well as a phone number, which is given here. And I would be happy to answer any of your queries. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tani Agarwal, for that wonderful presentation on workflow and QC solutions for biopharma. At the moment, we do not have any questions for you, but if there are any, we will send them to you offline. We wish you and Prema's Life Sciences the very best going forward.
Thank you so much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the final poll question. This is for you, so do participate in large numbers. Kindly click on the polling button to the right of your screen. If you do not see the question, kindly click on the refresh button. And the question, I'll read it out for your benefit, is what do you aim to learn from this conclave? And there are 5 options. Kindly choose one. Latest trends in the industry, future areas of growth, listen to industry thought leaders, where are the jobs of the future, or new technological interventions across the biopharma ecosystem. Kindly choose your option. You have 30 seconds, post which the results will be displayed. And there you are. Those are your choices, which are self-explanatory. Thank you for participating in the poll and making it your experience. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the next session, which is an HR panel discussion. And I'd first like to welcome the members of this panel. Dave Tripathi, Vice President and Head HR, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Kaushik Ray, Vice President Human Resources, HR Head, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. And Benjamin James, HR Leader, Asia Pacific, Cytiva. This HR panel discussion will be moderated by Prithika Kalra, Chief Operating Officer, BSLA. Prithika, over to you.
Hello, a very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Prithika.
Okay, great. So at the outset, I would like to thank Ivan for the introduction. And it's also a proud privilege indeed for BioRx Strategic Leadership Alliance to have partnered in this enclave. And a quick about BSA. It is a leading community of biopharma professionals from India with a mission to put India into a global hub for biomanufacturing, research, innovation, supply chain, and management professionals. I lead this initiative. It is my honor and deep privilege to moderate on the most relevant theme today, HR theme, talent requirement trends in the pharma industry. In total, we have 3 panelists. Let me start by inviting each of them. I would request all the 3 panelists to briefly share about themselves. Mr. Dev Tripathi, Vice President and Head HR, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Ivan and Pritika, for the quick introduction into this session. Um, I lead the people, talent, and culture function for research and development teams across the globe at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. My focus area over the last few years here have been twofold. One, how do we create continuously a great talent mix with respect to R&D folks in Glenmark, and also to sort of keep a very conducive environment for physicians, scientists to be able to come and express themselves day in and day out in the space of innovative pharma, specialty pharma, and generics. So that's the space that I work in at Glenmark.
Mr. Kaushik Ray, Vice President, Human Resources, HR Head, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. I don't see Mr. Ray. Is he there?
Not yet, I think, Pratika.
I would request Mr. Benjamin James, HR Leader, Asia Pacific at Cytiva, to please share about himself and his work.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. I don't know whether we are standing between you and lunch or you have had your lunch and be here. Quick introduction. First about Cytiva. Cytiva is a 100-plus-year-old startup, is how I would put it. We were part of GE. We transitioned into Danaher 1 year back. That's why it's a startup, but it has got a huge legacy. So we are a biopharma partner in terms of research, develop, and manufacture drugs and therapeutics. My role is I lead HR for Asia Pacific region, which is 33% of the overall Cytiva revenue. So it's a very prominent region where we need to run with the mission of advancing and accelerating therapeutics to the market. So that's very briefly about me and Cytiva. It's a privilege to be part of this conversation.
The COVID-19 wave has overstressed medical professionals and overburdened the healthcare system. And as if these challenges were not enough, we have escalating incidents of frauds, including counterfeiting, tampering, and diversion of life-saving medicines and other critical essentials, such as testing kits, masks, etc., creating new hurdles. The ray of hope vaccine itself remains vulnerable to scourge of counterfeiting. With an increased threat to human lives, BSLA believes that it is of paramount importance to address the current human resources challenges by taking preventive measures, sharing responsibilities and accountabilities amongst all stakeholders towards protecting lives and securing pharmaceutical supply chain toward COVID-19. It can only be done when we protect our frontline and behind the scene workers and managers who have been tirelessly working since the first wave. With this context setting, I move on to the most interesting panel discussion, and I would like to raise a question to the panelists. What are the key challenges each of you faced during COVID-19 phase 1 and phase 2 in terms of your profile as HR leaders in your respective organizations? So I would request Mr. Tripathi to please start.
Thank you, Pratika, for that question. When COVID hit us around late March last year, 2020, and early April, the way that I envisaged the journey was very different from what we actually experienced. Quarter one was the whole quarter of chaos, not knowing what we will do last year, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of worry with in the business to see how we can ship drugs across the world because airports in India literally shut, the shipping routes literally closed. But I think Q2 onwards, we had most of the pharmaceutical companies in India had sort of found their rhythm in terms of getting this supply chain going. One of the things that really helped most of the companies, including us, is the fact that the demand really globally didn't go down. So the challenge in a big way was to make sure that we are able to manufacture and supply, and which essentially needed most of our workforce to be able to be available at the manufacturing facilities. Whether our operations guys or our quality guys, or for that matter, the R&D guys who were essentially working on some or the other drug that could help with the COVID situation. In the case of Glenmark, this was Flu. So all the three engines, if you ask me, manufacturing, quality, as well as the R&D engine, had to quickly get into action and work in material of the threat that COVID posed at that point. Given that context, employee safety became one of the core areas of focus for HR. I haven't seen a better partnership between the whole uh, IT, HR, and health safety folks earlier than this in my career. If you really ask me, we actually added health safety guys into the whole employee experience piece in a very, very different way. Earlier it used to be trainings and a strategically led function in a very different way, but never imagined that they will become part of the EX initiative that we otherwise dominated between HR and IT. There are a lot of minute changes that we did from an HR point of view at the ground level, and we can discuss that subsequently. But broadly, if you ask me, safety, transportation of employees, and making sure we produce goods for the market going forward was the priority. Kritika?
So thank you so much, Mr. Pati. I see that Mr. Ray has also joined us. And Ray, we are on a question right now. What are the key challenges each of you faced during COVID-19 phase two in terms of your profile as leaders in your organizations? So maybe I would request Mr. Benjamin to please take over.
Sure. Most important question to reflect on. Yesterday was HR Day, International HR Day. So it's a apt time to reflect on what is the role of HR in situations, once in a lifetime situations like this. For me, the purpose of HR function has really come to forefront. In terms of both business partnering in times of crisis, as well advocacy of employees and well-being of employees. So I see phase one as it meant COVID is in India, COVID is in my state, COVID is in my city. Phase two is like COVID is in my street, COVID is in my community, and COVID is at my doorstep. So that's the starking difference that I draw between phase one and phase two. And Mr. Dave spoke about the supply chain constraint. I completely resonate. And just looking through the lens of associate, phase one, there was a lot of unknown there. We were even not waking up to the reality of what pandemic is. And in my role as Asia Pacific, it gave me an opportunity to see through the window of what's happening in China, what was happening in Singapore, what was happening in Japan, and pass the learning to India, so we could learn. So the power of learning from one another came to the forefront. Quarter two, while we thought we got it, I don't think we got it. At least from what I saw, we were only catching the tip of the iceberg. We were activating BCPs, we were churning out travel advisories and stuff. We were still acting on the tip of the iceberg. Quarter three, when people started working from home for long hours and stuff, is when questions of stress, questions of culture in a remote workplace, questions of team dynamics, mental well-being, all those emerged as real issues. And quarter four, as we got deeper and deeper into the issue, the supply-demand gap widened, which put extra pressure in the loads of people. So this is how we dealt with phase one, with so many activities of, as he said, EHS, wellness, well-being, conversation of balancing work and life, remote customer connectivity and stuff. Phase two, is a different challenge altogether. It's a firefighting mode that we are in every day. We all wake up to an SOS call almost every day, or we go back to bed with an SOS call from either our associates or family members of the associate. So we needed to look at our policies, programs, benefit programs, and stuff in terms of diagnosing, preventing, vaccination drives. We are doing partnership that we have never done before with anybody, with big hospitals, with big third parties in insurance and stuff. So that's how we are dealing with the challenge. But let me conclude, HR is more meaningful today than any other day, is how I feel dealing with this pandemic.
Great. Great to hear that. And I would request Mr. Ray to take over now, please.
Yeah, so, this has been a learning of a lifetime compacted into, say, a year or two. So when the lockdown was clamped, the entire country went into the lockdown, and that next shift we had to run as business as usual because the country needed medicines. Yeah. So there's a huge sense of purpose that we saw in the 20,000 plus employees that we had. In fact, I remember the day the lockdown struck, there was almost no traffic between my house and where our operations are. Yeah. And then when we entered the operations, overnight there was such an immaculate planning, medicines were churning out. And there were tremendous hardships for the people, but all of them rose to the occasion. So this was something, this is one huge learning that I think will carry throughout our life. And then what we did is we had to improvise all the while because, the safety of our associates, the safety of our employees, that was paramount. That is paramount, always will be paramount. But along with that, we had to come with medicines for the country, for the people. So the manufacturing had to work 24/7. R&D, and I actually head human resources for the global R&D function in Dr. Reddy's and the associated businesses. R&D had to go on an overdrive. Yeah, R&D people had never heard working in shifts. Yeah. So even the R&D scientists have been working in shifts, and for each phase of this pandemic, the early phase, middle phase, late phase, formulations are coming out. And while this is being done, everything actually is working as one. The boundaries between functions, boundaries between BUs, those are all blurred. So this is a very proud moment for every employee in the company. This is a proud moment for a company. This is a proud moment for the employees. This is a proud moment for the human resources function. Anything and everything that was important and to be done had a huge amount of work to be done by human resources function in every company, I assume, and including in ours. And people rose to the occasion. And while doing so, we had to deal with everything. There is the employee stress. There is, there is the infection as well. So on the go. And in fact, the safety standards were not there because no one had seen the pandemic. So we had to collaborate with internal and external agencies and came up with safety standards for the first time, communicated it to people, onboarded them. They were the people who actually gave suggestions on what can be improved. And thus we took it ahead. Along the way, all the employee counseling, employee engagement activities have been going on. And engagement is something that the employee sees as engagement. For some at this moment, they just want space, they want peace, they want silence. So we need to have our ears on the ground and see actually what works for what, improvise them, and actually roll it out.
So it has been a challenging time since the past 1.5 years. But I'm sure there have been some transitions which you have been able to perceive in terms of the talent requirements in the pharma sector. And also some of the challenges now have become status quo and people have got used to it. So maybe I would like you to talk a bit more about that. And I would like to request Mr. James to start with this.
Yeah, maybe I feel it's important to lay the context before we jump into that question, right? So let's step back and ask how the biopharma world in itself is shaping now, and how pandemic has amplified that journey. We have all been talking about biopharma 4.0. That's very familiar to many, but with pandemic, it's amplified exponentially, is how I believe. And there are three challenges that, in my opinion, the industry is dealing with. One, there is over reliance on importing on the drugs and therapeutics. Number two, why there is over reliance? That takes us to challenge number two, because it's very difficult and costly to manufacture drugs and therapeutics. That's how the manufacturing technology is, and why it is that way. Third, that's the third challenge, which is there has been not path breaking innovations in this industry as much as it was in aviation or in food and beverages or information technology, right? So this is a beautiful opportunity from a talent industry standpoint, because to tackle challenge number one, every country is going to set up their own manufacturing hub or rely on accessibility increase, which means we need talent who can handle that demand. Second, how do we simplify? So digital is going to play a huge role. Research is going to play a huge role. So this context is important to tackle with shift or a talent requirement. That's why I thought I will lay this out here. Maybe hear from the other panelists through on whether this resonates, or how do they see it, is when I will pass it to the others to add more inputs.
So maybe Mr. Tripathi, would you like to talk further?
Sure. Thanks, Benji, for setting the context so beautifully. What I'm going to do is broad base a little bit beyond biopharma per se and bring in the overall pharmaceutical angle. Uh, One of the things at Glenmark that we've been experiencing after being forced into the pandemic from a talent perspective is this whole broadening of talent availability and talent base. A lot of mindset of geography and talent being available in that geography for those roles, right? For a lot of the scientists and physician led roles in Glenmark, both in the innovation and specialty domain, suddenly a lot of these pockets have opened up because our mindset has sort of changed a little bit. We are more accepting of folks sitting in San Fran or wherever in the West Coast to be able to leading some of the research related work, or the Utrecht area in Netherlands, or such pockets. I think that's a incredible advantage for a company like ours. When we had the same talent base available then also, but this forceful adaptation into digital and being able to understand and appreciate the fact that work is for a lot of roles, work is not where you go to, work is what you do, right? And that transition been really helpful, and the broadening of talent base. The other thing that sort of we've sort of noticed happen in Glenmark in a very, very positive way from a talent perspective is this whole global mindset, right? Being local yet uh, uh, being global has taken a complete transition. If you ask me, about 2.5 years ago, I would go into one of our research and development sites in Nashik, and we would talk about getting a lot of inspiration from ISRO, where a bunch of scientists would come in and create some magic, which the world will take notice about. And we used to talk about it quite a lot and get a lot of inspiration from that kind of a thought process, right? And now, this is becoming a lot more real, right? A lot of the drugs in the US are being essentially worked on in smaller cities, smaller towns in India, and that's becoming a lot more real, right? So that's the second area. And the third area that I believe is dominating some of our thought process on the talent side is this whole aspect of how do you shift uh, operating cultures towards being result led rather than time and observation and control led, right? This result led culture is something that we are spending a lot of time on, if you ask me, right? It's easier said than done, but it's more than just the mindset. It's actually going deep into some of the HR processes and getting them, ready for yielding this kind of a culture output, right? I mean, just to give you a small example, lot of thinkings going on in terms of how do we make performance area in terms of continuous, regular, so that it doesn't be the half yearly sort of a conundrum that it was earlier, right? Similarly, in about 10 to 11 arterial processes for HR, right? We are going very deep in terms of understanding what will it take for us as a process and as a mindset to be able to make that shift so that we emerge as an organization which is very strongly result led, but we don't lose our ethos on the how. So these are the three things that I am seeing sitting in landmark as to what's affecting us. Pratika?
Thank you so much. Mr. Ray, would you like to talk about this more?
Yeah, certainly. I agree with what the panelists mentioned, and I'll just accentuate a couple of them. See, earlier in the previous section, I spoke that we were in a particular style of operations, and then we transitioned into the new state very rapidly. In a manner of speaking, it was just the night, just like the next day, although it took some days. And for this rapid transition to happen, the single biggest thing that played a huge role is actually digitalization. Now, digitalization always existed, but the power of digitalization actually came to the fore now. Anyone, any individual, any company who was a fence sitter in this, they actually now in the game. They are now in the game. I'll just give you an example. How is the medicine produced? Research formulation, it goes to a plant for manufacturing. Yeah. Traditionally, the knowledge transfer, the technology transfer happens with the scientists going to the plant, taking a few batches, and then coming back. And then the knowledge gets transferred, it all, works well. Today, we don't have the luxury because, when the current situation unfolded, flights were not there and, accessibility was an issue. So digitalization played a huge role for us. And, we thank our scientists and our employees that they took the lead earlier. So technology transfer in some cases happened without any individual movement, which was always a possibility, but actually it saw the light of day in such a huge magnitude now. So very sophisticated technologies have been adopted through which the transition of knowledge happens without people moving, and possibly in a way which is better than what used to happen earlier. That's the experience of the people. So this is actually the power of digitalization. The other thing that we have seen is actually the trend on rapid innovation. Vaccine itself is an example of it. What used to take 6 to 10 years now is actually coming to humanity in a year or so. Yeah. So, but just not the vaccines. The medicines are coming in a very short span. So there's a huge premium on innovation, rapid innovation. The doctors would see that within the short span of some 6 to 7 quarters, so many sophisticated drugs have been brought out into the market. Rapid innovations have been done for efficacy, for scale, for everything. And for that, the ecosystem had to be very rapidly built. The scientific system, the people system, the enabling system. So all of these are actually very good transitions. I think, the pandemic should go away very soon, but some of these solid learnings and the leapfrogging of technology that has happened, that should stay with us and carry on with this pace.
So what I understand that there have been many challenges, and there has been a risk of infection also, but the employees have not stopped working. Rather, their pace of work has actually increased, especially in the pharmaceutical industry. And though we have landed up being cooped up in our homes and we are working from home, but actually our area of work is broadened and it's become global, and we are taking inputs not only from our own country but also from other pan Asia and other countries, and how we can improve our various areas working from home and improve our efficiency in various aspects. So that is really indeed there are some positive aspects of globalization that we have been able to bring into our work system during the pandemic. And though the pandemic itself is showing a lot of tragedy, but like there are technologically, it has actually led the human race to one level up in terms of using the digital world to our own benefit and to our own rescue. So maybe with that, I come to the next question, and that would be like, how do you rethink the role of HR managers post the pandemic? And also, please share your views on future trends that we are expected to see. Maybe hold on to the world of digitalization and other trends that you may like to comment on. So maybe Mr. Tripathi, would you like to start?
Thank you, Pritika, for that question. Uh, Obviously, the rate at which expectations from the human resources function has changed in the last 1.5 years, right, has been phenomenal. And the onus has really been on HR, whether as a function we rise up to the occasion or not, if you ask me, right? And most uh, businesses that have continued to be in operations during this time, one of the things that we've seen is HR teams is actually up their game to the pandemic, and played uh, really well. Sometimes as a strike batsman, sometimes as a good runner up to the strike batsman, which is the CEO or the board or the promoter group. Few areas specifically that I thought changed drastically for the function. I think one of the areas that we got brought in is this whole area of managing risk or mitigating risk from a corporate perspective, right? In Glenmark per se, what I've seen is the function got very involved from, let's say, April till now, in terms of ensuring that business continuity is going on at the level that we want. In between April till May, we realized our established business continuity models went for a toss. So we had to quickly rework and work through a model that works in these circumstances. And there was a fair amount of risk. I remember the time when we were working on FabiFlu, and it was not launched. It was very essential to get the R&D to supply chain to the regulatory folks together and make sure they are able to operate in the facilities while we were at the heat of COVID in Mumbai. No other city had sort of taken this kind of a brunt in the first phase. So risk is one area that I've seen uh, CEOs, promoters sort of look to HR and change and ask them that be an active player in this area. The second area for HR folks post the pandemic has been this entire bedrock of culture and trust, right? A lot of organizations, while they had trust in their cultural narrative very high, this was the time when it was put to test. And I can tell you, baptism by fire, that uh, uh, we got tested, right? You had to dig deep into your ethos on several occasions to be able to prevail over business leaders, to be able to coach them, advise them to make this transition of being led by trust most often than not, and the culture and trust area is a big area that HR folks have played a very, very important role. The third area is how do you play a really important role in the whole aspect of meaning and purpose, right? Here it is a very delicate role for HR to play. I remember when we were doing Fabiflu, the scientists didn't really need any other motivation. Most of the guys I met on the R&D floor told me this is why we went to a pharmaceutical school and studied to give the country a medicine that will save lives, right? When you have that kind of a motivation going on, your responsibility as the HR leader is to make sure nothing comes on their way, to make sure these folks who are on a mission are not diverted in any which way. So all you're working is to make sure that their motivation levels are high. Leadership is available for them at whatever point that is needed, and make sure they go out and win. So these are the three areas that I would say come out very strongly in my experience.
Thank you so much. Benjamin, you could also share briefly your views.
Sure. Totally echo what Dave said. Absolutely resonates. I'm just adding few more elements. I think when we think of or rethink of the role of HR, pandemic is a call, especially in this industry, to step out of your organization and step into the world also. What do I mean by that is partnership with research institutes, partnership with academia has to be much more emphasized and much more pronounced than what it is today, because soon after pandemic we will realize a war for talent. I keep repeating this, and we can't be just sitting idle, just looking at our ecosystem of organization. So we need to step out and build and prepare for the next one that we will face, right? So not only with institutes, also with policy makers, because as Mr. Ray said, see, geography is not relevant anymore with COVID. We are the boundaries are blurred. So how do I look for talent? When I look for talent, there is no India talent. It's going to be a global talent that we need to look at. So we need to sit with policymakers and understand how do we make that possible from a regulatory, immigration, and all of those. Those are roles to rethink. The second aspect is experience of associates. So work culture has moved from work from home culture. So how do we establish this connectivity on experience, right? So new elements are wellness, inclusion, and diversity. We need to really rethink on our agenda around all of this, because we have to start from scratch almost. We have not flashed light on them yet. Last one, I think it's time to put, adding to what Dave said on the purpose, mission. From HR standpoint, it's time to put the human. While artificial intelligence, digitalization will kick in, put human in front of HR and show it in bright light for our leaders to see, because that is going to be the experience ultimately we will drive. In a remote workplace, how do we drive high touch is going to be the key thing that we need to tackle. So those fundamentals are becoming much more fundamentals. Trust, empathy, candor, empowerment, all of those are going to be much more fundamental. So that's how I think that we will rethink the role of HR, adding to what Mr. said.
Thank you. We are really running short on time. Mr. Ray, I'd like to sum up. I'd like you to sum up and tell your viewpoints, please. Mr. Ray, you're on mute.
Sorry. I agree fully with what Benjamin and Dave mentioned. A lot is happening in this world, and while so much of delivery, so much of innovation, everything is happening, people have gone through hell also. There's so much of grief around. People have succumbed. Yeah, it's all around us. Everyone has a first connect who has gone through it, unless they have gone it themselves as well. I myself suffered COVID in February. So, care, compassion, and connect, like, they were also mentioning, these are actually what's required. It was always required, this required even more today. And then, we have to, through our profession, make a very tangible, big, and human impact on the lives of people. Demystify everything, come straight to the purpose, and through the purpose, drive sustainable changes, make this world a better place to live in. We have to drive all of that.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. So HR will continue to walk the tightrope even when the pandemic ends, and they're very valuable points shared. Over to Ivan, please.
Thank you so much, Pritika. I don't think this requires any summing up. It's going to be a great challenge, but it was amazing to listen to all the points that were raised and the positivity that came out from our HR leaders. Thank you, Dev Tripathi, Kaushik Ray, Benjamin James, for your valuable insights. And we wish you the very best going forward. And thank you, Pritika, for doing a fantastic job of moderating this panel. With that, we move on to the final session of this conclave, which is a panel discussion, once again, titled Role of Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Analytics in Pharma. And I'm looking forward to this panel discussion personally. I'd first like to welcome the members of this panel, Dr. Kavita Lamror, Value Evidence Expert, Sanofi, Anjani Kumar, Chief Information Officer and Digital Transformation Leader, Strides, and Dr. Antonio Ferraso, Managing Consultant Industry 4.0, Vice President, Digital Service, TUSUN. This panel will be moderated by Dr. P. Ratnakar, Vice President and Practice Head, Life Sciences, Tech Mahindra. Dr. Ratnakar, the virtual floor is all yours.
So very good morning, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's most afternoon, right?
Yeah. So I just wanted to check with Ashish whether we are good to go or do we have some time?
Sir, you're online, you're live, so you can kick off the session. I've handed it over to you. My request only to the other panelists to stay on mute when they're not speaking, because we get an echo from the person who's speaking through your mic, and there's a lot of surround sound. So when a question is directed to you, kindly switch on your mic at that point in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So once again, good afternoon and very warm welcome to this session. Let me actually kickstart the session by giving a little bit of prelude in terms of what today the pharmaceutical industry is going through. The pharma industry has entered the digital era of drug development with the use of new age technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, robotic automation across various functions, be it in the form of research and development, be it in the area of supply chain, be it in the area of manufacturing, or be it in the area of even commercialization, with an end objective of simplifying the whole process, streamlining the entire ecosystem, and also fastening the process with a very high degree of success rate. We started seeing application of AI in a very big way in various stages of even drug discovery. You'll be happy to understand and get to know that AI has started helping even in terms of identifying the new targets, finding out the successful molecules from various data libraries, even suggesting chemical modifications, identifying the candidates for drug repurposing, including the biomarker development. All these are actually now getting facilitated by applying AI and machine learning technologies by various scientists across global pharma. We also started seeing application of blockchain in a very big way in terms of its application in the clinical trials. So blockchain, as we all know, is known for its immutability, security, and transparency, which only means that that's going to be a technology which can broadly help in terms of not only aiding the drug discovery, but also in terms of data management, data authenticity, intellectual property authentication, and also in the area of clinical trials. Similarly, all these technologies have a very large play in the manufacturing, also in terms of commercialization and supply chain. Today's discussion for us is primarily to understand how these technologies are actually helping the pharma industry. And we have an excellent list of panelists today, Dr. Kavita Lamror, Anjani Kumar, and Dr. Anthony. And in the next 30 odd minutes, we will try and hear from them in terms of application of these technologies, understand from them how they are visualizing from their experience on how these technologies are reshaping or in how these technologies are aiding the pharmaceutical industry at large. So let me share my slides for you. Hope it's visible. And let me take this opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Ratnakar, moderator for this particular webinar. I work as a vice president and the global practice head for life sciences in Tech Mahindra. I'm the vertical head for life sciences, predominantly driving the strategy, driving the client advisory, and also the growth for this vertical. I worked with Dr. Reddy's earlier for about roughly a decade, 2 decades, heading the strategy for their global generics business. I also work on as an advisory committee member for Bionest and also on the executive council for FABA. So without taking any much time, I would like to introduce my other co-panelists today in this particular webinar. We have today Dr. Kavita Lamror, the value evidence expert from Sanofi. Dr. Kavita, can you please introduce yourselves to the audience?
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching the seminar. Welcome to the conference. I'm a clinical doctor and I did my master's from Hopkins. I have been in the industry for more than 15 years and been a practicing doctor, academician, and of course, consulted and set up teams in consulting firms, as well as led innovative analytics in pharma companies. At present, I am responsible for the cardiovascular portfolio at Sanofi, and I'm responsible for driving the entire strategy, identifying data gaps, and then going on and doing the real-world evidence generation for the same. Glad to be here with this august panel here.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. Anjani Kumar, the Chief Information Officer of Strides Pharma. Anjani, can you introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you, Dr. Ratnakar. Good afternoon, everybody. My specialization is digital transformation, and I have been CIO for Stride Pharma for last 2 years. Before that, I used to be regional CIO Africa, Middle East, and India for Nissan Motors. So past was automobile. Before that, I used to be India's one of the first CDOs, Chief Digital Officer for Collabora. And before that, I used to be CIO for a logistic company called Safe Express. So I have a lot of industry, and I started my career from the consulting. I was in Cognizant and then in IBM for 14 years, 7 years, just like Kavita was in US. I was also in US, and then came back here and started in corporate IT on the digital side. So glad to be here.
Thanks, Anjani. Dr. Antonio, can you please introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks for having me in the panel. I'm Antonio, and I'm Vice President for the Digital Service within TÜV SÜD. I believe that most of you know TÜV SÜD as a testing, inspection, certification, but we are now, since 3-4 years, we're also focusing on technical advisory for Industry 4.0, where we basically support and collaborate with customers in their digital journey, how to better digitalize or integrate, not only internally, but also the supply chain. As a background, I'm a PhD in artificial intelligence and cognitive programming with a background in industrial engineering. I've been working for 4 years for the European Commission, managing projects in IT, and then moved as a head of technology transfer for Fraunhofer Institute. And now I'm collaborating with some of my colleagues for the Industry 4.0 and process industry practice in Singapore, but we have a global coverage. And lately, pharma became one of our most cared customers, given the pace of accelerating the latest period in technology adoptions and also in the willingness to support the overall health within the world. Thank you, Dr. Aktan.
Thank you, Dr. Antino. Thanks for introducing yourselves. So let me go to Dr. Kavita. Dr. Kavita, we have now started seeing adoption of artificial intelligence predominantly in target molecule identification in the drug discovery. Okay, and then even understanding in terms of how biomarkers can actually develop, and we have seen a good amount of AI adoption in the entire drug discovery research process, scanning through the digital libraries, identifying some of those best fit targets for drug repurposing. Can you actually help us understand in terms of how you see this AI reshaping the entire drug discovery process and also the clinical trial management areas? So can you please highlight on that?
Sure. And I will discuss it a little bit generic and then give some examples. If we try to cover the spectrum that you discussed here, very correctly said that we are using all of this data, but then so much of it exists already, and we need to tap into it. There are companies that have clinical trials embedded in their systems, and they have not standardized it. And what we need to do right now is go back and look at it, whether it is in the CDISC data format and how much of it is usable. We also have to understand that we are not just looking at the negative ones, we are looking at the positive ones, but also at the negative results. And we are tapping into our own resources before just jumping into a new trial, allocating that kind of time, money, and all types of resources, which will probably take a longer investment among, of the $2 billion per drug target that you're bringing to the market. We are investing in our own technology to then go on and identify the right target, the drug-drug interaction, and then repurpose the existing molecules. Because if you repurpose a molecule, it is literally, you directly jump to the phase 2 of the clinical trial and you're skipping over all those hoops earlier. It is that much less money spent, say, almost to the tune of 50% savings on taking the drug to the market if you already have a drug that has identified the target properly. You also have the aspect of polypharmacology, where if you've identified a target, you can also see that it's not interacting with targets that are not desirable, and you're affecting and working on the adverse effect and the safety profile of the drug, because that kind of information exists in your systems already. And the best part is there are also all these conglomerates that are trying to democratize the data so that it's not just your internal data that you're working with. You're working with data that is outside your company. And this is for the pre-discovery stage, the discovery stage. When we start moving more towards the clinical trial spectrum, there is the whole aspect of running the clinical trials and then actually what you do with a clinical study. And that's how I would also interpret that question. Because one aspect is where you have, again, all this data about which centers we should identify, what patients we should select, what kind of, whether we want a particular genome type associated and what do we expect in that risk profile. Whether there are certain baseline demographic characteristics that would help us identify where the trial results would be conducive or not. Even basic things like the success of a trial, not in the matter of desirable outcome, but just the trial completion and the patient follow-up, that can be identified by AI, and we can select the right sites and the patients. And then there's the part of the fun part, what I call is, which I delve in every day, is the real world evidence generation, where you have all this data generated from real world sources, and you're looking at how best we can break that data to identify patterns and look at outcomes by, it's not just your typical statistics that you're running that say, I create a cohort and then I run my analytics on it. No, you're doing much more. You're first identifying the risk-based patterns, and then you're breaking up the cohorts in a manner which allows you to analyze those patient subsets. And then there's that much more of customization in your outcomes and the prediction of what the outcomes will look like in those patient cohorts that really works in our favor when we look at. Have I covered all aspects or did I miss it?
Great, thank you. I think it's wonderful way of looking at some of those areas what you just mentioned about drug repurposing. I think today that's where the entire industry is trying to look at how can the entire clinical trial and getting the product into the market fast. I think you have touched upon how AI has actually been a fulcrum for all these areas. Thanks, Kavita. So, Anjani, in fact, the pharma industry at some point of time is actually considered to be a laggard in terms of adoption of digital technologies. But now that you also heard Dr. Kavita talking about how these technologies have made inroads into every aspect of pharma, right from the drug discovery right up to the commercialization. And you have seen that in various organizations you work, how the entire ecosystem of pharma is getting digitally transformed. Can you actually throw light in terms of how this digital transformation is actually addressing the entire pharmaceutical industry, and where do you see the application of these technologies more from your experience?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ratnakar. First of all, a disclaimer, three doctors, one non-doctor, so I'll try to match up. None of the discussion these days, if it is related to digital, finishes without digital transformation discussion, especially the maturity, right? And I always call it digital, coming from consulting background, digital transformation is not the end goal, but it's a journey. Either you are in or you are not in, and it's a one way. Once you have gone into it, unfortunately, very difficult to come back, right? Pharma, like all other industry, I have worked in various sectors. In 2012, I used to have a digital business unit. And I still remember some of my bosses used to ask, I don't even know what you do in digital. Today, everybody talks digital, right? So every industry had different maturity. And if you look at it, finance, consumer goods, telecom, they have been front runners in digital. Pharma actually, even though people call it laggard, if I take my experiences with some of the pharma company when I used to be in consulting in 2008-9, I wouldn't call them laggard, but that was not the all pieces of pharma. It was only one piece, and that was the front end, Salesforce. They were, I am talking of 2008, there used to be more than 15 sources of data. There used to be a proper data warehouse, all sorts of report analytics. And from that perspective, they were. But if you look at like what Dr. Kavita was talking now, is what has happened in R&D in last few years is phenomenal. They have done a good catch-up game. This has only happened abroad, which is more mainly on the innovative pharma front. When it comes to Indian pharma, which is mainly the generic, I would say last 2 years have been the golden period, not just because I have been there for 2 years. It's a general catch-up, and the driving force. The driving force has not been what has been with innovative medicines. More than market needs, it has been regulatory needs. There are so many dimensions coming up, and regulators themselves also are going very digital. One biggest way to be two things, which is improve your right first time, and two is anytime audit readiness. Biggest thing is if you go digital. Now, if you talk about certain aspect, R&D, Dr. Kavita talked about, and I can't go more detail into that. She has gone more than enough. Then I will pick manufacturing, right? If you take manufacturing right from logbook to the BMR, a lot of the people talked about manufacturing execution system is only for eBMR, but actually it is eBMR is a very small part of it. If you look at it, how do you get the data? How do you how do you calculate the OE? How do you get the efficiency of the machines using OE, and how do you predict that you are reaching to OS or OOT levels? These are the game changer things which is happening. IIoT is big time into all spaces of pharma, and most companies are in some or other phases of that. It's the pandemic, and quality again, quality has been, I would say, more digitized area when it comes to compared to manufacturing. But if you look at, just go back to pandemic, digital was tested and tested by fire. Most of the companies, one was working remotely. How digital are you? Basic digital, right? Then the second one was virtual sales. Can you do virtual sales? As I said, many of the Western companies, innovative pharma company, they had virtual sales channel, omni-channel concept for like 12 years. But some of the smaller Indian company did not have it. But I am amazed at the speed they have adopted. I was talking to one of the CIO friend. In 3 weeks, almost 7,000 of their reps were all enabled for virtual detailing. So, which is amazing. And the third part, which also got tested, was supply chain. How resilient is your supply chain? If there are issues in the shipment, or there are third-party data, you could track the shipment. You can get alert today versus you will hear after 10 days from your vendor that you are not getting the material or API, and then you are trying to find out you are 10 days late, and when you are working against the time, how many days earlier you get the notification is very important. So these are the, I would say, basic things in the application. And I'm seeing most companies in some or other journey. Of course, some would be at level 4, some would be at level 1, but everybody is out there.
Agreed. So Anjani, I was reading through a report today, which is talking about, you mentioned about the representatives and the digital adoption. We all understand the kind of concern they have in terms of HCP engagement. And it's universally said that it is not more than 2 to 3 times. With digital adoption and digital interaction with HCPs now on the rise, the report says that it is actually now a 3x of the time which the HCPs are giving. So which is actually a kind of a pleasure to the ears, because that's what the industry is striving for a long time. And I think digital has enabled that. So I think thanks, Anjani. We'll come back again to you. But Dr. Anjani pointed out a couple of areas, and some of the areas which he very, very categorically spoke about is on the regulatory and also on the compliance, where digital is actually making great inroads. Having this in mind, I'm sure there would be a lot of legal and ethical kind of regulations which will be there from a regulatory standpoint of view. Can you throw light in terms of what are those challenges and how industry is looking towards?
Yes, let me get first a step back. I would like to highlight the patient that I saw in Dr. Kavita speaking about the adoption of AI in clinical trials, which is quite something very, very interesting. As mentioned to you, AI could be very, very useful thing, but AI, from my perspective, that is not yet mature enough that we can trust AI 100%, especially in fields that are like pharma, which is high-level regulatory. And if you think that at the global level still doesn't exist a clear framework of regulatory framework for AI, that is also says everything about that. First of all, AI needs to be contextualized in the terms of what the purpose that the company, the manufacturing of the pharma company or biopharma are using AI. Where are they using AI? What are the implications of the adoption of AI? If you're using AI for a predictive maintenance, for example, approach, the implication might not be as relevant as, for example, if you use them for identifying the right clinical trial. For example, there are two different implications. Here is where ethics plays a key role. Ethics is basically the line by the context or the purpose where AI is used for. The last 2-3 years, AI has been the subjects of many research, and this ethics also played the, let's say, the main topics where a lot of researchers or press share their view. I believe that the contextualization of AI is the first step to move forward. Regulatory aspects should also be put in place. What I believe is missing at the moment is a clear and solid quality framework to management framework for the AI development. What do? We buy AI as a black box from a third party, in the case that we basically have some sort of pitfall, like for example, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Thai millennial bot from Microsoft that was put online and was learning from the old, let's say, people or persons, or was based on human bias. And then it started to say things that that pushed Microsoft to bring it back immediately after 24 hours. So still, what I want to communicate is that the backbone AI is still the human bias. So AIs can help us as a great technical advisory, as a great advisory tool. But I wouldn't let AI take the decision, the final decision. Because also in terms of responsibilities, missing the regulatory framework around, missing also some quality control into this called black box. How can we then manage the liability of if something goes wrong? Is we that we purchase the AI box? Is we that we develop it and we didn't check all the life cycle of the data? And then another information is that the algorithm or the application of the AI may work perfectly well. But what about the data that we are basically training our model? What about the data that we are giving to the AI to base their decisions? Are these data correct? Are all data normalized at the level that the AI can make the right decision? One of the the nicest point that Dr. Kavita shared, it was basically there are some data gaps in the overall processes. Well, these data gaps could play a key role. So before thinking about implementing AI or so on, let's think about how we can integrate the whole flow of data of information. Because getting to what also Mr. Anjani just mentioned, the technical maturity, the digital maturity, one of the key words for me in this new era is integration. Integration of the various business processes, integration of the overall supply chain, and then we apply AI or other data analytical techniques where it makes business case. A business case or a clear purpose should always be there. This is something. And standards are always a little bit lagging behind in terms of time of technology. Technology nowadays achieve the pace which never saw before. As mentioned, within TÜV we were trying to push customer for embracing a digital journey already 4 years ago. 4 years after Industry 4.0, this term was coined in Germany. It was 2011, now almost 10 years. But companies were reluctant to this. Companies were thinking, why should I embrace this digital journey? What's in for me? Well, I think that unfortunately, this pandemic era showed them what's in here. The company that embraced this digitalization before, they were more integrated, were able to be more agile. What does agile mean? It means being able to respond to an unexpected event in the shortest time possible. And this is where technology like AI applied to predictive maintenance, to data analysis of customers, AI applied to computer vision for fastering some processes within the plant could play a key role. But the agility should be where all manufacturing should aim to. Because we don't know what can happen tomorrow. Company thought we now ready for everything. And that everything didn't include, unfortunately, COVID-19. And until March 2020, everybody thought that this could have been easily fighted back. But that was not the case. Did AI help? No. I read that there was a couple of books. One of the books, it was a nice book about big data. It was making a nice example how people were in the US, they cross-related the flights moving from one country with the people going to the pharmacy, to the grocery, to get some paracetamol, some other medicine, and then identified a big cluster of a virus that was exploding for there. This was written in a book of something happened in the past. Then my question was like, why they didn't apply to Wuhan in 2019, the end of 2019? So there's always something unknown. That's why I believe that AI still needs some development to arrive to a level that we can say, oh, okay, now I let AI managing all the process, or let AI also sharing data with the regulatory bodies. I believe, from my perspective, we are not there yet. don't get me wrong. AI plays a key role. It's very, very helpful and useful because shortened time for us to understand insights from the data, much more than complex data advanced analytics, because made assumption based on what is happening, based on partners and clusters. But at the end of the day, we should be the one who take the final decision that this is the correct identification, or this is the correct decision to be taken. I hope that I addressed some of your question.
I just wanted to add one more, which you are talking about, which is the predictive analytics. I think that's something which I'm sure the next couple of minutes we'll be talking more about it. How predictive analytics can actually be much more useful on the use cases what you mentioned. I think that's fantastic. So there is also another element which we will now hear from Dr. Kavita. So patient-centric initiatives, be it in the drug discovery, be it in the clinical trials, be it in the supply chain, or be it in the commercialization. Now, patient centricity became a norm for the pharmaceutical industry. So, Dr. Kavita, so can you help us understand how do you think pharmaceutical companies are embracing these technologies, especially the AI machine learning, to drive the larger focus of patient centricity across their value chain? If you can help us understand, I think that will actually set the tone in terms of how the predictive analytics can shape some of those questions raised by Dr. Anthony.
And this is a very good discussion and actually a very good segue, because if you really look at how we are working around patient centricity, again, there are two perspectives to it. One is the more commercial angle, where we need to ensure that if we bring a drug to the market and it has been given for treating certain diseases, then we have to optimize the outcomes. And how do we do that? Is by predicting what patient subgroups will benefit the most from a particular drug. Now, it could be dependent on social determinants of health, and this is not something RCT will capture. This is something that will be captured only, say, in a survey or in an IoT device worn by a patient, or something that has been incentivized by the providers for the patients to record and convey the data to. Now, this goes back, and this is not just for the patient; it is also for the provider and the and the reimbursement bodies, because what they can do is optimize their cost by targeting the patients that need the resources the most and redirect the resources there. So that is one part of the cost effectiveness, and this is a very high level view that we are taking here. And then there's the other part of having a feedback loop, where you're looking at, all the data that you captured in RCT was your ideal patient. I want XYZ in a patient. If you don't do it, you're out, you're excluded. But now that we have this real world data, you know what the patient eats, you know what the patient, at what time they sleep, what is the activity, if they have gained weight in real time, if they've cut back on the doses, if they had adverse events that they did not talk about regularly in a trial, but now they are recording everything. And there's this feedback loop that is going on. And the best example of something like that, again, something which I would refer to my own company, would be the diabetes patients, the Freestyle Libre app that is developed with Abbott. Almost more than 1.4 million patients using it. It's not just that you're regulating your insulin dosage. There's this feedback loop that is telling you how much and when you took it. And then the other factors say, in a particular geography, whether there's a pattern of misuse, or there's a pattern of unavailability, if you're switching, if you're dropping, what the treatment patterns look like. And then it ties into indirectly your the whole aspect of when you said there was the whole targeting of the HCPs, because now that you have all this information about the patients and how they can be targeted and optimize the treatment, you can talk to the HCPs and you can tell them, a drug is going to be launched, and you can create that share of voice in the market where, I have HCPs, they're going to look at their tablets or phones, say between 6 to 9 p.m. They're going to ingest things that are more animated and less, emotive in purpose, and whether they are going to consume this video format or they're going to consume written text. And all those aspects can be captured by AI. So you're targeting multiple things, and all this is actually helping the patient to be treated better. And AI at the back end helps in that. We just have to ensure that the feedback mechanisms are tying into the data models, the feedback mechanisms are there so that we capture these without going over the guidelines. We preserve the HIPAA guidelines, we follow all those things, regulations, and without invading the privacy, we are looking at this aspect of patient centricity and giving them what is needed, while also kind of trying to make some money while doing it. So, just
Yeah, I think fantastic points, Dr. Kavita, because when you look at today with the influx of data coming in, and then the whole engagement process between a HCP and medical representative has completely changed, and the element of digital reps started getting in, and what exactly you mentioned about how the engagement is much more intelligent in terms of understanding the behavioral trends, understanding the molecular behavior, understanding the launch frequency, understanding or even predicting what would be the kind of implications in terms of new launches happening in that particular therapeutic category. I think the dialogue and the interaction between the HCP and representatives are going to be much more meaningful and much more productive for the pharmaceutical industry. I think you brought in a very important element of data management, and that actually turns us to yet another important discussion point today. We should actually hear out from Anjani about how data democratization is being looked at from a pharmaceutical standpoint of view, how that's been actually institutionalized in the pharma, and how data silos are addressed. So to talk more about that, I will request Anjani to spend some time on that.
So first of all, Dr. Kavita talked about, getting the information from the devices. These days, I trust my Fitbit. How was my sleep quality? I trust my Fitbit more than my body, right? So coming to, the data, we all have heard data is the new oil. I call it in 2021. Don't talk about combustion engine, talk about EV. So I call it data is the new source of electricity, right? Now, just look at it. Data was already, some data was there, basic data. Let's go 5 years back. Then you have all sorts of IIoT coming in, all sorts of devices, which Dr. Kavita talked about, right? It generates more data. As per Gartner, 20 billion was the number, 20 billion sensors by 2020. And they say it is already surpassed. On top of it, I talked about digitization. So every digitization you do, data gets generated. Like for an example, I will take a very small example. If you do logbook digitization, where you write logbook in pharma manufacturing setup, average pharma company will have, average pharma manufacturing will have 500 to 600 logbook. And each logbook, even if you do 3 entries, three shifts, just multiply and you will find out in one day how many additional data are being generated, correct? And then you have multiple plants. And then once you go to the sensors, every 2 seconds, every 10 seconds, every 15 seconds, every 5 minutes, depending on what your frequencies are. So what is happening is ultimately there is a data flood. People are not able to put the data in the right formats. 2, how do you relate different system data? And unless you are able to get the insight out of it, it's junk, right? I know of many companies who have DCS system, right, which is gathering the data, but they are not able to show real-time visibility, what is going on in the machine, right? And that's where it is very important that you create a data layer. Dr. Kavita talked about in the first time, during first discussion, data democratization among different companies. Like 4 companies have funded a company 6 years back, which is for clinical trials, for R&D. They are sharing the data. Now here you are talking about different departments sharing the data. Departments are ready to share the data, but how does CIO, CDO enable that? Of course, one good thing which has happened and which is accelerating the industry is the whole cloud concept. On the cloud data lake, previously, if you talk of data warehouse of these sizes, which pharma company data sizes, you will easily take 2.5 years. Today, you are talking of 6 months to 1.2 year, 1.5 years max. You will be able to enable the whole data lake. You will be able to get concepts out of it. And one of the things which, again, Dr. Kavita talked about is sensors. There is a concept which is coming is whole new drug delivery system. And measuring that is digital pill or digital remedy. And most of the companies are working in. One of the many companies, if you read strategically, read their reports, many company wants to be leader by digital pill segment by 2025, 2030. So that and most of them are driven by data, AI, right? If you look at, I will go R&D, we already talked about. If we go to the whole front end sales, we were talking about targeting. If you take 14 sources of data, so a doctor, an HCP has gone to a conference and he has spoken about something. If I get a data feed, I'm able to figure out using NLP, these are the 4 topics he was mainly talking about. Then I go to Sarmo, which is healthcare professional social media or other social media. Put another filter. Then I look at what all prescription he has written. That also I can get in US using IMS data, right? So now I have gotten targeted messaging for the doctor, personalized messaging for the doctor. And based on his historical record, when does he prefer the messaging, when does he prefer to interact, which method, which channel he prefers, where he has paid more attention. I have every information about the doctor, and I could do the right messaging to the doctor at the right time. And this time, into your point, Dr. Ratnakar, which you were talking about, that the whole success rate is increasing with the doctor. Then the next one is supply chain. I talked about a little bit, but supply chain, if you look at it, pharma company, generic pharma company, one of the things is the cost. How do you optimize your supply chain? Biggest question. API, other raw materials, it does cost money. How much inventory you want to carry in your warehouses, because you could be liable for penalties if you are not able to supply at the right time. You could do a lot of, using the data, you could apply a lot of analytics model, and which is already there. There are a lot of a startup ecosystem which has come with a very new concept using a smart glasses. And smart glasses is not only doing the remote support, but it is also doing the using AI and smart glasses and RPA combination. You could do the whole lab quality checks, which you could not do. Some of them are not possible. Like, what is the dilution level? If you check with the naked eyes, almost impossible to go to that accuracy, but with the smart glasses, you are able to do. And again, the data is used. So the whole idea is, if you could use the data in combination with different technologies, the outcomes and possibilities are immense.
Fantastic, Anjani. I think you mentioned about the digital pills. I think that's where the digital therapeutics is actually now coming in a big way. And you mentioned about how data is actually reshaping the entire supply chain traceability. Maybe that's where the analytics and blockchain is actually moving the product-centric distribution to a patient-centric distribution. And you've touched upon how the HCP engagements using data drawn in from different sources is making the representative intelligent about HCP, his prescription behaviors and practices. Wonderfully alluded. So I think that actually turns us to Dr. Anthony. Dr. Anthony, you now heard from Dr. Kavita Anjani about various technologies, AI, blockchain, IoT, sensors, data analytics, predictive analytics, big data. So I think we have seen innumerable number of technologies in the last 15 to 25 minutes. I wanted you to help us understand, according to you, in the next 3 years, what would be the core or the key trends which are going to shape the industry and, in fact, move the industry into the next phase of what we are looking towards?
Okay, let me share with you and the audience what I think will happen in the manufacturing sector, in the pharma sector within the next 3 years. I believe, okay, we can mention some of the technologies that will be more the focus of implementation for many manufacturers, pharma included, like predictive maintenance for engineering, integrated maintenance, scheduling and budgeting for engineering, data analytics and intelligent system for manufacturing, digital twins. I can continue. And all this technology embeds the implementation of smart sensors that are consuming less electricity but are able to collect more parameters, sensors that are able to analyze the parameters from the fluid, the data of everything at the edge, at the sensor, without making use of the cloud. There will be a lot of this technology taking place, and the company wants to more and more implement them. But what is first? First, you need to be digital enough to make sense out of these technologies. First, you need to create a digital trade within your plant, within your supply chain, that enable the optimal utilization of such technologies. If you don't have vertical processes integrated from, let's say, your sensors within your plants until the ERP, the enterprise resource planning system, and you cannot really apply advanced data analytics to optimize what could be the best batch for the best process for my next batch in order to optimize the time. Because my next batch doesn't depend only on me, but depends also on information from the suppliers, depends also on information of the equipment, and etc., etc. This is an example that can happen vertically, and this is what we call vertical integration. At the horizontal level, what should we do? There's a more integration between the manufacturers themselves and also the overall stakeholder of the supply chain. How am I more integrated? How can I share better information with the supplier of my raw material, with my inbound, outbound logistics in order to reach better the point of sales? How can I be more agile if in case COVID 2029 will happen in order to keep my supply chain strong? If I know one of my suppliers is impacted, then I immediately have the system telling me, Antonio cannot provide you with this material. Please go to Anjani or Dr. Kavita because the delivery time will be much shorter. And this will help you to satisfy the requests coming from the market, because we are moving also towards, I wrote it down because it was not an easy 3 words, customer-centric drug manufacturing. And this is basically referring to what was shared before. The company now, they're trying to produce more centric manufacturing based on behavior of certain cluster of people, like I was shared before. This AI supports these processes. So the trend that should be, these are the trends, but what manufacturers should do? Think about to digitalize, think about this new way of correlation of data existing by IT and OT, let's call it like this, by internal and external, by what is happening in my manufacturing process, to what is happening at my business process level, how can I integrate those things, but also how can I make the other stakeholder active part of my business processes. This is very important. Having a sort of integrated environment. I believe Sanofi, I believe also other companies, they are looking to be more integrated with clinics, with hospital, to get more data, to also be more agile and react much faster if there is a need. So creating this sort of, let's say, integrated ecosystem, this ecosystem will support the overall, all manufacturing sectors will get value add from that. So integration is a key part. Integration comes after digitalization. You need digitalization and then transparency. How can you make use from this transparency is trust. And this is very important because not always we want to share sensitive data. No, this data is sensitive, so I'm not going to share this immediately in real time. This is also something that impacts. And another trend that I want to share, because we are working with also many pharma companies, is let's never forget the people aspects, the human aspects. Company now are thinking, how can I implement AI? I want AI in my next 2 years because I have enough data and analytics is not enough. I want, for example, to integrate my MES system, my DCS system with my ERP system, or I want to implement some automated visual inspection of some of my reactors, for example. But I will implement this technology by the end of 2022. Do I have people that will optimize the utilization of this technology? Or will I think about how upskill my people in 2022 or one quarter before the technology is implemented? Do we have a clear plan of how are we going to upskill the people that are already working, or do we know who will have to hire in 1 year from now based on our digital vision? And this is something that we realize companies are underestimating. Companies are really focusing on how can I create this digital twin, right? How can I integrate with the external? So they develop their own digital plan, their digital roadmap, their digital transformation vision for the next 3 years. But do they think about who will be able to make the full use of such technologies or not yet? This is something that we are strongly working on, develop a clear plan on how to upskill. It's a sort of make or buy analysis. It means, should I upskill my people internally to make them use of this technology so that I can also create a sort of workforce efficiency? Or should I buy? Should I develop some JD for new hire in the future? So this is some of the trends that I see that are taking place in the next few years.
Fantastic, Dr. Angelo.
Well, thank you.
Right. So we have only 5 minutes left before we close the webinar, but we have a number of questions. So what I would like to do is we will take up one question and quickly run through all three of us to give our perspectives. The question is, how much time will it take to adopt AI in the biopharma industries, biopharma or pharma industry? My answer to the audience is it is already well entrenched. We have seen number of use cases. We have seen that application in a very big way. We spoke about a number of use cases. So I'm saying that it's already got its place in the pharma industry. But if I'm you, I would have actually asked the panelists in terms of what would it take now to get the application of AI into much more rigor in the industry. Maybe a quick round through all the three of the panelists to get their perspectives. Dr. Kavita, maybe we'll start with you.
A quick answer would be 3 to 5, but I don't think it's a conclusive process. It will be never ending, and it will be augmented intelligence to begin with, and then it will be artificial intelligence in the future. So that's my answer. Ambiguous, but
yeah.
I would say whoever asked this question, one of the things, what you used to get in 8 to 12 years, now you are getting in 1 year. You just saw the vaccine, right?
Fantastic.
And there is a lot of AI users, believe me. I mean, from R&D to clinical trials, which Dr. Kavita talked in the beginning, a lot of them are applied there. Now, coming to where can you, this is a very subjective question, which Dr. Antonio talked about. What is the maturity level you have? And what is the purpose you have? Just because it should not be somebody was, 10 years back, everybody wanted to create a mobile app. I asked one of the client, why do you want to do it? I mean, what is the purpose? He said, because everybody is creating. So that should not be. Once you have the purpose, once you have the base, probably if the first use case could be done within 3 to 6 months, because AI as a technology is much more mature. If you take most of the bigger cloud player, be it AWS, be it Google, be it Microsoft, all of them have fantastic models. And there are a lot of startups. There are pharma startups in AI, which will help you in doing in no time, right? I mean, there are 2 companies right sitting there. I'm sure they also have a lot of capabilities. So I would say it starts where you could start in 3 months. How much time it will take? I'll come back to my first point. It is a journey, unfortunately. So it will take forever.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Anthony.
I believe that 3 to 5 years too will be in place for a rigorous adoption. The question is a rigorous adoption. It's not like just adoption, because nowadays, as Anjani correctly said, if you find a purpose or business case, you can easily implement some AI application within the next 6 to 1 year, very short time. But the rigorous adoption would be in 3 to 5 years. Why do I say that? Because still a lot of companies need to digitalize their processes. So need to have enough data to justify the implementation of AI. You can implement AI for a simple POC, but at the end of the day, we don't want just a POC. We want something that is scalable, that make business sense. That's why also I think longer time. And in terms of a startup or AI based or digital company that are born digital, it's much easier to be productive for companies that are born digital than for companies that have legacy system that they are tracking behind. The most closer example that comes to my mind that was shared with me by one of our best experts in pharma is basically see at Pfizer and see at Moderna. They are globally competing at the moment. How old is Pfizer? How old is Moderna? You see? So a newborn company is able to compete at a global scale with a company that has 100 years plus of existence. I'm not saying nothing negative about any of the two or nothing positive about any of the two, but just think about how fast could be the pace of growing and become a global leader when you think digitally and integrated. There are some nice scientific article about Moderna, how they vertically integrated they are, how they can easily control their process, and how some of the implementation of AI. And this really helps. I just mentioned Moderna because now I'm one of the, I hope that next year we have same companies. I can mention Sanofi too, just for par condition. I know
Almost
that.
there. We did successful phase 2 trials.
Yeah, I know. And where I'm based, I also know that you are going to make huge plans. So we can discuss about this later. But next year, I will be very happy to make this example as a technical advisor too. But think about the way that this company, Moderna, basically put their DNA in place. Where this DNA bring them? So this is why what I want to mention is like you need to think that first you need to digitalize where it makes sense. Second, you need to integrate, and then you can implement AI in a scalable way. We don't want just POC that are there living, and then we invest X amount of budget and we forget about them. No, something needs to be tested, created, and then scaled to the whole network of companies of the same, I would say, MNC or to the startups. How can I scale this further? How can I make this something productive? And this is why I think very close adoption is 3 to 5 years from my perspective.
Absolutely. I think it makes sense because, as you rightly said, the machine learning really need to understand that for AI to work on. And I think we now have started the journey of application of AI in the pharma. And I'm sure in the next 3 to 5 years, we see that application in every facet in the pharma industry in a very, very big way. I'm sure the industry would be actually getting much more benefit, like what Anjani mentioned about vaccines as one example. We would be seeing that in every element in the pharmaceutical industry. So once again, on behalf of all the audience, let me thank all three of you for your wonderful experience sharing and also spending your time with every one of us and giving us lots of insights on these applications. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Thank you.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's always a challenge when you come to the last panel at the end of day 2 of any conclave. And I must tell you that in all my experience of hosting and emceeing events, this was really, when it came to role of technology, artificial intelligence and analytics in pharma, you think it will get a little heavy. But I would like to thank Dr. Kavita Lamror, Anjani Kumar, and Dr. Antonio Ferraco for putting aside technology to us as an audience in a very lucid and succinct manner so that we could absorb it. And I think Dr. P. Ratnakar did a wonderful job of moderating this panel. We wish you and your respective organizations the very best going forward. With that, I'd like to welcome Tarun Valia, founder and CEO, Artisio, for the closing remarks. Tarun, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. As they say, you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots when you look back. Now, at the end of day 2, we look back at some amazing discussions that we have had over the last 2 days. Let me begin by thanking the speakers. Science is the common language that we all have, and this is what connected us over the last 2 days. It's a pleasure to host this conference and have such wonderful speakers over the last 2 days. And I would say India Biopharma Leaders Conclave is one of the only conferences which had such diverse set of leaders from the industry. We discussed technology, we discussed vaccines, we discussed biosimilars, manufacturing, such diverse aspects over the course of 2 days, which is really difficult to do. I want to thank Ivan for being such a wonderful host and keeping the show running with such passion and positivity. I would also like to thank the sponsors who trusted the conference organizers and Ashish and the conference organizers for running such a smooth conference. I would also like to thank StreamYard for being such wonderful hosts. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you've had 2 amazing days, and I want to thank you all for being there and having such a gala at the event. With this, I would like to close the conference and look forward to the next conference next year. Thank you so much, everyone.
That concludes the first edition of the India Biopharma Leaders Conclave 2021, brought to you by Blue Tech Media. And there couldn't have been a better person or a better closing than what Tarun said. Tarun, thank you so much for your closing remarks. Tarun has thanked all the dignitaries, speakers, members of the panel and fireside chats and their respective moderators for joining us at this conclave and sharing their valuable insights. Most importantly, like Tarun said, a big thank you to all of you for joining us at this conclave and making it a grand success. A few reminders: do download your digital certificate of participation by simply clicking on the e-certificate button in the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen in case you haven't downloaded that yet. Visit our partner booths by simply clicking on the exhibition hall button at the bottom of your screen, and please feel free to chat, speak, or video call any of them. Do visit the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen where you can create a group and video chat with like-minded people. You still have time to do that. And finally, on your way out, do visit the feedback area and leave your comments and valuable feedback by clicking on the Info Center button at the bottom of your screen. It will not take more than a couple of minutes. Your feedback is important to us, and this will ensure that conclaves brought to you by Blue Tech Media are just the way you want it the next time around. Last but not least, like Tarun said, a big thank you to our partners who made this conclave a huge success. Gold partner Cytiva, industry partner MR Sangvi and Company, branding partner Fan Steel International, digital transformation partner TUSUD, networking partner Thermo Fisher Scientific, bronze partner Prema's Life Sciences, investment banking partner Biorex Venture Advisors, strategic partner Biorex Strategic Leadership and Alliance, association partner Federation of Asian Biotech Associations, knowledge partner CCAM, and media partners Express Pharma, Pharma Utility, Chronicle, Pharma Biz, and IGDRA. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good evening, a good weekend. Stay safe, and God bless.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science. Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter. Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation.
And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society, but new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a Steam Boiler Inspection Association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science. Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter. Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation.
And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society. But new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a steam boiler inspection association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.
We all depend on science.